Guys, we have a problem. A very big issue. What the fuck is this? Ew! No! Why? The fuck is that here? No! No, I don't like that. I fucking hate that. Yeah. Also, by the way, go to YouTuber. But yes, that mission type right there, no. Just, no. Fuck that. No. It's a defection map. For those who don't know, defection is one of the most hated game modes in the game for good reason. Like, people just genuinely fucking hate defection. It is like... There are few things like, in this game that are hated as much as defection, and, defection is hated that much. It is just, it's bad. Gonna ping the Discord real quick. There's a cascade going right now. Yeah, but defection is pain. Basically what you have to do is you have to go through and save a bunch of crew members. But to do that, you have to take them through a bunch of like enemies, and there's the wave defense, and they've got health thingies. It's bad. It's bad. TLDR, it's bad. Defection is known as like being like the most annoying thing on the planet, and people hate it. Also, I'm gonna run some cascades. So if you guys want to join for that, feel free. I'm gonna run a cascade. Actually, believe it or not, cascades are like ridiculously easy, so it's like not too bad per se. But yes, I'm gonna run a cascade and go burn through all those relics that I got. Because I'm not gonna lie, we're making Eagles. Relic. Look at how many fully like... Look at that! Look at how many fucking relics we have that are all ESO. Like, or Radiant relics. Like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with all these relics? Like, what's the purpose? I don't even know what to do here. Because it's like, okay, cool, we have a crap ton of relics, right? Yeah, but I don't even know what to do with them because it's like, they're just there. And I want to go crack them all, but the only way to go crack them is if we actually go do cascades and stuff. It's what we call hell. Yes. Hell. It's bad. It is at that time. We could also just go crack these guys too. Ooh, actually, you know what I should do? Hold on. We're gonna go into my inventory, go to mods. Lock. Let's go list a bunch of stuff on the Warframe market. Grab you. Price is 8. Rank 0. Is that rank 3? Don't we want rank 3? Oh, because I guess it doesn't really matter. We're gonna set that as that, and then we want to go list, I think it's 3. Yeah, we're gonna go list 3 of these. And we're gonna go set you to 10. Okay, get you here, and then where's the rest of you? Okay, so that's gonna get to 5. We have 1 extra one of you, so we can go grab our craw and do that. Enlist 1 craw for 10. 1 craw for 10 plats. I want to keep at least 5 of each, just in case if one of you guys needs like something, you guys can go through and like grab it off me, and I can just give it to you guys, and that way we have like 5 of each of them, and that means that I'm gonna have to go through and actually grab like a shit ton of these. But we're just not gonna worry about it because it's like, not bad. Not bad. Not a bad time. Mark is red, go back into here. The Warframe pings, that's me being a dumbass again. And then we've got you over here, that's good. Ooh, also, I made the mistake of accidentally putting too much ice in my drink and I almost gave myself a brain freeze. I forgot how much ice, or how much, like how well my water bottle insulates the cold. So I almost ended up giving myself a brain freeze earlier, it's bad. But also... Hold up. Give me a second. Give me like 2 seconds here. Main mic. Filters. And our frame! Also, ice. I fucking love my ice. That's great. I'm so glad that I got those ice trays. Because like, holy shit. You see, the plan was that I wasn't gonna stream today, and then my dad didn't kidnap me, so fuck it. For those who don't know, The only reason why I won't stream is if my dad kidnaps me. Otherwise, I will stream every single day. Because honestly, streaming is not difficult. It's the stuff that's outside of streaming that is difficult to deal with. That's about it. So yes, we go back. Back to our shenanigans. Oh, is that a proper build though? I'm gonna make sure that we actually have the proper build. Yes, we do actually have the proper build. Alright, cool. Alright, that's not the proper build. I need you. Yes, there we go. Magwando is necessary for our shenanigans. There's a defection, void cascades. How long do we have? We have an hour on the void cascade? Oh, I could just wait until we have other people for it. Shit, man. That's actually not bad. Yeah, I could literally just wait until we have other people for it. So it's fine. That or I could go run the cascade right now. But doing public cascades never goes well. Like, ever. So it's like, it's one of those ones where, do I really want to do that, or do I just leave it be? I don't know. Let's go see if there's anything in Cetus though. Because there's a bunch of, there's one mod that I'm missing from Cetus. No, I've already gotten that mod. No, we're good. I've already gotten the mod from Cetus. We're good. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, no. What the fuck? Who touched my inbox? Who? Oh, it's Lotus. Okay, cool. We're good. It's you. This is what I'm thinking of. I can't hurt you, public cascades. No. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. There's not a single thing I hate more than public cascades. They're bad, man. They're bad. Like, as much as I wish I could say that doing public cascades would be fine, it's just that running them publicly is like, it's a yikes, man. Oh, fuck. I forgot to take my meds. You know, maybe I should go take my meds. Hold on, give me like 2 seconds here. I'll be back. We're just gonna like exist and not talk for a bit while I go take my meds. No! We're not gonna get fucking Kelsey to start throwing fish again. That's not gonna happen. No. I know.
If I may say, operator, your chosen warframe suits you.
Ah, I see. I see. I see. Also, sorry for those who are just joining. I forgot to take my meds. I was being stupid, and now I gotta go take my meds again. So, I'm gonna do that real quick. This is why I'm not talking. Hold on. I got an idea. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. And there we go. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. You know, this is one of those ones where I keep forgetting that this weapon isn't actually a rifle. That's why I left to mention it. I was wondering why the damage was so low. Proceeding to try and snipe enemies across the map. That's why. How would I even do sign language?
Coming up next.
Oh my god, you can read. Okay, we're back from Medjill. Yeah, I can speak again. Sorry, it usually takes me about 45 minutes to go do that. I figured out a technique that lets me do it in about 15, so we're good. But yeah. The reason why everybody hears about the fact that like here in Canada we have like slow medication or like slow stuff is because it's usually about the hyper-specific surgeries and stuff. And a lot of reasons for that is because a lot of our doctors go through and get trained here in Canada or in Europe and then immediately just go to the US because they get paid a lot more in the US. So we actually have a doctor and nurse deficit here in Canada due to the fact that we actually don't have, like, there's no real incentive for people to go and stay in Canada to be able to get paid here in Canada to be a doctor here, rather than just going to the US and getting paid like 100 times more. So a lot of people just get trained here and then just immediately go down to the US. It's also why Canada also offers doctors a thing here where if you go through and finish like 15 years of medical service here in Canada, they waive all of your school fees. Everything. Completely. Just gone. Instantly. Snap your fingers. So you can completely get it, like you can become a surgeon or whatever you want to become as a doctor. And as long as you stay in a certain location or a certain area for a certain amount of time, they'll just waive all of your school fees for you. That's why we have a issue here in Canada where a lot of people tend to be like, oh, but you're always dealing with the thing of like it takes forever for like your doctors and stuff to do anything. Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like our southern neighbors steal all of our fucking work. Like all of our works or something. Jesus Christ, man. Also, like for example, the surgeries that I need to go get done, those are gonna take me about 3 years to get done. And the reason why is because the doctors and stuff for that is like there's like maybe 5 that do it in Canada, all of Canada. So the unfortunate part about it is that I do just need to wait until they're done and like they actually have free time for it. They're all covered by like the provinces and stuff, so we're good there. But like, it's covered by Medicare, so I don't need to worry about actually paying for it. But like, it is one of those things where like, it is gonna take a while for me to do it, just because it is hyper-specific stuff, and we don't have doctors that are able to do it. Too many doctors that can do it, and that's why a lot of times people will be like, "Oh, Canadian healthcare is like super slow because yada yada free health." No, it's not because of free healthcare. That's not the reason. Free healthcare is not the issue. What's the issue is that we don't have enough doctors and nurses for all the shit that goes on. It's just a lot of people blame it on free healthcare, and it's like, what, bro? No. Like if I go shatter my arm like today, I could go into the ER and get help within an hour. If I actually need the help, very much can get the help very quickly. It's just that oftentimes they prioritize those who are a lot more hurt than others, and so a lot of people tend to get upset about it because wow, I'm hurt, so I must get helped right away. Whereas this other person has had their heart explode and I matter more because yada yada bullshit reasons, or I'm richer than them, so I matter more. And it's like, no, that's not how that works, you fucker. Deficit here, just not as bad. Yeah, no, here in Canada, it's like really, really, really bad. Just due to the fact that like the US just kind of like steals all of our talent. Not that it's per se the US doing it directly, because you know they're not directly going out of their way to poach our like people, but like at the same time it just happens to be that they pay their doctors a lot more, so they end up getting more people who want to work there because, well, they're getting paid more, which makes sense, you know. I'm not going to fault the people that go there for wanting to get paid more. Like, why you spend like what 20 years becoming a surgeon and then you have to go through and get paid like a smaller salary than somebody else who's doing the same amount of work than you, and you can get like a quadruple pay increase just by going to a different country. I'd be doing the same. Like, it's one of those things where like I fully understand why they would do it, so it's not, I don't blame them for it at all. If you use free healthcare is the problem, they do not have a brain. Well, let me introduce you to 15% of the US. Actually, it's probably closer to 30% at this point, but yes. Jesus Christ. It's funny too because like free healthcare is the reason I'm alive, you nuts. Yeah, I'm farming fate pearls because there's two golden mods that you can get out of for Saya's Vigil. And I need to go through and get those those mods, just so I can write off 2 more mods off the list of mods that I need to get. By the way, I did another 3 hours of grinding to try and get the Jugulus mods last night. Not many of you guys were there, so it's fine. I probably wouldn't have seen it. But I did another 3.5 hours of fucking grinding for the Jugulus mods, and I still didn't get it. Do you know how nuts that is? 3.5 hours of grinding and not getting a single one of the mods that I was trying to get through that grind. Like, the grind for the Jugulus mods is so fucking rare, it's not even- it's mythical. Like, they're like unheard of at this point. Like, Jesus Christ. It's strange. But yeah, I wish I could get it, but it's gonna take forever to go get them. Let me go through your account and get it, and what? No, I'm not gonna- no, we're not gonna do that, Rick. Margu mod set? No, it's just- that's just my luck when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Granted, you wanna know what the drop sets are for this mod? By the way, you wanna know what the drop sets are for it? Unironically, the drop sets are, on the first rotation, the first 3 missions inside the Endless mission, it's a 5%. Every single other mission that you do in those Endless missions and demos, it's a 2% drop chance. 2%. So me not getting it actually makes sense. Like, it fucking... It's not just mythical, it's basically the reason why it's unheard of is because it's literally like, it's just, it's insanely rare. It's just impossible to actually find. You know, one of these days I'm actually going to be the host and I'm going to be able to actually pull off a skip and it's going to be the greatest thing on the planet and it's going to be amazing. But I can't fucking do that right now because the skips don't exist for me. That's bullshit. That's what that is. True, but it's more like it is actually 1%, actually less than that, if you want to really get into it. It's actually, yeah, it really is lower than 1% because there's multiple mods on the same drop sets. That's why. It's multiple mods in the same area, so you just have to suffer with it. So it's less than 1%. It's like, no! You fuckers! Give it to us! Give us the shenanigans! Also, we're gonna have a full-ass entire version of Kome by the end of this, and it's not even gonna be like... It's just gonna sit there and we're just gonna have a full Kome. Oh yeah, I did a disruption fissure earlier. One guy dropped all the hydroid parts. Wait, actually? Oh, that's wicked. That's actually fantastic. You only get all the hydroid parts, like, in a row is awesome. Like, that's amazing. Wait, how long did you do the mission for? Because it must have been like, what, half an hour? 45 minutes? Because that wouldn't surprise me if it was. Oh god, not Nightmare. Don't remind me about Nightmare missions, please. Okay, the AX-52, that makes sense. You get that as a drop from 1999. Stun Axe, though, I have no idea. I know. I know. I know. I don't want to be doing Nightmare missions. That's all it is. Because I want to be able to avoid doing Nightmare missions the best I can. But then again, I'm gonna have to run like how many of them? Like a few hundred of them to be able to get what we're looking for. So like, you know, it's gonna be pain. Well, yeah, the Nightmare missions themselves are easy. It's just that I don't like running them because they don't give me anything other than the Nightmare missions. Like here, I can actually go through and grind out other stuff that I can use for plat. But through the Nightmare missions, I can't really do that. I mean, I could, but yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. Yeah, 20 minutes is not bad. The main thing is that you gotta make sure that you go through and actually grab all of it in the game too, which is gonna take a fucking universe and a half to pull off because, trust me, it's not gonna be a fun time for anybody involved. Unfortunately, I come back after a pause in November. How much shot? It's like 6 days. I know, but like, it's still pretty bad. I'm not gonna... it's gonna take forever, man. I don't want to go through and run these. Not anymore. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Ever. Excuse me? My good sir? Okay, yeah. Oh, so I'm carrying this team too. Oh, granted. Beautiful. I'm actually the one God damn it, why is it that I'm always the one carrying these open parties? I swear to god. Like, they could have better builds, but they don't. It's so sad. I'm always carrying. It's so, I just must suffer in the background here, I guess. I guess I just have to fucking suffer. It's just how it goes, I guess. There we go. Now we just need to kill 120 enemies, and then we should be good. Womp. Saren Sobek things? Yeah, apparently. Also, this Saren Sobek is actually weaker than the Nourish build, by the way, for those who don't know. It actually overall runs into an issue where it actually doesn't do enough damage to actually hurt all of the other enemies around me. Like, it is nice to have like this, but it doesn't do enough damage as the Saren Nourish build, sorry. So I do need to go through and actually get switch it back to the Nourish build, just so I can actually have better AoEs. I know that sounds weird while you're seeing like all these enemies instantly die and stuff, but there's enemies like that do survive, which is less than ideal. Granted, I don't know if it's actually like that matter of a difference here. I don't know if it actually does matter though. Maybe it's just because I don't have the right, it could also just be a matter of, well, people's not doing their shenanigans right, which honestly, I would not be surprised if that's the case. Oh, it's because of distance. It really is the distance. Oh shit, it really is just distance. Okay, cool, whatever. Dot damage, use roar. Well, no. See, roar, unfortunately, is actually really weak with Saren Sobek. It's actually one of the worst subsumes for her, specifically speaking. As weird as it sounds, it is actually one of the worst subsumes for Saren. Also, hey Harold. Metallica? I thought Metallica was a fictional band. That was like a part of like Johnny Test or something. Dot should be better. Yeah, but no, it's actually worse. Nourish lets you quadruple and dip even further on top of stuff. And so as much as like it is actually nice to do, Roar is just oof. Roar is unfortunately one of the worst. It's a sad day, but yes. I've actually tried it out, which sucks a little bit, but yes. Welcome to Shenanigans there. Now, Nourish does a lot more since you can damage. Go even further. Ah, yes. Defiled Snapdragon. Yeah, we don't need that. Man. Absolute hell. Okay, hold on. Let me grab you. 111 owned. We're almost to the first one. Almost to the first one. Yeah, I'm gonna switch back to Nourish. If I don't already have Nourish. No, I don't have Nourish enabled. I need my RB Nourish. This one here. Yes. Yes. Nourish. Yeah, Nourish is surprisingly a really, really good one. Yeah, look. Ah, but see, Rick, you're a figment of my imagination, so does that just mean that they're also a figment of my imagination? Is that what it is? I feel like I've never seen these guys before. Yeah, I feel like I've never actually seen those guys before, I'm sorry to say. Damn, stares at the sun. Yeah, fair enough, it's fine. No. What? What, do you mean Canada isn't real? What? Homie, don't you know? We're just like, we're just figments of the imagination of the upper class because apparently we make them cringe all the time. Every day, like all day. Also, the reason why Nourish is really good is because what it does is it has the way that the attacks work for Nourish specifically is look. It keeps the DOTs going, the enemies move around a little bit, and then they just nuke the entire map at once. It's actually really nice for that specifically. Now there are ways of making it a little bit better, but I don't entirely know how we could even progressively make it better than it already is. Yeah, plus viral. Well, it's not just plus viral, it's also the fact that we're going through and triple dipping and quadruple dipping on viral. It gets even further. Like, the viral stacks on Nourish get absolutely nutty. Like, actually insane. Depending on how much health they have, it gets even further. Also, yeah, my straight up start damage on this is a lot better. Which means that it's better for me to just use Nourish, just for the fact of that way I can actually kill them on first hit. Usually. Instead of having to go through and actually prime them first and then hitting them after. Pre-priming might get it better. Yeah, but the thing is that pre-priming also requires you to switch weapons and stuff, and this is already like, this build is already level cap capable without having to worry about pre-priming and stuff, so it's like, it's minor issues. Minor issues indeed. You know, my AoE on this though feels weirdly slow. Yeah, look at that. There's something going wrong with this build. You anyways need to kill first guy. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why I wanted to do Nourish, is because it's just better for what we're doing, objectively speaking. Also, yeah, just having Nourish with the gas build actually works really well for the first kill. Yeah, I think it's gonna be better this way. Yeah, that should be fine. Yes. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll be fine. Also, we should probably run that cascade that we have, that's over there. The main reason why we should probably run the cascade is primarily just because the cascade is going to be super useful for what we're doing, which would be nice. For cracking a bunch of relics and stuff. It is unironically the best platinum farm in the game, just for cracking relics and stuff and getting plat out of that. Just because you can go through and crack them and get a crap ton. Yeah, there's a cascade up right now. I just figured I might as well do this while I'm waiting for everybody else to show up. And that way we have a bit more people that might want to run the cascade with us. Or with me specifically. And then we can go through and get the cascade going. No. I need to crack. Yeah, honestly, I have like, what, how many radiants right now? Like 50? Depending on how often we do ESO, I might end up with like a crap ton of radiants on top of what we already have. So it really depends. Yeah, we have a few. You know, what I find interesting here is that they're going through and trying to optimize the movement for their Warframe and stuff. The problem is that their movement isn't what they need to optimize. No. What they need to optimize is their fucking killing ratio. Because if I can out DPS and outkill all the enemies here, like outkill them just easily, that's a problem. Because Saren Sobek isn't able to necessarily do as much KPM as like some other frames. And I know for a fact that there are frames that have better KPMs than Saren Sobek. I know that for a fact. So it's like, no. Alright, that should be fun. Also, it seems like Blast on anything really just makes it go instant. So it seems like Blast will be our major win here. There we go. Well, it depends on the content. Yeah, but this is what I mean. I'm like talking about this specifically when it comes to Saren, because Saren doesn't do well in open areas, but in enclosed areas she does phenomenally. That is her primary purpose, is like anything that's enclosed and like smaller areas she can go through and just like kick ass. But the second you go through and take a look at anything else, no, she cannot kick ass. Unfortunately. Yes, Fate Pearls. I don't know if like a check. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, I do have it, yeah. No, like when I say I have everything, I mean I have everything. Yeah, I got it a while back. Okay, Crony relay, we don't need to worry about you. Actually, what's our current situation on the amount of pearls that we have? We have enough for one. Homie, I don't know Russian. I'm sorry to say this, but I do not know Russian. Okay. There you go. Where is my size visual? Come. Fate pearls. I will take this one. And then we'll have to go grab the other one later at some other time. 400%, 450% damage, alternate fire applies random side effects to enemy hit. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's like super cool. Alright, cool. We got the pearls. This is good. This is very, very good. I do want to go through and see if I can actually like get sleeve Cetus, because we don't need to be in Cetus anymore. Yeah, most of the mods that we're going to need to get now are mostly gold mods. Pretty much everything else that's inside of the silver category, I think, is all demos. Vigilante. Oh, that's right, Fervor. Forgot about that. Yeah, Vigilante Fervor. No, rarity. Rarity, because from what I understand or remember, okay, shrapnel shots from this. Focus defense is also from Cambion Drift. That's also from Cambion Drift. So these are all Cambion Drift now. Vigilante Fervor, which is going to be from Cetus bounties. Okay, cool. Which we need to go see if we can actually find the Cetus bounties. Yes, that's right. This will be the last one that we need from Cetus bounties, and then after that we'll be good. I have actually tried to get it, but it just won't drop for me. which unfortunately sucks a little bit because it's like, god damn it, man. Where's our vigilante fervor? Plains commander. Cetus. Oh, so wait, you can get it from the commanders? Oh shit, it's an 11% chance from the commanders. Ayy, we're doing good. Okay, Cetus, rotation C. Okay, cool. So we can just go kill the commanders then. Okay, cool. If we don't get it. Twirling Spine is another one that I need to get as well. But that's the gold mod and we can focus on that later at a later date. Vigilante Fervor! Right there! Yeah, we got it right here. Vigilante Fervor. Which is a capture the new Grenier commander. Alright, cool. Wait, did I go into public mission? Ah, crap, I did go into public mission. Friends only. There. We don't do public missions here. Oh, glad we killed the aerial one. What? Oh yeah, the aerial one? Yeah. That one's kind of nice to just get done and out of the way just so we don't need to care about it anymore. And apparently there's 2 mods that I'm missing from Cetus, which is kind of cool. I didn't realize it was 2. I thought it was just 1. Though granted, considering it's a gold mod, it's probably like a 1% drop chance or something stupid. Which wouldn't be too surprising per se. There's a gold mod there, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If the name is not in front of me, I will not know the name. Unfortunately, as much as everybody's like, oh yeah, you should remember these names and stuff. No, I can't. It's, I don't do well with names. I don't do well with names. Yeah, the range on this Sobek is nuts. Like, actually insane. Fucking love the range on this Sobek. It's amazing. Yellow. Yellow. We got you here, send you off here. I do wonder if there's gonna be like a... Hold on. Okay, so as long as we keep this up, we should be fine. Hopefully. Yeah, we'll be fine. Honestly, I do appreciate the fact that like everything in this just dies instantaneously. It's great. Like, I don't need help with this. This is like the easiest mission I think I've ever had to do. Just exists here and bap. 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 Nourish isn't even enabled, what the fuck? Alright, cool, whatever I guess. Da -da -da. Da -da 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 -da. Oh wait, I wonder if Sarah and Soba could actually be really good against the Eidolons. Because I feel like that might actually be a thing where I could actually use it against Eidolons as well. Which would be beautiful if I could do that. If I could actually do it consistently against the Eidolons and stuff, it'd be awesome. Absolutely amazing. Okay, where the fuck are we going? This way? This way. Liberate the camp? Alright. Should not be too difficult. So, when we're doing these missions, right? Like in terms of like the actual stuff in Cetus, is there really anything that I should be looking for? Or is it just like a matter of just like, okay, just do these missions over and over and over again? Because the thing about it is that like, I'm primarily just trying to figure out if there's anything that would be worth us like actually grinding in Cetus. Though I don't think there would be anything that would actually be worth it for us to actually do, right? Because the primary amount of things that have actually been grinded out in Cetus has probably been like grinded to a point where there's enough of it in the market that we don't need to worry about like the actual plat costs and stuff. Though we could go do in mining and stuff. That would be relatively useful because mining would actually be kind of nice. Though I don't think mining would be our best situation here for that. Though if we're gonna do mining, it'll be Fortuna. I know that there's strange rotation on open worlds. Yeah, it's the rotation in terms of that is more of just like it's random. So it is actually a fully random rotation and stuff. It's not like a consistent thing at all. So even if we did want to go figure out if we could like have a consistent thing and like predict what was going to come next, we can't because it's all random. No, we can. Fervor is one of the mission rewards right now. This mission has it as one of the rewards. Not commander though. I'm not talking about commanders. I'm not talking about the commanders. No, like the rotations for the actual so the way that the rotations work, Cry, they're not weird. They just give you a chance to get everything that's there once over. Like the actual rotations when it comes to the stuff is you just need to find a mission inside the open worlds that has those mods or the items that you're looking for, and then just go through and finish grinding that out. Because every time we finish a part of the mission, it gives us one rotation chance on getting those. The rotations themselves are the entire pool of items that are there for every single BIP that we do. Outside of that, there is no actual A, B, B, or whatever the hell, the C, and like all that kind of stuff. That doesn't exist here. The only rotations that there actually are the actual mission sets themselves, and that's it. Or whatever the items are within the missions. Outside of that, it always gives you a random chance of having all the items within the mission. So it's not weird or anything. It's very straightforward. It's actually some of the most straightforward shenanigans in the entire game. Like very easily some of the most straightforward stuff in the entire game. Now, if we're talking about the other shit, that gets really weird. No, that's it. That's all it is. But as long as the actual thing that we're looking for is inside the drops for the mission itself, we will get it. As long as we run it. And that's why. That's all it is. It's nothing, it's not complex. It's like going through and like, I don't know, fucking having like a random like Pokeball or something, I don't know. It's the most straightforward loot system in the game. Like genuinely speaking, there's no actual complex rotations. It's just random about which mods and items show up inside the missions. That's it, really. Outside of that, it's really easy. But every stage of these missions gives you a chance of getting those the mod. That's why I'm saying it's easier for us to just go do it here. Yeah, I know. It's rotation C, Cry. I know. I'm well aware, Cry. It's rotation C. Currently, at least. Because it's one of the, hold on, I'll just show it to you. It'll be easier if I just show it to you. Because apparently me speaking is not clearly getting to you. Hold on, I'll just show it to you. It's easier to show it than to explain it. There we go. Okay, mission's done. Here, look at this. So if we go into here, we actually go start the mission again, right? And then we go grab you. Hold up. Grab you. What? It is currently... There you go. It's inside of it right now. See? That's how we get it. The other one that we're missing right now is if we go to the top highest ranked one is this one right here, Twirling Spire. But yeah, there you go. Oh man. It's right there. It's in the rotation. I know how the rotations work in the open worlds, and I also know that this is how we can get the mod. It's just that we have to do the mission over and over and over again. That's it. I think the Vigilante and Augur can also be dropped. Yeah, they can be. It's an 11% chance from getting it from the assassination target. I know. Yeah. We have the thing open right here. See? Right here. But it's a 23% chance if we actually get it through the rotation C. So it's easier for us to actually do it through rotation C than it is for us to actually do it through the assassination target. Actually twice as effective. So we're doing pretty good. Relatively speaking. So it's nothing huge. But yes, we're good. We have a better chance of actually getting it right now than we would have otherwise. Alright, we're just gonna send that off. Go over here. Gonna go set you off here, and then bam. Now we're good. What the fuck? Yo, you're not supposed to be here. There's a thumper here. Yeah, because thumpers have a chance to drop any Cetus mod. Or any, yeah, any Cetus mod, they can drop it. The problem is that thumpers are, like, obscenely annoying to go through and grind, so I just refuse to do it. Got so many Aya from them. I mean, to be fair, we're also getting a pretty good amount of Aya from this as well. Like, we've already got enough to go get another Roomba. So, I mean, I've got no complaints. Because every 7 Aya that you get another Roomba, which is fantastic. It's a beautiful time. It's so good. But yeah, the mission sets inside the open worlds are actually relatively easy to understand. Even easier than like the defense and like disruption ones. And even those rotations aren't even hard to understand either, since they're pretty consistent with how they go. No. 37 seconds left. I'm just gonna exist here for a bit. And I guess we'll just exist. Oh god, we should have gotten an Oberon. Shit, we should have gotten an Oberon. That's unfortunate. My bad. My bad. It would have been great for the defense targets. Yeah, the old system though is a little broken to say the least. Like it's very, very broken. There you go. Where's the chefs? Yes. Man, though there are better IA systems that we can get nowadays. I almost got 140 plus every rotation from towards the end of before the nerf. Oh, holy shit, that's a lot of IA. Like I knew you could get a lot of IA, but I didn't realize it was that much IA. Okay, cool. Whatever, I guess. Just over here existing with thousands of fucking Aya in their inventory. What are you gonna do with that much Aya though? Is it just for the getting the prime parts and then selling the prime parts for plat? Is that why? Because if you're doing it for the relics and stuff, I can see it, but like outside of that, I have no idea what you use it for. Yeah, okay, relics, but like, why would you need that many relics though? Like what would be the necessary reason for it? Is there just like a... Because like at that point, wouldn't you be able to just go through and like completely dismantle the entire, spent like 5k during Nova Mag, I think with the game. Okay. You know what? Honestly, that kind of checks out, to be fair. Going through and spending that much time getting that much Aya and then proceeding to go through and actually do that, yeah, that makes sense. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Are we sure this isn't a sniper? Like, are we sure that the Sobek isn't a sniper? Because at this point it's starting to prove otherwise. Like, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it's starting to prove otherwise. Like, very much otherwise. There we go. Yeah, I should be fine. Alright. She'll let you do your thing. Aha. Yellow? Another one? Oh yeah, it's just that. Honestly, I do appreciate how they actually go into the ground like that. Or like how they come out of the sky. Because it's so cool! Like, it's kind of like their, you know, like in the first Transformers movie when they first go through and land on Earth? Kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Kind of like the first Transformers movie. Though I wonder if that was actually intentional though, that they went through and did that. On purpose. Because yeah, that would make sense if they wanted to go through and do that on purpose. I love my, but the bounty change just killed my motivation for Worf, and now I'm kind of back again. Yeah, but also, Venno, to be fair, it's less of the bounty changes that probably killed it and more of the fact that you grinded it for so fucking long you just burnt yourself out on the game. If I can read Will to Chief. At that point, it's less of the bounty changes, it's more of just how much time you've actually spent playing the game. And like, I say this as somebody who also plays the game a absolute ludicrous amount. Because, well, you know, that's just how thingies go. I really wish there was a way for us to go through and just do our... Why is there no... We need to get this to work. Oh my god, cry. Holy crap, you're making that thing speed. It's like... What the fuck? Oh, did you give your Volt a speed increase? Because if you gave your Volt a speed increase, I could definitely see that working. 3 to 6 minute bounties and you get like a third of the IA. Well, yeah, I know that, but actually grinding out... Okay, so... The thing about grinding out Aya for the relics and stuff actually is not in a very... If you're doing it for the plat, it's not worth it. Like the actual Aya that you get, like the actual like grind for that is actually not worth it for the Aya. Like not even close to it. And I know that sounds weird to say, but it is actually not worth grinding out the Aya that way. Just due to the fact that, like, for example, everybody else is going to be grinding out those missions too, right? And the Aya as well. So then you're going to be competing with everybody else for the same prices, which then means that the prices for those items are just going to collapse near instantly. And so what you probably want to go through and do, is if that's the case, is just ignore the Aya grind and go for other stuffs instead, like random relics and shenanigans. Or just find relics that you want to crack for the shtoofs and then crack those instead. Yellow! Capture the target. Come on, give it to me. Give me the thieves. Alright, we're good. I'm gonna start working my way back. Hey, look at that, another Aya. Set on set for a while for relics. Well, yeah. To be fair, I don't know of a single person other than Matrix or Steve that's running out of relics, or quote unquote running out of relics according to him. Because he actually did mention a while back that he was running out of relics, and he's like, I've only got like 80 relics left, or I'm below 80 relics on all my relics and stuff. It's like, dude, that's not running out. No, don't do assassination, it's fine. The thingy is fine, it's okay, Cry. It's fine. Also, this gives us Aya, which I can then turn into even more stupid shit, so I'm gonna go do this instead. So no, we don't do assassination. Don't worry about the assassination, we're good. Do not stress about it. The rotation is fine. We're doing okay. It's just that, remember, my luck is shit. Just remember, my luck is shit. So it's gonna take us a while to actually get the thingies out of it. Like, as well, my luck is shit. Second objective was to kill no one. Yes, I know. I'm well aware, Tims. I just don't care. I genuinely just do not care about the extra objectives. Since the extra objectives don't really do much for you. I already know that we're going to be running this a lot anyway, so it's like, it's not really something that I need to worry about. Outside of the, Yuge. The Baruch? What? What do you mean by the Baruch? What? The Baruch? Oh, that's kind of cool. Probably not worth running, but yes. I mean, to be fair, it's like pretty minor issues to go through and get everything to work out for us. I'm gonna focus on the ships. I'll just be anti-air at this point. I think this will work better for me if it's just all anti-air. Yeah, I'll just be anti-air. I think we got it. Yeah. That'll be fine. No. I really wish I could make my shell invisible just so I don't have to worry about seeing my shell everywhere. Because that way, because like I constantly use my shell ability and I want to get rid of it. It'd be so nice. Or like have it so it's not visible. Wait, I could just make it completely white and that'd probably work in itself. Come on. Where's the... Oh. Hold on. Wait, is it black? Oh, it's black! No, it's black that you want to do, right? That makes it disappear? Yeah, it's black. I think. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking white because way back in the day when we used to use Vauban, we made a Vauban that actually broke the coloring system in Warframe, or the color renderer, to the point where it actually made it so that all we saw was rainbow. That's pretty cool. You can fully break the color system in the game using Vauban, turning everything into rainbows and stuffs, and turning it into an event horizon and stuff as well. No. My favorite, the sun build. Exactly. The sun. Yeah, there you go.
Insert that data mass into the console. If they destroy the console, we'll never get the vault open.
Oh, that's pretty cool. 4 Aya from a single reward is nuts, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, actually kind of crazy. Question is, where's the rest of these ships? No, we don't... Hold on. That's actually fucking with my ability to actually see shit. That's why I keep moving away from you, Cry. I don't need the damage bonus. That's just fucking with my ability to see shit. That's all it does. It does not help. Alright, there you go. Where's our ships? If anything, the reason why I was mentioning black is because if you have anything that's white, it makes it so that your entire screen like is really, really hard to see anything, and that's why I don't, that's why I keep moving away. Because it is actually hell, and that's why like I don't need the damage bonus because I already killed the ships instantaneously anyways. Damage bonus is unnecessary for this, specifically. For this specifically. Now for Eidolons on the other hand, yeah, that would be useful. But specifically since I'm trying to find things that are like in the sky that are similar in color, it's better not to have any shields like that. Where's our chefs? Where's our chefs? Over here. And then we got you over here. Yeah, unfortunately, Warframe is one of those games where if there's too many particles, you can't see shit. Which is very unfortunate. Stop giving me endo, man! I mean, I could use it, but still, stop it! I don't need more endo. I tend to try and get the second objective. I had teammate leave in the bounty because it failed. Wait, actually? Yeah, see, this is also why I don't do like really public missions either. Is because the way that I do things usually upsets a lot of players because like for me specifically, I don't see the point in going through and getting the second objectives other than like just if I happen to get it, I get it and I'm fine with it. Otherwise, like I don't really aim for it. Primarily because I'm not really looking for any of like the extra stuff. I'm just looking for one very specific thing usually. And that secondary objective or finishing off all the secondary objectives usually does not lead to getting that what I'm looking for. So it's better for me just to go through and do my usual thing of just not caring. Which usually pisses off a lot of people because you could use the extra objective, sure, but I don't need it. So it's like, what? It's also why I don't do public missions usually, or like public, but I do open. I don't know how to explain that in a way that makes sense. I don't get IO from other stages. I'm not sure. Beast and double any rewards. Yeah, no, you can't. Beast cannot go through and double bounty rewards, or at least mission rewards. I don't know about bounty rewards, but I know for a fact that it can't go through and it cannot do any kind of like mission rewards. And I've never seen it double the bounty rewards either. So I've never seen that at least. There we go. I got the supply beacon for at the end bounty without boosters, so it can only happen if double the drop. Pretty sure I got 6 IO. Yeah, boosters don't affect the IO drops though. Like straight up. Boosters do not affect the IO drops in any capacity. Neither does the booster from the thingy. You could have just gotten lucky and gotten a 4 IO roll on it. That's what that is. Because like, look at this. That's what I'm saying is like you can't get the... I wouldn't have 3 IO inside of my thingy if it were for the boosters. I'd have 4, not 3. Okay, find the capture target. Yeah, they do work for void traces at least. Yeah, you're not wrong there. At least they work for that, which is nice. Yeah, maybe it could literally just happen accidentally. And I killed the guy. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. That last one might actually be the hardest one of them all, purely for the fact of muscle memory. Requires me to kill things in front of me. And oh, look at that. It's almost like I said it. I called it. See? I told you. Told you the fucking thingy wasn't needed. Alright, let's get back over this way. And then we've got to go through and grab the last one. No, cry. Hold on. There's one more to go. There's this guy over here. I need to get the twirling spine now. Twirling spire. Wait, it's an 8% chance? Actually? Oh, that's actually not bad at all. What the fuck? Yeah, that's not bad at all. It's an 8% chance. Yeah, we could definitely get that. Hold it. Yeah, we'll just take that. I hate when I get 6 void traces and the drop colored blue. 6 void traces? That's atrocious. Are you sure that you don't actually have the are you sure that you don't actually have like a booster or something? Or like something else there? Because like 6 void traces seems like a ludicrously small amount of void traces. Yeah, we're not gonna do assassination for that cry. I refuse to. We're not touching that. You have 5? Okay, the question now is it possible for us to get 1? Like, is it possible for us to sit down and somehow manage to get a singular void trace from a mission? From Radiant Relics? Wait, actually? Oh, from Red. Okay. Hi, Steve. Hello. Hi, Steve. Guess what? We got another mod. We got another one of the mods that we're looking for. This one right here. We got one more. We're one more mod down to being done every mod in the game. We're so close. We just need to go through and get an 8% drop for this one here, and then we should be good. Hopefully. An 8%. Yes. Also, if there's any bounties and stuff or any arbitrations you want to run today, or cascades, let me know, Steve. I am actually working towards trying to get as many cascades and arbitrations running now, because like we could actually use them. Also, I fucking love the fact that you can get so much Kuva out of arbitrations. It's gonna be like where I put most of my Vitus Essence now. Like what I'll do is I'm gonna buy like, whenever I go to the shop, I'll buy like 2 mods for the plat, so I'll have like 30 plat made of it, and the rest will just go straight to Kuva. It's gonna be so good. It'll be fantastic. Infinite Kuva. But yeah, it'll be our main Kuva grind, honestly. Probably our main Kuva grind at least. Is that a fucking commander? Yo, is that the... That was the commander. Alright, cool. Whatever, I guess. Alright, cool. I was gonna jump into Olympus relic. Wait, there's an Olympus relic mission? Fuck this, we're out of here. No, 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 I don't give a fuck. We're getting out of here. Shit, there's an Olympus relic. No, that right there takes priority. I don't give a fuck. We're gonna go do that. Hold up. Nope, no, we're gonna go do that. Hold up, give me a second. Nope. No, no, no. Hold up, I gotta get out of here. Hold on. Some of the regime had been like Hewwo with Vitus. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's awesome. Fucking love it. Did you do? Yeah, I already did the alert. I've already done the alert. Don't worry about that. That is already done and out of the way. Where the fuck is the... Is it Steel Pass? Oh, it is Steel Pass. Oh, shit. Oh, yo, it's Steel Pass. It's Steel Pass. All right, let's go do a Steel Pass mission. We're gonna get some crap ton of shit out of this. All right, Steve, you want to run it? Or you want to run it today really quick? Because that would be honestly amazing if we can run it today. Just gonna go wash my... Wash your plat real quick. Oh, your plate. Sorry, that took me a second to realize what you're talking about there. Oh, there's even a disruption here too. Shit, man. Oh, that's so cool. There's a disruption here, but we want to do this one instead. That one's a lot more important. Holy shit. By the way, for those who don't know, Olympus is the best place to go grind relics, just purely for the fact of you get a relic every time. Every single rotation that you do inside of it gives you a relic. So as long as you put a relic in, you get a relic out. Every single rotation is that way. It's fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. That's not too surprising. Considering our shenanigans, it's not surprising at all. Hold on. Where's the shops? Come on, where'd you go? Oh, by the way, I burnt through like a crap ton of my credits the other day, or like yesterday, because I went through and actually started upgrading my all of my extra steppers that I had, and I got rid of all the ones that were down here. I need to go through max out these 3 still, and then I'll be done all of my galvanized mods, and then I need to do all of my archon mods too. But I'm getting closer. I'm slowly but surely getting further and further to maxing out every mod in the game. It's just gonna take a bit of time. Just a bit of time, you know, just a little bit. If you want to do Profit Taker at some point, I definitely will, because we are going to need to run Profit Taker. I just need to get a credit booster at some point if I can get it. Actually, no, I have a credit booster right now that goes for 16 hours. What the fuck am I talking about? That's right, because I got my daily credit booster. Forgot about that. Yeah, so if you want to run it later, let me know. I'll sit down and run it with you. I really don't mind. I still got to go through and rebuild that build that you gave me. But I plan on what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through and Omniforma the entire Warframe first. And then I'll build out your build that you gave me. Just so I can go do that here. Do we want to stack boosters? No, not for... for the credit farm, yes. But for what we're doing right now, it's not worth stacking the credits and stuff, or the boosters and stuff for it. Just because it takes, like... It's not really worth the effort into it. Just due to, well, you know... It's there. Okay, Vigilante Fervor. Done. Okay, we have all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this. Okay, repeating shot. Cambion drift bounties. Okay, don't need to care about that. Rest of you. Master's Edge. This is going to be also Cambuyer. God damn it, man. Alright, so that's Cambuyer. Jugulus, also Cambion drift. I believe the rest of the silver mods that we need are all Cambion drift bounties. Every single one of them. I'm like 90% sure that's the case. Yeah, every single one of the silver ones that we need now are all Cambion drift bounties. That's bullshit. Wait, how much does shrapnel shot cost actually? Hold on. Shrapnel shot, how much do you cost? 8 plat? You know what, fuck it, we'll just go buy it. Yeah, we'll just go buy the rest of these bronze mods so we can officially be done with these. And bye-bye. If I can skip through a bunch of these, I'm 100% going to. Because holy crap, that'd be so nice to be done with it all. Twirling Spire, I believe, is gonna be one to buy, one to sell. It's only 5? Really? Oh shit, these are gonna be like really easy for us to get actually. Holy shit. I knew some of these were gonna be like easy, but I didn't think it would be gonna be this easy to get. Alright, cool. I guess it'll be faster for me to do some plat grinding then for it. The ones from Alchemy? Alchemy is actually not bad to do. Like, if you're looking to do Alchemy and stuff, it's not bad. What? You actually have these? Because if you have these, I'll buy them off of you, but like... If you have these, I'll buy them off of you, but like, yeah. That's one of those ones where I need the other stuffs. I mean, it works. It's easier this way because then we can guarantee that, yeah, if you got it, then yeah. Yeah. Because I honestly don't mind buying stuff off of you guys instead, since it's easier for me to just negotiate and talk to you guys about the actual mods and stuff. Oh, I got hit with a, Yan Doom. Okay, poor connection quality. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Send us through. I believe this is related to your Mundum, Trolling Spire 5 flat. Send us through a poor internet connection land. That's fine. It is okay. Leave. No, I don't have the stance. I already bought the stance, but do you have the shrapnel shot? Because if you do, if you have the shrapnel shot, then I can grab that off of you. Because I want to get the, You do? Okay, cool. Yeah. Hold on. Where did you go, Cry? There you go. Mowing and it started dumping rain on me, and the closest, cover was if you... What? Ah! See, that's when you just continue mowing, homie. That's the best time to do mowing. I fucking love the rain, man. Like, what's little water gonna do to you? What, you're gonna get wet? Ah. It's fine. I fucking love the water. It's a great time. You're on? Alright, cool. Let me just finish this trade real quick and I'll join you. Actually, I could literally just send you the invite through this. Hold on. That you don't exist through Steve. Your name in Warframe is the complete opposite. It doesn't exist! How much does shrapnel shot go for? Shrapnel shot goes for 8 plat. Alright, cool. Alright. A fine addition to my collection. Yes. Alright, so what was the last one? Okay, I have one more mod that I need. I have a singular mod that I need. Hold on, where's my equipment? Mods. I know that there's one more mod that I need that's a bronze mod. And those are going to be the ones that I need to grab. Okay, so we have focus defense, body count. Okay, we need focus defense and body count. Those are the two last ones that we need. Ah, but they're both champion drift. Yeah, I need body count and focus defense. But let's go do the other thingy first. Because we want to make sure that we have matrix for the struffs. Disruption on this. Yeah, that's fine. Matrix! Accept! I swear to God. Oh, you have focused? Hey, nice. Nice. You have a spare of both? Oh, Jesus Christ. What do you mean you have a spare of both? Holy shit. Because, like, I'm trying to go through and actually grab, I'm trying to go through and collect every single mod in the game, and we're getting close. Like, we're relatively speaking, we're not that far off anymore. Like, I thought it was going to take us a while to actually do, but, like, guys, look at this. Hold on. Like, we've gotten almost all the bronze mods done. We're almost done all the silvers, by the way. Conclave we haven't done yet, but we'll do Conclave a later date. Like, on a later date. And I'm gonna have to buy these two off of somebody, because I'm just gonna go through and buy those two off of somebody just to mark those off and get those done and out of the way. And then that's gonna mark all of the extra stuff here, just out of all of these mods that we can get. I need to go through and grab, you wanna join? Maru? Okay. Maru! Send you through. Oh, there you go. And then we got this here, focus defense. I don't even know how much focus defense costs. Hold on, let me look this up. Focus defense. How much do you cost? 8? Alright, cool. Somebody, the other person is selling it. Wait, hold up, where are you? Trade. No. Which one of the antique mods am I missing? Which antique mods are you talking about? Oh, I'm out of plat. Oh, never mind. I'm out of plat. Okay, yeah, I'm just out of plat. Turns out... Oh, that's right! I forgot about why I'm out of plat. No. The reason I'm out of plat is because I went through and actually bought a monthly booster earlier, and that's why I'm out of plat completely. That's why I gotta go through and actually finish this all here. Alright, let's be done. Let's go get ready for this mission, then we should be done. Maru, are you ready? Or do you need me to restart the mission just so you can set yourself up for it? Because I cannot remember what you need, or how you're doing here. Also, I will be taking all the forma I can through here, just as a heads up. Because the amount of forma that we can get out of this is gonna be beautiful! Antique mods am I missing? Oh, I'm gonna be running the Steelpath version of it anyway, so if I can't get it through running the Steelpath version like crazy, I'm gonna have to just like, I don't know, buy it off of somebody. It's just 2 of the red ones. I can't remember what the names are though for it. No. I have all the other mods, but I'm gonna be running the Steelpath version of the Rebellion because I need to go through and get all of the parts so I can get all the different new focus goals for all the different thingies. Because as it stands right now, I need to go through and actually finish collecting all of the weapons for the focus goals and stuff. The problem is that collecting all the weapons for the focus goals is going to be hell. One of our reservists, this tile sucks. Oh, you want to restart? Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. We can restart. There's one tile set that I'm looking for specifically that would be fantastic. But I don't know if we're going to be able to get that one specifically because it would be nice to have it. But I don't know how sucky it's going to be. Okay, yeah, we're just going to have a craft hand so I can go crack. There you go. Because they're... What? That's fine, Tim's. That's okay. I mean, to be fair, it's the same for me, by the way. It's like 28 degrees, 29 degrees in my apartment. It's actually colder outside than it is in my apartment right now. Which is a funny thing to deal with, but yeah, it's actually colder inside my apartment, or colder outside than it is outside my apartment. Where's the chef's tile? A decent tile makes a huge difference. Is this the same thing? Did we just get the exact same tile set? Did we just get the exact same tile? I swear to God, if we just got the exact same tile set. Please tell me we didn't get that. No, we got a different tile. Oh, it's a good one! This is one of the good ones. I think. No? What do you mean no? Alright, no, you're saying no, but then this is not the same tile set. Okay, cool. We're good. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Tile set makes a huge difference. This is considered a pretty good tile set though, right? Just making sure because this is usually the one that I look for. It's one of 2 tile sets that I usually look for. Usually at least. For the most part. Yeah, let's keep moving. Yes. Murder. Not bad, not good. Oh, it's just like in between. Okay. Alright, fine. Whatever, I guess. I guess it's just one of those things where it's just like, eh. Let's do the first 3 and then we can work towards getting the others after this. Oh, that's what you mean by it's like spread out and stuff. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, spread out tile sets aren't necessarily a bad thing though. Because sometimes it can mean that you can get even more, well, stuffers. Works out pretty well, which is nice. Meow. Am I fucking up something? I feel like I'm fucking something up here. Am I using the wrong RST rooms? Good, second one's bad. RST room? What? What's an RST room? I don't know what these mean. What these words mean. I'm sorry. I don't know what an RST is. Oh, first room's good. Okay, I see. Never mind. My bad. My bad. I need the white one, so we're gonna go down here. There we go. Yeah, this build's not doing great with this. I need to switch out the elements on my Sobek for this if I want to have this work properly. Keep buying bundles. What do you do from forma? Buy bundles. Unironically, Nomad farming out forma is just buying bundles. After a certain point, once you need enough forma, it's just buying bundles. That's all you do. For the Omniforma specifically, we run arbitrations, and that's how we have so much Omniforma and stuff. But I also buy Omniforma bundles as well. So it's basically a combination between both, where I just go through and buy everything. And then I also farm it through doing relics as well. So it's something where like if I'm not actually using my forma, like my regular forma, well anymore I don't use it, so that's why I have like 100 and something of it. But yeah, I go through and actually set it into all Omniforma now because it's easier that way for me. 3 formal bundles at a time. Yeah, no, that actually works perfectly. That's usually like welcome to the end game. As not a joke, by the way. That is unironically the ungame version of formal bundles or formal grinding. Is just buying it with plat instead. Unfortunately, there's no actual easier way to go through and get forma, unless specifically speaking, we're doing one very specific mission. How long till you get an omniform arbitration? What? It's a 1% drop. We usually get about 2 per. Ooh, look at that! I'll take that. 130 for a single. Like, okay, we're gonna be doing that, I guess. But yeah, it's usually a 1% drop chance for it. So what we'll do is we'll go through and grab the 1% off of it. And usually we get about 1 to 2 per mission that we do. Usually about 1 to 2 per mission, like arbitration that we do usually. Which is why it's by the way, it's not a fully built Omniforma. You still have to build the Omniforma. It's just the blueprint. So a lot of the times when people see that, they're like, ah, crap, it's not worth it because it costs 4 forma to go do. But if you think about it, it means that you won't have to replace the forma or like re-level the frame afterwards. So it's actually, or the weapon that you're doing. So it actually does come out to being actually pretty good. But that's also why I personally run Omniforma. But a lot of people tend to fight me on it because they're like, oh, but then you can't use Umbral stuff. And it's like, but Umbral shit is like actual shit. Lua missions for the special. You could also do Lua missions for the special chests, but those are not a guarantee, nor are they fast enough to be warranted actually being a thing that you'd want to actually do consistently. Like, I know that they're a thing that you can do, but it's not really worth it as a grind because the only thing you get out of it is forma. Now, if you want to go through and actually get a decent grind out of it that isn't just forma, and like have other things, just crack relics and craft the forma separately, because that'll be your best bet, unironically. Oh no, the actual I was talking about the full set going for 100 and something. I'm talking about the full set Nomad, not the part. A Leica frame, when you go through and take a look at like actually going through and using a Leica frame for cracking relics and stuff, will tell you the individual part price, as well as the the actual full set price as well. But yes, that's where it goes. Also, if you're looking to actually sell it for get like actually decent platforms going, that's not a worthy platform. As much as I wish it is, it's not worthy. It's actually behind. Like, it's actually a bit of a slower one. You'd have a better chance of actually going through and doing this one's really weird. Grabbing and building your necromex, and that would be actually a decent platform because they all sell for about 80 plat. Is how much you get for necromex. So as long as you go through and actually farm out necromex and stuff, you can get a decent amount of plat out of it. The problem is actually getting the mineable resources for them, and that's where things become a bit of a problem for necromex specifically. Specifically Namelon will be the hardest one for you to get out of all of it, and so I've been actually trying to chase getting a crap ton of Namelon, but I just can't do it because it's been a slow process. For me at least, it's been slow. There we go. Which is unfortunate, but welcome to life. But yeah, cracking relics is going to be your fastest plat grind, and then you can just go through and buy it through cracking relics or getting the plat out of relics and stuff, which is fantastic. Yes, the lowest current set. That's why they are 80 flat. Yep, exactly. I know, that's exactly why they're 80 flat. But yeah, Leica prices are the exact same thing as on the Warframe market, by the way. There's no difference. Because the Leica frame is just integrated into Warframe market to use the same prices. There's no difference between the two. It's just that sometimes it shows the wrong prices, which is fine. But no, they use the Warframe market as their base. Oh, look at that guy. I'll take that. I'll take that guy. Ooh, but then the Acuris. That goes for more plat though. You know what, we'll take this. Actually... Oh, I can't even select it because I don't even have a... Yeah, because I didn't even get it. Okay, fine. Whatever, I guess. Bullshit. That's what that is. But yeah. Yeah, I was 9 reactant, by the way. That's how much reactant I had. I was 9. God damn it. It's bullshit. That's what that is. I had 9 reactant total out of all of that shit. Fine, I guess. Whatever, game. You're just gonna come over here and just cause problems. I see how it is. I'm gonna make sure that I can actually get the proper amount of reactant this time. I'm going to ignore the keys and let you guys do the keys, because since you guys seem to be faster than me anyways. Just gonna focus on this. Speaking of keys, I'm gonna go kill this guy. Come here. Yep. Dude just got fucking eviscerated. Beautiful. Just usual Sobek things. Just usual Sobek. God, I love Sobek. It's so good! There you go. I feel like my AoE on this is actually staggeringly slow. I'm gonna have to switch back to the other one that I have and see if that's gonna work a little bit better. Which is unfortunate, but whatever. It'll be fine. Okay. To be fair, 45 plat is still pretty good though. Like, that's not a bad amount of plat. Like, 100% I will take 45 plat for a set, regardless of what's going on. Also, if you want to, you can just go over here. And then Steinax. Steinax at 39 plat, and then, okay, yeah, I see over here being like 100. Yeah, okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that's actually not bad for a set though. Still not too bad. So I wonder why it's showing the other one then, or like 150, because it is actually kind of strange. It shouldn't have been showing that. Yes, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Okay, do not grab that last key, guys. Please, for the love of God, do not grab that last key. None of us have enough for it. None of us have enough for it. First time I noticed that problem. Yeah, no, it's kind of interesting. Either way, it's fine. It's not the end of the universe. To be fair, one of these times I'm gonna go through and just like grab like, because like when you go through and take a look at when you go through and take a look at the actual drop rates of or like the actual prices for a lot of those sets, most of it is in the gold part. So if you just get the gold part, you're good enough to go through and sell that gold part separately, and you can get a ton of plat out of it too. Because generally speaking, selling the prime parts individually usually comes out to being a lot more plat than actually selling it as a prime set. So that's if you can sell it as individually though. But I don't know. It's one of those ones where I've started to actually sell all of my prime stuff individually instead of being as like full sets. Okay, I'm at 10. We're all at 10. Okay, we're all good. Everybody's good here. Alright. Bap. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. And then we're good. Perfect. We got ourselves a Meso. Oh, you also get Meso. I thought it was only Lith. No, if we're getting Meso too, that's perfect actually. Absolutely amazing. Oh, look at that. Another curious part. I'll take that. Any day of the week. Vespertea, Bratton, Aphentis. Yeah, I'll take that. Any day of the week. Don't worry about it, Maru. Don't call it out and don't talk about it. Because the second you say anything is the second it stops happening. It's just one of those ones where you're just like, shh. If it happens, just shh. Also, this is one of those ones where if you run missions with Steve, I don't know why, but Steve has this thing where his account just kind of like summons constant gold drops. And that's why whenever I do cascades and stuff with Steve, we end up like walking out with like, I don't know, 30 golds or something crazy. Because like, for some reason he has like the most insane luck in the game. Just sitting there. It's nuts. Like actually nuts. I still don't get how he does it. But yes, welcome to bullshit, I guess. Look at that. Free arcanes that we can send into the blender. Yes. To the blender. Beautiful. Even more stuffs that we don't need to have access to. My god. Yeah, there we go. We're almost done this one, and then we should be able to go grab the keys and stuff for this. Cool. Where's the key? There's a key down over... There's one over there, but we also want to go grab the key that's right here, I believe. Yes, this key right here. Because it'll take us to the white one, which is going to be over there. Alright, cool. Not too bad. By the way, is there any, like, stuttering issues with stream, by the way? Because, like, last night when I was streaming on the Patreon, we noticed that, like, there's some really bad stuttering issues. And I just want to make sure that if that's the case, it's not actually happening here as well. Because I've been told that there has been a couple issues that way, in terms of that stuff. Though I'm like half tempted to think that it's just because my internet connection is horrendous. Because I've actually fully fixed the issue with my encoder errors and stuff, because I just offloaded a lot of the encoding stuff onto a second GPU. So we should be good there, but yeah. Because if you guys don't know this and you guys are running OBS, if you have one NVIDIA and one AMD card, you can actually offload your recording stuff off onto the AMD card and then just have it run off of that and then have all your streaming stuff run off of the NVIDIA card and well, bam, you're set. It works really well. Only on mobile? Huh? What does that mean, Asri? Is it like, it's not starting on PC, but then the second you switch to mobile, it actually stutters? What the fuck? Maybe that's just Twitch at that point. Actually, that might just be Twitch, if I'm gonna be royalty chief. Like, that is, like, very confusing. I've never heard of this being a problem before. But yeah, that's, special, to say the least. Look at that. Well, there, yeah. Nice. That's gonna be something I could actually burn. I don't want to do that, though. I want to go get the Churnma. The Churnma! Damn. I see. Oh, you're doing it for the ducats. Oh my god, that's right, because ducat farming! Okay, if there's nothing that we want to actually grab, and I'm not sure what I want to grab, we're just gonna go for the ducats. That's what we'll do. Is that we'll just go for ducats if it's not for forma or something that's like really expensive. Alright, cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. But yeah, I plan on eventually going through and just adding a second or another AMD GPU because I'm using the iGPU inside of the CPU right now for it. But if I can, I'm probably going to get another AMD GPU and just like throw it into the PC and be like, alright, cool. I'll split all of my recording stuff to be on AMD and then all of my streaming stuff onto NVIDIA and then we'll be set. And that way I can set it between those. Or what I could also do is I could just get another AMD or another thingy, build another PC and then just have all my recording stuff be on a separate PC entirely using NDI and stuff. Which honestly might be a somewhat decent decision on that part actually, if we want to do it like properly. Because that way we can have like 8 recordings going at once, especially if we're going to be doing like podcasts in the future and stuff. Or if we ever like want to do collabs and things and have multiple people, we could probably just have the recordings be separate, which would be kind of cool. Hey Rick! Hello! Hello! Meow. I don't know, just thinking of ways that I can improve the setup to make it so it actually is a little bit less chaotic to say the least, if that makes any sense. But yeah, having something that would be a dedicated recorder would actually be kind of nice. Because you're doing exactly what I need to be doing, but work. No, go focus on work! Also, the party's full, so it's fine. Pasta? Yeah, pasta's good, man. Pasta is some delicious shenanigans. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, we're gonna have to switch back to the Zato's Whisper, or the Zato's Whisper build that we have. Because apparently the Zato's Whisper build is considerably better than what we were doing before, at least for what we're doing here. Which is funny, but yeah. A little backwards, but shouldn't be. Slicing feathers, interesting. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. But yeah, it's gonna be one of those things that we'll slowly but surely I think about actually like doing. I might actually, unironically, what I might end up doing, which would be really fucking funny, but also very stupid, but would be also the funniest fucking thing ever, is if I get like a 10 gig, so hear me out real quick. If we get a 10 gig switch, and I make a tower where the entire internal systems of the tower are all connected to each other, and then have that be just our entire like thing, so that we have all of our so that we have all of the different stuff that's like doing all of our streaming stuff and all our PCs connected directly through that tower and doing 10 gig for it, right? And then what we can do is then to make it even funnier is we could go through and have it so that like the streams themselves are actually being run like on like a separate PC. We have all of our recordings running on a separate PC. We have the games running on a separate PC. And then we have our model running on a separate PC as well. Which would be the funniest fucking setup ever. Would it be overkill? Probably. Would it be the most complex and like insane overkill PC thing that we could possibly do? Yes. But also I want to see if it's possible. Because the main reason why is because it's actually funny enough not overkill. Not for one very specific reason. And the reason why is because the way that I want to do content in the future would actually require having an individual PC just for the 3D model. Because I'm going to have to go through, what I'm planning on doing is having the, yeah, it would work actually. It's literally just an extended version of what I'm using right now. So the way that my current setup works for streaming and stuff is just that, but it doesn't have the other 2 PCs built into it. It just has the 2. And this way what I could do is that if I ever want to do like a live 2D stream, I just do it with live 2D. And then if we want to do like a 3D stream where we have like everybody like do like a crazy thing with 3D stuff and whatnot, then what we can do is we can go through and do the 3D stream and we just boot up that that one PC that has all the 3D stuff going on it and well, bam, we're set. I can even code it so that when it boots up and everything, it'll just auto start everything for you, or for me as well. So it has like the easiest startup sequence ever, which would be awesome. The problem is that's going to cost a lot of money. And that's where the main issue lies for me, at least. For that, at least. Crap. But it's fine. It's okay. Actually, that's pretty much the only thing stopping me from doing that, is that it would cost me a lot of money to do. As counterintuitive as— oh no, actually no, we could actually do it. Hold up. No, we could actually do it. Okay, so no, we could actually do it right now. The only real difference, the only thing that I don't have that I'd be needing for it specifically, is that I need a 10 gig NIC. And I need a 10 gig NIC for all of them. And then I'd need to go through and— oh crap, that would be— no, it wouldn't be worth doing right now. A lot of time fixing all the unforeseen issues. No, actually, believe it or not, it's actually not as bad as you might think it is. The main reason why you want to have it split up, though, is specifically to not have those unforeseen issues. So if you're running NDI, and you go through and take care of the actual NDI, I know that most of you guys might not know what NDI is. It's a network display input, which makes it so that as long as you have an NDI output on OBS, on any PC on the network or anywhere on the network, anything else that also has NDI can pick it up and also just receive it and then show it. Meaning that what we can have is we can have it all just work really easily and very well. And so what we can do is we can have like a really, really simple system going on, and like a really simple setup build where we have like a PC go through and have all of our recording capture cards going through it. And then what we can have on top of that is have like a thingy that's dedicated to all of our capture cards and stuff. And then have all those go and then capture everything and then output it all into being able to see it like what you guys see right now, because that's what it is. It's using a capture card. And then we can have those capture cards go from an NDI directly into the other OBS setup that would go through and be the streaming PC, which you guys also are seeing here, which has my live 2D model and stuff onto it. And then that way we can have all of our capture cards be completely separate and would reduce the overhead on that. And you don't even need to have a complex system for that either. Like you don't need to have like a super intense PC for it. You can just like have it be like a super small thing that just only runs for the capture cards and stuff, which would be kind of useful. Unironically. As weird as that sounds, it would actually be kind of useful. Just for the sake of being able to go through and have multiple actual IRL cameras, or even physical, like because the way that I'm planning on setting up some of this stuff in the future is that I want to go through and set up something called an OptiTrack, which is a 3D thingy for like tracking your like mocap stuff. And what it does is that since OptiTrack— oh look at that, another gold. So what it does specifically is that it goes through and tracks your movements using IR cameras. But those IR cameras need to be directly connected to a system, and then having a direct system that is dedicated to that system and only that system would be huge. And then what you do is you have that system output its inputs into something else that lets you go through that here. Yeah, it's an expensive thing. It's a very expensive thing, but also it's really cool tech, like really fucking cool tech. It's one of those things where like if you want to go through and mess around with it, it is actually really, really cool to mess around with. The only real downside to it though is that it takes a while and a little bit of technical knowledge to know how to do it. But outside of that, it's crisp. It's nice and crisp. No issues whatsoever. It's absolutely amazing. And that way I can do everything I want to do without actually needing to use IRL cameras. Then we can have all the cameras be digital instead of being physical, which makes things even cooler because then we can actually do some crazy shit with that if it's all digital rather than physical. Granted, that also comes into the issue of other problems, which I'm not getting into right now because that's a thought process that could actually get out of hand very quickly. But yeah, so it's gonna be a thing. Though ultimately speaking, the actual cameras themselves, like the actual like PC that you'd need for the cameras, wouldn't actually be that difficult. I could actually go through and have one of them set up actually right now on the side. So like what we could do actually, if I wanted to right now, is what I could go do is I could go take one of the other ones I have over there and then turn that into the third thingy that we have so we can split it up even further and have everything else work separately, which honestly I might actually do. And I know that sounds weird to say, but I might actually do it. Only for the fact of that way we can actually have things be a little bit more chillaxed, I guess. Stuff Mad here has the IR camera set up for— what? I don't know who that is. Nomad. I genuinely don't know who that is, but it is actually the mocap setup that I'm talking about is actually very common within the VTuber community. Like the at least in terms of like the higher stuff. So like if you guys have ever seen crap, what's her name? Shit. Fuck. I can't remember her name. Okay, that's on me. Sorry. I know very, like, I don't know the names of people, I just know how their setups work, because that's a lot more, like, to me that's more interesting than the actual content they do. I want to say Shy Lily, but that's not the name. Shy Lily is somebody else who doesn't do 3D stuff. She's entirely 2D. Yeah, I can't remember the name, her name, sorry. That's on me. I cannot remember her name. But yeah, the only reason why I know, no, it's not Iramos. Okay, a Furious, I know for a fact that is not the price for that part, or for that setup. A Furious, why the fuck are you being weird? Why are you causing problems today, A Furious? No, you're not gonna be doing this, not today. There you go. Just gonna go crack that again. I can't remember her name. Shit. That's on me. Yeah, no, it's entirely on me, sorry guys. But yeah, it would be one of those ones where we can go through and actually set that up. Also, 10 gig switches actually cost like maybe like 50 bucks. They're actually not too bad. The 10 gig NICs can sometimes cost more than 35 bucks, but 35 bucks for like a 10 gig NIC is actually not bad. Or a NIC is, for those who don't know, is a network card for that you just put into the PCI slot and stuff. Unless stuff moving basketball hoop like catches the ball. What? Builds needlessly over-engineered stuff. What? Nah. Oh. Wait, that guy? Wait, hold up. Do I know him? That's like as in like have I watched his content before? Hey, Carter, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you. Oh, no, I've seen this guy. Yeah, I've seen this guy's content before. Yeah, I know this guy. Yeah, I know him. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about a VTuber or something. I was like, what? I don't know any VTuber about the name of stuff made here. No, I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah. I've seen the shit that he's made that's a little interesting, to say the least. Same thing with Backyard Scientists. They're also a little insane, to say the least. I'm pretty sure he uses IR cam set for his tracking. Yeah, but the stuff that he uses isn't actually what OptiTrack is. It would be something similar, but not quite the same, as what I'm trying to get at here. Yeah, because the OptiTrack setup, by the way, like a starting build for the OptiTrack setup is like 10k. It's not a cheap setup. It's one of those things where if you do it, you do it because you know you can do it. But outside of that, it's not a cheap setup at all. Not even close to cheap, unfortunately. But yeah, that's one of those ones where it's it definitely comes down to just being a certain price. What do you mean, what's up? Oh, did none of us actually get that? Holy fuck. Ah, crap. That's how it goes. But yeah, I plan on documenting all the bullshit that I get up to. So you guys can actually like see it in terms of like actual like content and stuff. Because like the stuff that I'll be getting up to in terms of that kind of setup and whatnot is actually not as complex as you might think it is. Like as much as like some people might go through and like say like, oh, it's like super insanely difficult to like do and yada yada. No, it's not. The only real downside about setting this kind of stuff up is it's time consuming, and that's really it. Outside of that, it's pretty minor. And like it doesn't actually matter too much. It's just time consuming. Also, the amount of errors that you're mentioning before actually isn't as bad as you might think it is. Mainly due to the fact that the errors themselves are pretty minor, relatively speaking, in terms of like the issues. Now, the one thing that I'm gonna have to figure out how to do is how to control all of my OBS setups all at once. And that's gonna be something that'll be a bit of an interesting one to figure out. Because like, for example, we'll have multiple different OBS setups, one of them doing the recordings and then one of them doing all of the streaming. And then what I'm gonna have to go through and do is figure out how I'm gonna get the get them both to start at the exact same time. That, or what I could do is I could go and get the recordings going and working on the side, and then get all of the and then I just like basically during the startup sequence of like streams and stuff, like when we're watching like the starting soon thing, I'll just go through and do like the startup sequence for everything, which honestly would make it kind of like I'm inside of a fighter cockpit again, which is kind of funny, but also not that weird if you think about it. Relatively speaking. I know that's strange to say, but it's not as weird as you think it might be. And then there's also plugins that you can do for remote OBS access and stuff, so you can actually have all your stuff work relatively easily as well. Does something like that. Yeah, I know. Because there's a guy that I watch that goes through and does like OBS plugin reviews and stuff, and he focuses primarily on like actually talking about how they work and like which ones are best for certain things and like how to do different things with them. And he was mentioning that the way that he has this set up is so that he has his mods go through and actually control his stream sometimes through a remote access that allows them to access his OBS setup from like across the planet, which is really cool. Which is really cool, but also like, what the fuck? What do you, huh? But welcome to bullshit. Where that's actually something that he does, which is pretty cool. The only real downside to that is that I'm gonna have to figure out, oh my god, the amount of recording things that we could do for that though. Like where we have like, I don't know, like 15 separate recordings. Oh my god, you might actually love this, Rick. If I set that up, we could have individual recordings for all of the different chats. So like all the different platform chats. So we could have one for like YouTube, one for Twitch. Then we could have one recording for like all of the other stuff going on and all the browser sources and everything else like that. We could actually break it down so that every single part of stream could be its own like entire recording area outside of like the obvious thing of like being like, okay, the overall recording and stuff. And that way, when editing and stuff, we can literally just go through and like remove certain things from the screen or just add them in and like emphasize certain things and have like a super easy time recording it or like editing it due to just like having it all be like broken apart into its own recordings and stuff. Now, would that be overkill? Probably. For editing though? No. Does he actually use OptiTrack? Holy shit, man, that guy's like spending some crazy money on that then. Because if he's actually using OptiTrack, that shit is expensive as hell. Like we're talking like really expensive. Hey guys, no, crap, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get the thingy. I don't think any of us actually got it. What the fuck? No, you guys did get it. Okay, I see. 22 cameras? Does he actually have two? What does he even do with that? Like, what's the purpose of actually doing that then? Like, what's the reasoning? That seems overkill. Like, way overkill. Wait, does advanced scene switcher actually work across the network? Really? There's no way. Because I have advanced scene switcher here, actually. I have it enabled. Oh, it's automatic scene switcher. No, I don't have, no, that's different. Yeah, I don't have advanced, that's crazy. Is that actually something that works across the network? Because if that does actually work across the entire network, that's gonna be nuts. Like, really cool. Though advanced scene switcher would just be for doing scenes, not just like starting and stopping recordings, right? So I'd need to go through and figure out some, the rest of that, if I could at least. Maybe. Potentially. Yes. Mayhaps. It can? Really? Wait. What do you mean it's gonna let me... Wait, does it actually let me just go through and connect... Wait, there's no way it lets me connect everything, right? Said it was start recording. I have said when stream start recording. Wait, actually? Really? Hold on. I'm gonna have to go look into this after we finish this mission because if that's the case, I know what I'm doing for the rest of the day after this. Actually, no. No. Let's not do that. No, I'm not going to mess with the critical infrastructure again, but I will install that and set it up so we have it ready. For those who don't know, OBS being open source makes it so that there's a crap ton of people that actually go through and edit and add plugins to it and make plugins for it, which allows us to have like really reliable sources for a lot of things that OBS doesn't do natively. For example, that. Being able to control multiple different OBSs across multiple different devices without having to worry about any issues and stuff. And then what you do is you just have it set so that it auto starts OBS on startup, and wha-bam, you just have to press the power button. And then you're done. It's great. It's fantastic. Granted, I know that's oversimplified, but yes. Welcome to OBS. OptiTrack, especially Prime 15 and Prime 22 cameras, accuracy depends on setup, but it's some millimeter and you can get really accurate. Well, yeah, that's exactly why I want to get OptiTrack, is because of just how accurate it is. Because if I can get OptiTrack, I'd be able to go through and actually have our 3D model streams be like insane. Like actually crazy. The problem is that the reason why I haven't been doing the 3D model streams and why I've been using Live 2D is primarily because the maintenance that I have to do on stream to make sure that it works properly is just not worth the effort. Unfortunately, there's too much metal around me, and what that does is it makes it so I have to go through and reset the IMUs of my slime trackers to be like a thing where I have to reset it every 5 minutes per se. And like having to reset that every 5 minutes is like I don't know about you, but that's like not ideal. Like that is less than ideal. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, welcome to life when we take a look at this stuff. Which is so sad because it's like, it would be so awesome if we could actually have other stuff to work, but no! We must suffer with the shenanigans here. But yeah, my goal eventually is to get an OptiTrack set up so we can have like a full like 3D model streams and everything like that. If I could, and I could actually get like a team to do this would actually require having like 2 or 3 people to help me do the maintenance for it. If I could, what I'd want to do is set up a program that's kind of like VR chat. So instead of having it so that like I'm here, like just you guys are watching me on Twitch like you guys are now, what we would do is have it so that I'm actually inside of a 3D environment that you guys could actually go through and hang out inside of VR and watch it from there. And then that way it's like you can actually see me inside the 3D environment that I'm actually walking around in, rather than having to worry about the whole thing of like, okay, cool, it's just a flat 2D screen. Nah. How about we introduce the 3D screen too? Which would actually be pretty cool. Because that way I could actually do like proper interactive shenanigans, and then it becomes more of like a thing of like where we can actually interact. I can interact physically with you guys rather than having to just do like, well, existing here like this, you know? Which would be pretty cool. But I'd want to have at least like 1 or 2 people to help me make that first before I'd be willing to actually put that into production, because, well, let's be honest here, that would be insane. Carpal tunnel? Maru! You should be wearing a thingy for your wrist then. Okay, can you send me the link to that, Rick? Can you send me the link to the plugin really quick? I'm gonna go install that after stream. That looks so fucking cool. Oh my god, thank you, Rick. I do appreciate it. That is fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Oh, by the way, Rick, did you manage to keep your streak? Did you manage to keep your watch streak? Because I just want to make sure that you did actually manage to keep it, because I did do a stream later on last night. Or yesterday, and I might have accidentally broken your streak. So I just want to make sure that you did actually keep it. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Also, guys, I swear to God, we're too efficient. This is bad. This is like, we're being too efficient again. Our cascade, like this is, we're having the cascade issues. Just set up a pie so you don't miss any. Oh my God, you could set up a pie for holy shit, you could set up a pie for that. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong about that. Holy crap, that would actually be really funny, I'm not gonna lie. Like, genuinely. Sarah Insight and Dante and Clorvo. I mean, yeah, but like, we're also being too efficient here in the sense of like, we need to like actually take a chill pill a little bit or slow down. Because we're being a little too fast. Also, aren't the disruptors... Yeah, aren't the disruptors able to give us like a certain mod that we're looking for? Or is that just only in the Kufa Fortress? In which case, GG's, I guess. Okay, guys, don't do the last one. Do not do the last one. Don't do the last one. Don't do the last one. I need to get enough reactant for it, because I don't have the time. There you go. Now we do it. I got it now. We're good. Now I got it. How about her? Just fucking nuke it. Nuke its ass. I know about the countdown timer. I actually don't use that. I use a Lua script for it, actually, funny enough. As weird as that sounds, I actually use a Lua script built into OBS to be able to go through and actually do my countdown for the start of streams. No, but you want to know what would be really cool? Hey Rick, do you know if any plugin that lets you do a countdown and then as soon as the countdown is done it does something? Like switch the scene or something? Or does the advanced scene switcher already do that for you? Because if that's the case, then what I'll do is I'll have it set to like 10 minutes for the countdown and then it'll automatically start the stream instantly at that time. And that's what I've been trying to figure out how to do, and I haven't been able to do it or figure it out. And that's why I've been going through and doing it all manually, which I know is not the most efficient way to do it, but yes. The one does it with a keybind? Wait, so... Wait, so you can just have a countdown timer and then have it set a keybind at the end of it? Actually? Because if that's the case, then I've been using that, I used that plugin ages ago wrong then. Like very, very wrong. Which is kind of my bad, but also not surprising considering the fact that I use all my plugins and shit completely wrong. Usually. It's awkward. All right, but yeah, if I can do that and use that through that. Wait, let me check out how I did it. Yeah, because that would be like awesome if you can actually show me how to do that really quick, just so I can go through and set that up. Because that way I can always just like start streams and like walk away and have streams start at exactly the 10-minute mark, so that people don't need to worry about the whole issue of like missing the whenever I start talking at like, I don't know, the 5-minute mark or something. We can just have it be exactly 10 minutes. Also, you guys are fine with me doing like a 10-minute start for streams, right? Because like that should be okay, I think, maybe, potentially. Mayhaps. Because usually what I do during those 10 minutes is I go through and double check all the issues and stuff. And I think that's fine because it lets people come in and hang out just for a little bit before we end up running into an issue where we potentially have peeps miss stuff. There you go. I'm trying to like not have that be biggest shrug of your career. Well, it's more of just me asking because it's like something that is well, it's more of just asking you guys because you are my audience, and it's better to ask you guys to make sure that you guys are fine with certain things I am doing because, well, you know. So it's more just like one of those things. Though I'd assume that since nobody's actually complained about it, it's fine. For the most part, I think, at least. For those who are curious though, all the stuff that Rick is talking about and stuff, he's actually putting in Gen Chat in the Discord. So you guys can just grab it too if you guys would like to. It's all there in Gen Chat. I believe it's in Gen Chat at least. Unless I'm going crazy and it's not actually in Gen Chat again. In which case, GG's, I guess. Gen Chat? Yeah, it's in Gen Chat. Where's the stress? There you go. Okay, that's 2 of them. Now we just need to get the last ones. Completed a 10 of speed boost. Yeah, I don't need a 10 of speed boost though. That's not needed for what we're doing. Still need that one Spotify plugin. What? Oh yeah, but that also breaks that breaks a bunch of and so the whole Spotify thing of using like Spotify music and stuff on your streams that stuff that you don't have licensed is actually very illegal, and you very much could have a licensing company come in and like hit you with a cease and desist and or DMCA or lawsuit and other shit like that. So I really wouldn't recommend doing that. It's why the music that I have in the background right now is actually the stuff from Lo-Fi Girl, if you know who that is, where all of her stuff is entirely open source and free to use for anything. And she has stated so, as that's the case as well. Which is why like using, if you go through and use Spotify and stuff for your music is a little skeptical, which is unfortunate, but it's just how things are, I guess. Welcome to existing. Also, apparently my tracking died. Interesting. No, just the one that shows what song you're playing. Yeah, that's what I mean though, is that... Yeah, that's what I mean though, is that if you go through and actually play music that's from Spotify or any music that isn't copyright free, it'll end up going through and you can potentially end up getting hit. Also, keep in mind that if an artist does say that their music is like a cover or something else, and it's on YouTube and says like copyright free music, that does not mean it's always copyright free. Unfortunately, when it comes to that kind of legal stuff, it's actually very ambiguous in terms of copyright free bullshit, because like companies can also just come in and say like, sorry, we're the label and we actually own this and it's not actually copyright free, so sorry, we're gonna have to sue you. And that's where that comes into play. And since I know that Lo-Fi Girl goes and makes her own music from start to finish, that would be she's one of the most like reliable places to get like some decent background music per se, without having to worry about it being like potentially legally apprehensible, I guess is one of the best ways to put it. But yeah, that's the whole thing when you see people going through and saying like, oh yeah, like just like music like that on stream and stuff, it is actually very much breaking the law in a lot of cases. It's just that a lot of streamers tend to go through and not really talk about it because it's like, yeah, but what are they going to do with me? I'm just a tiny creator. No, they very much can go and completely ruin you for that. And they have done so in the past. Music labels are insane with their freaking copyright shenanigans. Like they are very, very insane with it. Hello, thank you. It's why it's not worth the risk. Also, even with copyright-free music, like what I'm using right now, that Lo-Fi Girl gives me, or like that I use from Lo-Fi Girl, she like YouTube even hits me with constant DMCAs, or like copyright strikes and stuff like that, because apparently it's too much like other people's music, and so it hits me with the, sorry, you can't play that on your channel because you don't actually own it, even if it's copyright-free and the owner of the music has said that it's fine to play. And so YouTube does end up hitting you with it pretty hard. With their chefs. Their auto detection system for it is like very, very, very broken. which is unfortunate, but welcome to Shenanigans here. Yes, we're finally done the key. Use AI music, but I'm allergic to AI. Exactly, I'm fucking allergic to AI too. As we've talked about this, use ChatGPT in your minds, as in your brain cells, guys. Come on, no ChatGPT allowed. We don't do AI here. Frequency modulated out on top and sounds like aids to my ears. Well, it's not just that, but it's also like, yeah, overall speaking, all of that, like the way that they train those models is from mostly stolen music as well. So like, not only is it sound like shite, it also goes through and does a whole thing where it's like all stolen music too, which is like, appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it for that. That's fantastic. This is we gotta remember, it's great. It's always a fantastic time going through and gaslighting AI tech bros. It's great. I'll say, how many attack and lugs do we have? I'm genuinely curious. Okay, we have 3 of each of those. How many parts do we have? Jesus Christ. We have so many parts. What the fuck? What are we doing? I have a 700 voice traces. What are we doing with 700 voice traces? What the fuck? Okay, cool. Whatever, I guess. The Daiku Prime for the Decades. Oh yeah, I see it. I see the vision. I see the vision for the Decades. I see the vision. I see the vision. Ooh, actually, then I could also go through and like that comes into the whole thing of like if I actually set up like that third PC, I could also have it set up so you guys we could have somebody control stream and take care of stream, and then we don't need to worry about the whole issue of me being doxxed because bullshit reasons. Nah, it just works, which is fantastic. I want to do the shield getting stuff. Do you need, oh, you need catalyzing shield. Yeah, catalyzing shield isn't too hard to get though. It'll be relatively easy for you to get though, so you should be fine. You just gotta find out where it goes or comes from. Self-coded agentic that basically runs my house. Yeah, that works, but also you gotta remember that LLMs and things like LLMs like ChatGPT and Claude aren't designed for that. I do have my own coded versions of like the proprietary like things that I use for like running some things in the background, which is what I use personally, but I hard code it myself. It's not using predictive AI or LLMs or any of that stuff. No, it's hard coded. So what it does is it looks for one very specific input and then it does a very specific output using a fucking case statement. Because I'm not gonna lie, believe it or not, case statements are fucking beautiful, man. Like, I fucking love case statements. None of this if and then or whatever bullshit or if else statements. Nah. If you want to have a great time, use case statements. That shit gets fun fast because it runs like 30 times faster too. It's great. It is absolutely fantastic. The speed at which I got it running actually at one point, because I was running so I don't know if you guys know this, but a while back I ended up coding my own version of a Cephalon for like letting you guys control my Warframe account, because I thought it'd be funny to go through and let you guys like mess around and have like a chat plays Warframe thing, because the funny shit. And so what I did was that we ended up coding it using case statements. The problem is that unironically the code was running so fast it broke. We had it running at such a fast pace that it couldn't function properly. So we actually had to add in artificial slowdowns into the code just to get it to function properly. Which is in itself a statement. Having to artificially slow down your code to make it function is a funny thing, to say the least. I had the hardcode model from the ground up because memory leaks are insane. Oh yeah, no, that's true. No. So the way that it worked is that we had it set so that it would have one input from you guys. So say it would, like, you guys like had the input of move left, my character would move left, like that. That's all it would do. Or like you guys would like input like a 1 and then it would use my first ability. That's it, that kind of thing. So it was a 1-to-1 ratio and it wasn't like anything crazy. And then later I found out that due to the TOS and stuff, you can't actually do that for Warframe. So later what I did was then I later built a version of that that's that was an STT, which is a speech to text model. So I rebuilt it to be a speech to text, so then we could have that be a voice command system to have it completely function using voice commands. And so I also then later built a thing that let me go through and control everything in Warframe with just my voice, which was kind of funny. But that was running a lot slower due to the speech to text models and stuff being a little bit slower on that one, which is unfortunate, but whatever. That's fine. It's understandable because if you guys know anything about Whisper, Whisper isn't the most effective thing on the planet. Especially not with my voice for some reason. It does not like my voice. Not like at all. Which is unfortunate. But yes. But yeah, no, the public models for the LLMs and stuff are just... They're designed that way on purpose. It's to make it so that you have to go through, and if you want to actually have a decent model, you have to go through and either pay them for it, or you have to spend thousands of hours of work actually making it yourself to make it actually decent. And that's one of those things where, like, if you don't have the hardware for it, it's not even worth using in the first place. Because you also need to have, like, really good hardware for it too, to run LLMs. And it's like one of those things where it's just like, just use your brain. It works better. And that way you at least know how things are going to work. And that way if your LLM breaks or anything, you can actually go through and fix everything outside of that, which is great. It's awesome. But it's also why I will always, like, hate on LLMs and stuff, specifically for the fact of your brain just does it better. Like, your brain is automatically like 3 bajillion times better than any LLM could ever be. Because you can already do thousands of math equations in like the blink of your eye. You can't do that with an LLM. It takes them minutes, sometimes like hours to actually do those kind of equations, which is understandable due to the hardware limitations, but also at the same time, it's kind of good. It's very, very good. Hello, Malice. What are you doing here? No, that's Mania. What the hell's Mania doing on the... Oh, they were underneath. Oh, I'm dumb. I am so unbelievably dumb sometimes, I swear to God. But yes. Welcome to me on my tangents as per usual. I could also go through and set up a thing so that we have it running inside of like the extra thingies running inside of our like Proxmox server, which I could go through and see if I could set it up instead of Proxmox, but I don't know if that would actually be worth doing because it doesn't have the hardware to be able to go through. Maybe if I could do a hardware pass through for the GPU, I could probably get it working that way. And that way we could have the OBS running inside of the Proxmox setup inside. That might be the best way to do it because then that's already backed up and everything, so if anything goes wrong I can just restore it from its previous state. Actually no, having it run inside the Proxmox setup might be the play. It might be the play. Yeah, maybe it might be the play, because then that way what we can do is we can have it all be like separate systems inside of different chassis, of course, but it would be there so that we can have the, while I'm not running like my streams and stuff, it can just like all the extra bandwidth on those PCs can be used to specifically go through and like run different like websites or servers and like game servers and stuff like that, which honestly might be our best play. Only problem there is that I'm gonna have to go get it to run through our shit, I might have to move it though. How would I even do that? Yeah, how would I... Sorry, I'm just thinking about the layout here because what I could do is I could stack it three high, have that there, have our other thing over there, so that should be fine. And then have a fourth one. Yeah, okay, I can see, I know how I'm gonna stack it though. Okay, cool. That works. This is just me thinking. Don't worry about it. Oh, so we keep on control numpad 2, for example. Start a countdown on start screen. You'll need to click stream self countdown. Starts, seeing whether the countdown, so it switches in different countdown. Oh, that's so cool! Holy shit! That is like a super complex setup, but also super cool, Rick. That's awesome, actually. That's a really, really cool setup. Alright, yeah, I'll see if I can go replicate that later, because honestly, that's gonna be really awesome if I can replicate it. Like, genuinely speaking. Also, if I can get that replicated though, I might go through and see if I can replicate it a second time into something else as well, because that would probably work out the best. Just for the sake of having all that work out and stuff. Ooh! But then also... Wait, hold on, I might be having a big brain moment here. Wait, no, we could make it go even further actually. So using Proxmox, I don't know if you guys have ever like gone through and used Proxmox before. What we could do is we could have it so that we can have multiple different systems split up apart, but then have all the different systems be on the same PC, so the same build. But as a counterpoint, what we can do there is then what we can do is then we can have that work. As then if we go through and install another GPU inside of the Proxmox server, what I can do is I can have the individual GPUs be split between the two different VMs, and then have those all work individually separately. So we can have them working individually on each VM, and that way I don't have to make a separate build. I can just have it be in the same build. And that way I can go through and edit it all through network attached or network shenanigans. I could definitely see that working. I could definitely see it getting out of hand. The problem is I'd need another GPU for it. But counterpoint, minor issues. But also, yeah, it could probably work, and I could probably extend that further into having it so that we could have, even like if we want to go through and have it all work through that, I could probably have it so all the cameras and the OptiTrack setup work through that as well. Because there's a pretty good chance that if I wanted to, I could probably have it so that we have like a thingy, like a Raspberry Pi somewhere else on the network, and just have it all like, no, you don't. You don't really need a good server CPU. Also, I'm talking about this because the community here actually paid for it already. It's already a thing. So a while back we did a donathon, like a long time ago. And what happened is that I jokingly said, hey, look at these servers, they're pretty cheap, we should probably get them so I can start running community Minecraft servers and like other game nights and stuff, which I am actually working on slowly but surely getting better and better at setting up. And so I went through and they ended up funding it. So now we actually have our own little server cluster that runs all of that within the cluster. So while it may seem expensive, the PC that it's actually running on, like the thing that we'll be running it on, cost me $100. Like it cost us $100. That's it. So I'll be able to run all that through, minus the GPU, for $100. Just because we got it off of Facebook Marketplace. And I'm not gonna lie, Facebook Marketplace is like beyond goated for getting like super cheap secondhand hardware. If you guys are ever looking for like secondhand servers or like secondhand hardware or like PCs and stuff, it's really good for that. Especially if you're in a larger city, you're gonna get some crazy stuff out of it. Yeah, we're not gonna get out of that. Yeah, the bad thing about being able to kind of person, your house gets really hot. Yep. But also, I'm learning how to do it, so I'll be able to do even more like crazy tech stuff as well. So it's awesome. Didn't I do 5 void traces? Damn. How could they? How could they? Out of the checks notes 1,000 void traces that we've gotten so far. Wait, me? I denied you? What did I deny you? I have 2 servers, 2 server racks and 3 PCs running at all times. Yeah, no. Once you get into, for those who don't know, once you get into like a server building and like setting up your own home labs and stuff, and like setting up your own servers, especially if it's like a production setup, like what I have currently, it gets out of hand fast. And I don't mean that to be like, oh no, herder, it's gonna be like super expensive and all that. No, it's like, it escalates. Like I've completely replaced Google, by the way. Like all of it. I don't use Google anymore because we've completely replaced it. I actually have a network attached storage that everybody part of staff has access to, that they can also use for their own stuff that they want to use it for. I actually haven't increased the storage limit on that just yet because I need to figure out how I'm going to do that just yet. I've gone through and actually built my own version of YouTube and Twitch that I also host on those servers. We also have websites. I have the wiki running on there. I have the main website running on there. I'm in the process of designing and setting up a VM for running our own locally hosted version of Discord so that we don't need to worry about Discord's bullshit of, oh, you have to pay for a subscription to upload this like size of file and all this shit. Bullshit. Nah, I'm gonna go like self-host my own version of it that has like petabytes of data so we don't have to care about that. Like it gets out of hand very quickly because you very easily can go through and like accidentally build your own like mini data center just so that you can go through and like circumvent all the issues. Like one of the servers, by the way, if you guys don't know this, can run upwards of 500 different game servers. 500. Do you know how much that would cost if I were to go through and just like try to like host, like as in like pay for it monthly? Mind you, here in Canada, a lot of those servers, if I were to do that for the community here and I were to go pay for those, for the community and be like, all right, cool, we're gonna go pay for a Minecraft server that has like 5 gigs of RAM. It's like $25 a month. So up that by about 400 of that, and yeah. How much RAM do you have on those servers? Okay, so for $100, the one of the servers that I got for $100 had 80 gigs. It's not terabytes, it's 80 gigs. Servers and stuff, if you want to go through and run a lot of the servers and stuff, actually don't require a lot of RAM. A lot of the times when you go through and take a look at the stuff that they use for data centers, as well as like all the other like larger servers like Google and other things like that, it's not the reason for why they need that large RAM isn't the computing power, it's because of how much data they're transferring, is where that comes into. It's for the ZF caches. And it's also VRAM. That's the other one, yeah. Is that it's mostly in VRAM. It's not actually in traditional RAM. It's in VRAM, not in traditional. Yeah, and free memory space. But let's be real here, they probably don't have that much free memory space, if I'm gonna be honest with you. You can very easily go through and completely clear your overhead. Like, I've done it accidentally more than a few times. Everybody needs... No, hold on. Maru? Not just unified architecture? Nah, you know what you need? Fucking Z doubling. Or whatever the fucking D doubling? Yeah, D doubling. That's what you need. If you're gonna go through and have production level servers and shit, or a setup for production level shit, you need to do some D doubling. If you need to. Or even then, set up a ZF share and have that running on the side. Because what do you mean it's too much work? It's literally the equivalent of pushing one button. What do you... It's a single button. What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, 2 button presses. What are you talking about? It's not that much work. What are you on about? Like, a lot of people make it look really hard to do server shit. It's super easy. Hold on, yo, Matrix, can you cover me for like 2 seconds? I'm just gonna show these nerds just how easy server shit is. Can y'all like cover me for 2 seconds? Okay, I'm gonna sit like right here. Thank you. Thanks, Matrix. Appreciate it. Here, you guys want to see just how easy this shit is? Hold on. Let me introduce you to my Proxmox server. This is what's running the like all the Minecraft servers, all the gaming servers, all of our websites and stuff. This is what runs it all. Also, that IP up there is my internal IP because I have an internal IP, then I have an external IP. I have a bunch of different IPs and stuff that this runs on. You can't use that to figure out anything, by the way. This doesn't tell you anything. But yeah, so just for reference, I'm running a AMP, which is running some of my gaming servers currently, which are on, by the way. We have our PureTube instance, which is my YouTube and Twitch instance, which allows me to go through and have YouTube and Twitch off of YouTube and Twitch. We have our Cloudflare instance. This is the next cloud, which we use to replace Google and have it running through our stuff to replace Google and have all of our staff stuff run, all of our staff and notes and everything. This is also how they have access to all the files for our editors and like all of our stuff for that will be through this as well. HomeLab. This is a different thing. We're not going to worry about that. This is the tunneling software that I use for doing all my game servers and stuff. Play.gg. It's free to use if you guys want to use it as well. There's both a Windows and a Linux version of it. So if you want to have it running in a server, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. There's also wiki.js, and then there's also the wiki.js is my thingy. And I just realized I didn't... Oh, there's my main website right here. So we have our wiki website, and then we have our main website right here. Okay. You want to know how easy this was to set up? Look. Proxmox scripts. It's literally a matter of grab one of these scripts. No joke. So say we want to run a Debian server and we want to get Debian running, right? Okay, you just go through, click on Debian, go click on that, go back over into here, click on this, click on game server, go into shell, right click, paste, and bap. It's done. Or even better, you can just do default install and give it a minute and it's done installing, and it'll be auto started for me too. So like, while I do understand that like a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, it's like super difficult to do server stuff. No, it's not. It genuinely is not difficult to do server stuff, especially if you're not dealing with like thousands and like, sorry, the only time it gets difficult is when you start getting into the realm of having to deal with like 100 or 100,000 plus users. That's it. That's literally just what it is. Like, that's it. Well, bam. And it's done installing. Just wait for it to customize and I can show you guys. It's so easy. Also, the deduplication thing, it gets even easier because you want to know why? All you have to do is have a Proxmox backup server, which is PBS, which is what I use for backing up all my stuff, which I have it running every day at 1 a.m. Every day at 1 a.m. and it saves 7 backups of all of my things. So we can just like, I can go through and back it up and like bring it back for like 7 days prior to whatever's been going on. and then I can just like have it all working. And it's literally just a matter of if you need to back something up or go back and like reform it from behind here, all you have to do is like click on the thingy, so Nextcloud for staff, click on restore, and bam, it's done. Like fixing the issues with like servers and stuff is not hard. Like a lot of like I've run into a lot of people who tell me like, oh, it's like super difficult because yada yada yada. It just looks intimidating, but once you actually get into it, it's the equivalent of like if you just want to go like write 1 + 1 on a chalkboard equals 2, bam. It's very simple. All of the server architecture that you could run into is relatively designed to be as easy and simple to understand. And even once you start getting to the point of like you're handling hundreds of thousands of users, the only real difference there is all you have to do is run a deduplication between 2 different servers or multiple different servers. And there you go. It splits the performance between all of the different servers that you have running that deduplication setup. And then you're good. You can just scale it indefinitely. There is no limit to how far you can scale that, except for how much your network can handle, but we're not going to get into that right now because relatively speaking, you can, on a normal network, you can handle to like 10,000 plus users easy. Like with like 20 megabytes of data, you can do it easy. Now, say we're running like our own YouTube and Twitch thing, that's a bit of a different story. But if we're running like our own version of Discord, yeah, very easy to run like for like 10,000 users. Not very difficult at all. Network-wise, at least. Now, actually handling the moderation for that, hell. But otherwise, yeah, that's pretty good. It's mostly just, the only reason why I say that it's not too bad to do is because if you're going through and handling, like if you're providing a service for doing like videos and stuff and or live streaming, that's where things start to get into a point of like it being kind of difficult to do. But that's only because of the video data processing issues of where that comes into it. And if you really want to get into it, you can actually go through and fix that by just having a couple of GPUs that do the encoding, which, mind you, if you guys go through and use PureTube, it actually has a built-in open source, like it's open source, and it has a built-in thing within it to be able to go through and have all the encoding be handled by an entirely different server, much like how, you know how a lot of like GPU rendering farms work for like rendering stuff for like movies or like Blender and stuff? Yeah, you can do that with PureTube. It's open source and free to use, by the way. Like, that's why whenever somebody's like, oh, fucking open source is bad. Sorry to break it to you, but open source is probably one of the best things on the planet just for the fact of it's better than most things. And the only reason I don't use an open source video editor, by the way, like for example DaVinci, is because I just have a thing that's set up for Adobe that works better for Adobe, and it would take me like a week to go rebuild it for DaVinci. That's the only reason that I don't use DaVinci, by the way. Otherwise, I'd be using DaVinci too. Like, I fucking love open source software. It's fantastic. Like, it's some of the best shit that you can go through and like mess around with. Though I don't think DaVinci is open source though. I know that it's free to use though, which honestly at this point is just as good in a lot of cases. Also, hey Jasper, welcome. Also, thank you Matrix. I appreciate you keeping me covered. Thank you, appreciate it. But yes, welcome to my rant about how running servers and shit is like super easy. Also, by the way, game servers and stuff too are just as easy. Especially if you're running it through Pterodactyl or AMP. It's literally 2 clicks. Sorry, 4. If you count going through and using play.gg to do your tunneling for the servers, it's 4. Welcome to bullshit. Project's not particularly good for documented. Well, yeah, to be fair, that's the one downside that comes with open source. But you want to know the best part about open source? You can make it your own. You can go through and just take whatever open source software is terrible and doesn't have a lot of documentation, and you can go fix it. You can just do that. Do you know how nuts that is? Being able to go through and just like say, hey, I don't like how your documentation works for the open source software that you made, so I'm gonna go make my own. Do you know how nuts that is? It's not even that hard to do. Like, I'm saying this as somebody who is a dev, so keep that in mind. But it's not that hard to do. Like, it's, relatively speaking, a lot of that stuff looks intimidating to get into, but it's actually not as difficult once you actually get into it. It's like riding a bike. Genuinely. It's unironically almost exactly like riding a bike. In the sense of, like, it looks difficult to do, but once you get the hang of it, it's not difficult at all. Those 5... What do you mean you're gonna remember those 5 void traces? Bro. What happened to the void? What happened to the 5 void traces, my guy? Like, What do you mean? Okay, first of all, it wasn't 5, it was 7. You gotta get those numbers right. I actually stole more void traces from you, not just those. Okay, come on. You gotta get those right. You can make a lot of plugins for doing like a map. Yeah, you did show me that one before with the where you had the map animations and stuff. I fucking love that, by the way. Also, if I ever get a chance to sit down and actually hire somebody to help me, like, or like sit down and actually get somebody to help me like switch my system over to using Resolve or yeah, DaVinci, I will 100% switch over to it because like it also just runs better. Like objectively speaking, Resolve just functions like considerably better than anything else that you could have running. Like unironically, as much as I wish I could say like Adobe is really good, it's shit. Like objectively speaking, it's actually shit. The only reason why Adobe has as much users is because it's so its ecosystem is nothing like any other ecosystem out there, and that's it. That's the only reason people use it as much. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, I need to go get some more of these. Hold up, give me a second. Where the fuck? What? Where did all our thingies go? What? Oh, it's doing the thingy. Okay, I see. Also, I just realized we've been in this mission for an hour already. What the fuck? We've already been here for an hour. Also, the enemies haven't even gotten to like a very high level yet. Like, they haven't even flinched. Hold up. What are they at? 391? Yeah, that's not even that high. What are they doing? I thought the scaling in disruption was like super fast. Wait, is the disruption scaling not that quick? Did they nerf the scaling in disruption? Because I swear there was one point when people were saying that disruption had like one of the fastest scalings in the game. Or am I just going crazy here? Because I swear it has to be like super fast. Like it used to be faster, right? Or just one of those days where it's just like, I'm just getting really, like we're getting lucky here. And they're not actually scaling very quickly, though that doesn't make any sense. It is from 30 to 45 rounds. Oh, I see. Okay. So it goes like super quick after that, but it's only like later, like much later into the mission. Okay, that makes more sense. Alright, got it. Don't collect the key, guys. We don't have the 10. Matrix also doesn't have the 10. Hold up, give us a second. From like 1000 to level cap, actually? Holy shit. Alright, cool. Whatever, I guess. Meow. No. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this unironically became a somewhat decent credit farm too. Because the amount of Gorgon and tongue cut blueprints we've gotten out of this that we could just turn into credits is like pretty good. Pretty good indeed. But yes, welcome to bullshit, guys. I need to delete that later though. That W install does not need to be there. I actually don't know how long we're gonna go for. I think honestly we should probably end at some point here soon because we're gonna be here for too long and I don't want to be here for too long because I'd like to actually get other stuff done today. As much as I like cracking relics, I'd like to get other shit done. Yeah, maybe we should just leave after this round then. Yeah, let's leave after this round. Forgot we were doing this in the first place. I just joined mindlessly. Oh crap, actually? Yeah, that's a dangerous thing to do when Steve and I do missions, by the way. Because usually if we're doing missions, this is not a joke, we can sometimes be here for literal hours. So just heads up, just don't mindlessly join missions if Steve and I are in a mission. Yeah. Just heads up on that one. Steve. Okay, but also Rick, as a counterpoint, if you know what you're looking at, it's actually not too bad. If you know what you're looking at. If you don't know what you're looking at, yeah, you'd be cooked. But outside of that, if you know what you're looking at, you're fine. It's not the end of the universe. AKA, I kind of know what I'm looking at. Kind of. Ish. Where in the fuck did the guy go? Where is he? Where's he hiding? Oh, over there. Okay. Towards the exit! We shall be free from the bullshit that is over here. But yeah, I'll see if I can get the, I'll see if I can get the download thing going. Or for the, extra things so we can have our, extra stoofs. I'll see if I can run it in Linux too, because that would be kind of funny. Because if I can pull off getting into work in Linux, that would be beyond beautiful. We just got 111 steel essence out of that mission. Holy fuck. Macro settings, it is insane. No, that's good. That's actually really good. We only got a single form out of that. Depression. Actual fucking depression. The hell, man? What do you mean we only got one form out of that? I'll eat and then I'll make a thesis about those 5 fortresses. No, 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 no. Don't make a thesis. Make a Google Doc-y. Come on, you gotta make a Google Doc. No balls, you won't. Come on. You gotta make sure you release it on Twitter. And gotta be like the extra most like... You gotta make sure you gotta do extra pining too if you do it too, okay? Come on. You can't just like go out of your way and not make a Google Doc-y. Come on, man. Where's our chefs? Also, you gotta make sure that there's unnecessary threats and roasts in there. Especially just to make sure that people understand exactly how you feel about the situation. Gotta make sure you gotta go extra with it, you know? Because if you don't go extra, how are people gonna know? Is it? Is it finally over? The last time I touched Twitter, by the way, the Twitlonger era was still a thing. Mare. That's how long it's been since I've used Twitter. So however long it's been since that's been a thing. The site? What? They were using a site for it? Man, all I know is that people were using fucking Google Docs for that shit, not just like an actual site for it. You're gonna release the thesis on the Warframe forums? Oh god. Twitlonger is a site? Damn. Alright. My bad. Did not realize it was a site. By the way, I've never really paid attention to social media. I just think it's fucking hilarious that people make Google Docs about bullshit. If you're gonna make a Google Doc, might as well just turn it into a video, man. Farm the views. Like fucking, if you're gonna do anything, just fucking farm the views, man. I don't care. Come on. No balls. You won't. Okay, hold on. We need to go take a look at our chefs. Let's go take a look at our haul. We just got 24 fucking... yeah, we just got 24 prime thingies. Hold on, where's my prime stuff? Prototype prime. Yes. By Duckinator? Not by Platinum. Oh, would you look at that? Starnex Prime Blueprint. Or by Starnex Prime Neuroptic Blueprint. Why are you saying 35? What the fuck are you on about? Over here? Is there a reason for it being 35? No, it goes to 15. Alright, cool. This goes to 24? What the fuck? The Akira's Prime Blueprint apparently goes, or the Akira's Prime Blueprint goes for 24 plat each. What in the fuck? Alright, what? Why? Why would you go for 24 plat? What the fuck? That's actually nuts. Alright, cool. Want to buy? People are buying it for 5 and then selling it for 5? I see. Okay. Okay, we're doing good. At least we made a decent plat out of that. A decent amount of plat out of that, so we're good there. Yes. And then Sevigoth's Prime Blueprints, and then we got you over here as well. Nice! It's a popular secondary. Oh, cool. Nice. It's pretty good. I own them all, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. I officially can say I own every weapon in the game. It's a beautiful day. Absolutely fucking beautiful day. I do need to go through and actually finish off doing, this stuff, though. I need to finish off all of this. And I don't feel like doing this, but I have to do it at some point. Wait, doesn't the Prisma Garganta and all that just like... Starnex Prime! The Prisma Garganta, that is a primary, and then we've got you over here, which will be a secondary for this. And do I have a melee here? I do not have a melee. I do not have a single melee in here. Alright, cool. Perfect. Now we just send ourselves off. Go back over here. Go into a public match, and then we're just gonna go leech off some nerds really quick, and I need to go do it the other way. Some bullshit! Ah, fine, whatever. We'll go leech off some nerds over this way. Fine, whatever. Whatever. It's okay. One of these days I'll get them. One of these days. Ooh, you know what we should do though? We should need to get some more RB stuffs. Because RBs would be nice to get out of the way. More arbitrations. The RBs. Arbitration. Like to sit down for a sec. What do you mean you need to sit down for a sec? Aren't you already sitting? Aren't you? Wait, hold on. Homie, I think you'll be fine. It can't be that bad, right? 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 Because like honestly, if you're having that bad of carpal tunnel, I'd highly recommend getting like a thingy that like compresses your wrist and stuff, because that would actually help. Because it shouldn't be, you shouldn't be having that bad of a situation right now. Especially not with just Warframe alone. Then again, I could be just going crazy. It's not like most pains, but okay. Fair enough. Because now the bends in my arm hurts. Oh, I see. Yeah, well that's just awkward. That's some bullshit right there. That is some actual bullshit. Oh, I got my shield. Wait, what? The fuck? The fuck? Can I just send that shield? Oh, I got my Stun Axe working. Nice. I can just... I see. I see. Okay. Whatever that did. I do not know what that did. Oh, it hit everybody with a buff. What does that buff even do? Abilities. What are you? Radius 30 meters, shield to kill. Oh, it actually gives you shields. Okay. Explosion radius. Oh, and this is a massive AoE that they give. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I need to get my AoE shenanigans here. Of course. Of course I'm gonna go through and like send them to the Shadow Realm. I need to make sure these Grineer know exactly what they did wrong. By existing. You know? That's like, that's the exactly only way that we can go about this. Hold on. I also would like to point out that I do absolutely 0 damage to them. This is atrocious. Oh god. Somebody else has a Volt, but they're also not nuking with the Volt at all. Yeah, they're like not even getting anywhere near like as much as they should be with the nuke for Volt. That is unfortunate. Yes! Oh, it's the armor stopping it. Oh, interesting. Haro Nuki, so... Oh no, this is a public party, by the way. This is a fully public party, so it's like... It's not the greatest in terms of actual XP gain, unfortunately, since, well, you know. It's a public party, per se. Which is fine. It's a-okay. Oh, it's you can just like, oh, you can just spam it. That's cool. Oh, I'd imagine it has its own durations and stuff. Okay, that makes more sense. Same, there isn't a double credit. Shame there isn't double credit weekend. Oh, that would be wicked. That would be amazing, but the double affinity actually is a lot better though. Honestly, ultimately speaking, for the majority of players, the double affinity will help them more than the double credit. Unfortunately, as weird as that sounds. Which I know is strange, but yes. That is unironically how it's gonna go. With a lot of this. And I have a feeling this is going to be one of those, yeah, this is going to be one of those situations where I can just sit here and exist. Guys, I really wish there was a dual Prismatic Arcata. Got really good at, like I said, Shellcracker for credits. Yeah, I mean, the Legasite Shellcracker is actually one of the best credit farms if you're solo. Even if you're like with somebody else, it's also pretty good. It takes a lot less to set up and you get a lot more out of it. Now, say if you want to go through and run like actual like stuff to make sure that you can get all the arcanes and stuff out of it, then you can go through and do it that way, but it's just unfortunate that we actually have the Prophet Taker, which is considerably better than what we're actually currently running right now for Legasite, which sucks because Legasite would be so nice if we could actually run it and have a great time with Legasite, but Legasite sadly is not good enough for us. It's just cooked, absolutely cooked all the way. Meow. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Alright, I do want to go through and mess with you stuffs. Yes. Da 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 da. Yes. Rank 18. This is gonna take absolutely fucking forever for me to max out this Stun Axe, isn't it? Crap. Wait for money, but with money-wise, isn't it pretty close? No, it's not even close. So, the Legasite Harvest, you get about 700,000, like, if you're lucky. On average, you get 700,000 from the, Prophet Taker. That's the average, not the if you're lucky. So, Prophet Taker does actually give you a lot more, it's just that, Legasite's a lot easier, so you get the, if you're lucky, you'll get 700,000. That's all it is. Relatively speaking. Though I will not lie, Legasite Harvest, if there was a double credit weekend, I'd be running Legasite Harvest instead of Prophet Taker. Only for the fact that Legasite Harvest is considerably better than Prophet Taker if you can multiply the credits again by 4. Just do that how fast you can do it. But also keep in mind that Prophet Taker takes about 3 minutes to do, while Legasite Harvest can take about 5. While as Prophet Taker gives you some more credits, Legasite Harvest will be easier. So there are trade-offs, but generally speaking, Prophet Taker is still better, regardless of what you're doing. If you want to min-max it, you can do it where you have multiple people a part of it, but then it just becomes a bit of a problem where you need to figure out how to actually pull that off, which also is a bit of a problem in its own right if you want to do it with multiple people. which is unfortunate, but welcome to life. Welcome to the Warframe grind, where we deal with bullshit. Meow. 600k, no, what? Oh, that's right, I can't go to ESO yet. God damn it, I'm so used to going to ESO, man. I want to go to ESO. For me, it's 600,000 normally with Blessing, and sometimes with Prosperous Procs 1 million. Takes like 2.3 3 minutes for Legacy. Okay, so it can be about the same then, I guess. If you're doing it like that, but it's not as consistent from what I understand. Because the last time I was running a Legacy, by the way, I could not get it consistently going in terms of giving me like actual like anything above 400,000 was not consistent, which is unfortunate because it'd be actually really nice if it was able to be consistent. It turns out I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a squad for this. Yeah, I might not be able to find a squad for that. That's fine. I'll do it later. I'll just like focus on that later. Get that stuff's done at a later date. And I can just go through and max this out like really easily at like a later date on some other day. I got our catalysts and stuff. I do need to go through and craft a bunch more hounds for some of the mods and stuff, but like I don't know how I feel about that. It's gonna take us a while to do. Duplicates go into here so we can see all this. We're almost done all of this. We just need body count and focus defense, which is going to be fine. I still can't believe that we're so close to finishing off all of the silvers too. And then now it's literally just down to the gold basically is what we're looking for. The problem is that gold is going to take us forever to go grab because like look at how many there are here that are gold. Granted, a lot of these are also conclave, so we'll be able to get them through conclave and stuff. It's just that it's so unfortunate though. Intrati. Steel Meridian, New Loca. Wait, are these all stuff that we get from the Operation Ambulance? Oh, fuck me. Okay, this one right here, I'm not gonna do. We're gonna go through and do that one by just doing the parent sequence because that one's considerably better. Drop sources don't exist. Oh, it's for Conclave, that's why. New Loca, Steel Meridian, Conclave, New Loca, Aspiration, Zorba, Red Veil, Steel Meridian. Actually, you know what I can even do? Hold on, I got an idea here. So instead of like being stuck here and dealing with bullshit, let's go through and max this out real quick and get even more of these relics really quick here. Let's go get all these. Actually, you know, since we're needing phosphor more, let's get phosphor. And that way we can get phosphor going. Because I think that'll work. And then what we can do is leave that there. We're gonna go crack you and then send you into phosphor as well. Because that way we've got this, right? Hide owned. I own all of you. So that's that one here. I own all of you. Yeah, I own all of you now. Yeah. And then what we need to do is now we need to go do Steel Meridian, which... How do I switch to Steel Meridian? Hold on. Change pledge? Oh, there you go. Steel Meridian! Yes, thank you. And then we can just go do that. Actually, hold on. I wanna go see if there's like a... Hold on. Can I see one that's gonna be positive here? Neutral, neutral. Okay, so we'll do Red Veil, and then I can do the rest of these at the same time. There you go. Yeah, and then we can do Steel Meridian and all of the others as well. That way we have Red Veil and Steel Meridian, and that way we can do New Luca and Parent Sequence at the same time. And that way we can just get rid of these two. And be done everything else at the same time, which would be fantastic. For 600k normally with Blessing. Okay. Hey, Spinoz. Hello. Okay, hide all of the ones that I own already. Yeah, a lot of these are going to be like ones that was going to take us a while to actually grab. Because like I really wish that we could do this faster, but I don't think we're going to be able to. I mean, we could. So the way that we could do this faster is if we go grab the actual missions and stuff. So if we start doing these, if we actually start doing the syndicate missions, which would actually probably be our better bet here. Choices was we both got a forma from the relic, and then you clicked on mine, and then so. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes more sense. I see. So that was I did not realize that. I did not realize that that was what you're talking about. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, but I'm just more talking about doing the missions so that we can actually get the stuffers out of it. Though you are right, the thingies are out of the daily limit, so we could actually do it that way as well, which would be great. It'd be fantastic. Prepare for incoming support. Okay, we're gonna go grab this support here. because this will be one of them. We just want the general insignia. Otherwise, we don't need to care about the rest of them. We just need the general one. Your target is running. Oh, my target's running. Hello, target. Hello, target. Hello. How you feeling today? How about you feel about exploding? Thank you. So you picked a Stonex, went to build them for RBs? No. I was doing it for the MR. I'm just doing it so I can max out my XP. Because I have a bunch of weapons and stuff that I still need to max out for XP and stuff, and those weapons are one of the easiest ones for me to go through and max out. Just for the sake of, well, you know, I think that's pretty easy enough to understand. And then we're good here. Hits drones, I think. Does it? Oh, interesting. We can always test it if you want. At some point. Just go see what's actually working here. Because honestly, as it stands right now, I'm like very unbothered by most of the stuff going on. Oh, because it's weapon coded. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, to be fair, there's still nothing. There's nothing that's going to be better than our Saren build. Like our Saren build is already considerably better. Other exalts don't. The problem is that it can be really funky because there are some things where it does actually work, which is strange, but welcome to life, I guess. Yellow. Hello, hey, good. Yeah, we're just gonna work this way. Working our way through parent sequence. I should run Equinox? Equinox? Wait, what do you mean by... Oh, for the survivability and stuff? Yeah. Go for it. If you want to run Equinox, feel free. I'm more thinking about the other stuffs that we could do here. Saren stupidity, that's nuking the entire room. Yeah, pretty much. Though I was just saying that Saren would be better for RBs than using Stonex, just because Stonex has issues. Though that's honestly just me, being me. Defend missions, defense mission, sabotage mission. Yeah, let's run the sabo mission first. Honestly, I have no idea, Kelshi. I really wouldn't see it either. But if it's a possibility, we can go test it out and see if it actually does work. Because it'd be better to go through and test it first before just saying it doesn't. Though, based on all accounts of how Warframe functions, yes, I see why you say it doesn't work though. Because Warframe in itself does not like exalts and stuff like that. Also, where do people get the 100, so I saw a couple of people go through and have like 100, like a crafting resource to go craft 100 air support charges. How do you get that exactly? Like, how do you get the crafting, like the blueprint for crafting 100 air support charges? Because I know that it's not in the lab. I know that much. Dojo? Where exactly in the dojo do you get it? Because I've been looking for it in the dojo, but like either I'm just fucking blind or I'm just going crazy here. Defender my insignia, that's fine. Tenolab? Maybe? Because like I've only been crafting 10 of them at a time, and this is been getting really annoying because, you know, crafting shit at 10 items a time is like not ideal. Well, no, against the arbitration drones specifically. That's what we're talking about, because the arbitration drones are immune to abilities and exalted weapons, just all of them. And that's also why Titania doesn't work either. It's because of that exact reason as well. Because Titania runs into an issue where her exalted weapons don't work against any of the drones, which is unfortunate because Titania is really good, but yeah. Can confirm Tenolab? Alright, cool. I'll have to go check the Tenolab then, see if I can get it there. I might have also just not had enough credits to get it at the time, and that might have been what it was. Sirius is technically an exalted weapon. We're not gonna get into that because that gets weird, because then what is Umbra? Also an exalted weapon by definition then? Because at that point, wouldn't Umbra also be considered an exalted weapon? Dante and Volt for RBs? Okay, Dante and Volt wouldn't work because his abilities don't work on enemies and work on the drones, so Volt wouldn't work there. And then Dante's main nuke is using an ability, so Dante doesn't work either. Unfortunately, unless you're going for defense and stuff. Weapon platforms. Maybe? I'm not sure. Saren is the proper answer there. Saren or Cyto 9 are the two meta warframes for it. And I mean that by there is nothing that gets even close to the two of them. Like, they are considered the meta for a reason. And the Passionate literally called him a secondary son. I mean, to be honest, that's what he is. Copy the like Wukong. Yeah, but like we're talking about the Warframe itself. We're not talking about the clone's abilities. We're talking about the Warframe's abilities specifically, or the Warframe itself, because the Warframe itself would be considered an exalted in this case. I think. Yeah, thought so. I mean, it would be cool if it worked, but unfortunately, it's an ability and change. Warframe itself is actually an exalted weapon in code. Yeah, that would be. Oh, is it actually? Okay, that'd be nuts. If that is actually true, that's nuts. Yeah, because the major thing in arbitrations is that you need to make sure that what you're using can also kill the drones, because otherwise if you can't, then you're toast. It's why for the longest time I used my Occucore, is because it's just so good. Well, that's just my experience. I haven't played Warframe for too long into a year. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Also, believe it or not, if you played Warframe for over a year, you've played more than most people. Or for longer than most people in the community. Most people don't make it past like a few months. In terms of like actual playtime. Which I know sounds weird, but welcome to the Warframe community. There you go. That or people are very, very on and off for that kind of stuff. Hello, Sprague, you must die. Boyfriend diffuse. I think I was past almost LR2? Oh, yeah, if you're LR2, then yeah, you're fine. You're past most players. Most players don't make it past MR20, by the way. Like, as a heads up. Like, if you've made it past MR20, you're officially within the not considered most players category. Meow. Where's the chefs? There we go. It's just that a lot of times you see people who are higher MR playing, because that's usually the case, is where people that are higher MR tend to play a lot more than those who are lower MR, which is weird to say, but yes. Hold on, where's our chefs? There we go. Alright, I mean, yeah. It's working. Yes. Unfortunately, the majority of the internet does not think so. You'd be surprised. Most people don't, like, the average person does not like Warframe, which is unfortunate because it's such a good game, but yeah. It's like, no! Really wish more people would play it, but I guess we just must suffer. We must suffer in the background here. Oh, good point. They're just Destiny players. Good point. As a counterpoint though, I used to actually play Destiny. And I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. There's like nothing in Destiny that's actually worth doing, unfortunately. I really wish Destiny was built a bit different to where they actually made it worth actually playing Destiny, but it's just not worth it. It's like, it'd be so cool to have, but it's pain. I guess that's steel damage because it's open coded. Warframe. Yeah. Because like for the record guys, I beat the entirety of all of Destiny in 8 hours. I finished the entire campaign in 8 hours. And then after that I tried to figuring out what I could do after that, and then it was like, oh, you could go grind this raid that'll take you 8 hours to complete, and you'll just get a cosmetic out of it. And it's like, you sure that's a good reward for doing 8 hours of work for a cosmetic? Like, homie, what? Swear to God. Setup shop, where's my tunnel map? Vault, decorate, research labs. Tunnel lab. Dark Souls 1 story, finish 1 hour 1. I'm not gonna be doing Dark Souls. We're not doing Dark Souls speedruns or anything like that. I have no interest in doing that. Oh, it is right there. Nice. Replicate blueprint. Apparently I just never got it. Interesting. Most raids have unique exotic or 2. So yeah, but then what's the point of actually getting them when all your weapons are already good enough to handle that shit? I did do all the DLC. Mura. That was with all the DLC. That was 8 hours of me going through the main story quest of the entire game, and then beating every DLC within 8 hours. It felt like I was speedrunning the game. But yes, I did the entirety of all the DLCs, as well as including the main storyline. All of it in 8 hours. That's what I mean by like, yeah, it's just like Destiny has this one of these things, or Destiny 2 specifically has one of these things where it's like, what's the point of continuing after that? If you can finish it that quickly, like, what's the point? Also, there's something actually nice to go. Oh, that's right. The last DLC, well, to be fair, the last DLC that was actually worth buying from Destiny. So, Destiny. The last, there you go. Yeah, all of these. I was told not to get, where was it? One of these that I was told not to get. Was it Edge of Fate? I think it might have been Edge of... No, it was Forsaken, I think. It might have been the Forsaken. Maybe? I don't know, maybe... No! Beyond Light? Was it Beyond Light? I don't know. People always have a thing where, like, they hate the DLCs in Destiny because it's just, they're... All of them are just terrible. Apparently. Forsaken got deleted? What? Oh, that's right, because they went through and deleted all the DLCs and shit. I forgot about that, yeah. Like, why even add them to the game if you're gonna go through and get rid of them? Like, what the fuck, man? What's the point? I swear to God. What is the point? What? Are the air support charges not there? They're over here? Okay, where the fuck are the air support charges? Hold on. They are right here. Oh, it's literally just multiplied by 10. Alright, cool. That works. Okay, so air support charges right here. And we can just wait for that to finish, and then we can get even more. Reminds me of a certain AI company. Okay, that does not narrow that down, homie. Saying like a certain AI company is like saying a certain pedophile that exists in the fucking US government. Do you have any idea how little that fucking narrows that down? That doesn't narrow it down, man. Do you have any idea how many of them do that? Any of them? And the problem here, and I don't even know what fucking thing you're talking about. Are you talking about the books? Are you talking about how the AI deletes the issues that are within the code that it makes? Are you talking about the fact that it deletes its own data so that you can't see it causing problems? Like, what thing are you talking about, man? Okay, that wasn't even... That wasn't even in my register of what I was thinking about, because there are so many possibilities within that, and that's the timeline that we live in, and I fucking hate it because it makes me crash out every time I see it, because it's like, you can't even narrow it down by saying, ah, yes, a certain AI company that deletes shit. Which one? ChatGPT is not a dead company, by the way. They're just unprofitable. They're just unprofitable. That's it. They're not a dead company. They're just unprofitable. That's all. Also, they've been partnered with stuff. I'm actually not getting into that. I didn't realize the space. No, there's a lot of shit that goes on there, code. I could go even further, but I feel like I'd get TOS'd if I did. No, they're contracted under they're contracted under the US government to make stuff for them. So while they may seem to us they're dead under the water, they are being built and supported by the US government to be able to make some stuff for them. Unfortunately. Welcome to us suffering. Woo! Yeah, the money goes in circles, by the way. And not just that, but also Nvidia also just invested like billions of dollars into them as well, which is a statement. But yes, it's one of those things where while they might be to us dead in the water, to corporations and the US government, apparently they're actually worth having around. So, specifically Nvidia and stuff as well. Which kind of sucks. Ass. No, that's it's not that they suck at it in counting. There's no way for them to go through and actually make it worth for them to do. Like, no joke, the shit that they do is just not worth it in any capacity. There you go. Just gonna add like 60 here from the financial standpoint. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, it's like the stock market. Don't look at things financially. That doesn't work. When you're talking about stuff specifically like companies that are worth trillions like ChatGPT or like, sorry, OpenAI, Nvidia, or like anything like that, it's not worth looking at it in a financial standpoint, because if they crash, the economy crashes. So that's why the US, like the governments themselves, are actually incentivized to go through and actually keep them running, is because if they're in a position now that if they crash, we're just gonna have a second, or I guess 8th housing crisis at this point, but just with companies instead. But yeah. Okay, what do you mean? We're already on the, like, we're already considered in a position where it's worse than the fucking Great Depression. What do you mean we needed an economy crash? No, you know what we need? We need to get rid of the upper class is what we fucking need. Anything making, like, if you're making more than $1 million a year, slice the rest of that, put that all into fucking taxes, and just put it into support programs for the company, or for the country. But bam! Deals with the whole issue of, oh no, you've become Saudi Arabia again. Oh. If you guys know what I'm talking about with Saudi Arabia, yes. 1/3 of tech, yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. The problem is that if the economy collapses, there's not really much we can do to come back from it. So while I do understand that people want the economy to collapse, the problem there is that that would make things considerably worse. Like considerably worse, which kind of sucks so much. And so that's why I'm saying it's probably not the best idea to have the economy collapse on us. As much as it would be funny to have. But yeah. But yeah, the economic situation currently, at least in North America, is already as bad as like the Great Depression. Like we already are about that at that point. The problem is that there's nothing we can really do to make it better because, well, you know. Okay, the problem is that Ragnarok would kill everybody, so let's not do that. It doesn't need to crash, it just needs to be stabilized. Or just stabilize. The problem is that if you stabilize it, especially with the current situation, it's not going to help it. You would have to go through and do massive reform. One of which is what I mentioned before, is getting rid of, like, making it so that you can only make a yearly income maximum of $1 million a year. Maximum. That would be one of the major things that would help with economic reform in terms of actually like going through and doing that, because you don't need more than $1 million a year. Like if you're at a point in life where you're spending more than $1 million a year to be able to do stuff, like my guy, you gotta work on making yourself have a little bit like that. I spend less than 20,000 a year. I've never made more than 23,000 a year, and I'm living fine. Like you guys know what I have in terms of my setup and like what I have in like my own possession and stuff, right? I've never made more than 23,000 a year. I've never been considered out of the poverty line. I've always been considered living in poverty. And we're okay. But like, I don't need $1 million. Like what the fuck are you gonna do with $1 million? Like how would that even function, man? Like how do you even do that? So the problem is a 90% of speculation and 10% on the data. Yeah, pretty much. And Kelsey's right, quote unquote fine. I mean better than before at least, Kelsey. Better than before at least. Better than before. Oh yeah, also the stock market is primarily entirely just like yeah, it's entirely gambling. What? Don't tell me you have no idea what to do. Why would I want to buy 50? Why would I want to buy 5090s? If I had $1 million, I'd go buy like A6000s. Homie, nah, fucking 5090s are shite. Like if I really wanted to go buy anything that would actually be worth it, I'd grab a couple 4090s at most. Primarily speaking because the 5090s use AI to go through and actually make their stuffs work better. It's just like it's not even worth it. Yeah, exactly, like A6000s are so much better. But even then, like, A6000s don't cost a lot. Like, if we're talking in the realm of making $1 million a year, I don't think you understand just how insane, like, censored, how much do they cost? Where's the cost for the A6000? That's a camera. We don't need a camera. There you go. So, RTX A6000 graphics card. It is 12,000 Canadian, okay? Okay, so what we're gonna do is take $1 million, divide that by 12,000. Hold up. 1, 2, 3. My bad. You could buy 833 of them. Like, I don't think most people understand exactly what you can do with $1 million. Just in general. Like, the shit that you can do is like that. Like, you know the Las Vegas dome or whatever the sphere is? You know the giant ass sphere that people like see with the giant eye that comes out of the ground? Yeah, that thing? Yeah, that can go even further, by the way. Like, I understand that like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, millions of that. No, it is a lot of money. Yeah, that's standard pricing. If you were to buy it in bulk like that, you could get it for a lot cheaper, which means you could probably like Nah, you could probably get 1,000. Probably 1,000 in bulk if you were able to buy it that quick for 1,000,000. Sounds like enough computing. See, here's the thing. That assumes that I would actually want to play GTA 6. And I don't want to. Because I don't care. State lottery is 54 million a few years ago. Yeah, that's actually not that much for a lottery, by the way. Rick, I routinely see lotteries go up to like 136 million to 250 million here in Canada. Like, and you also lose about 40% of it to taxes, too. Could buy an apartment with this money. Oh my god, you could. You could actually do it, yeah. That'd be crazy. But yeah, this is one of my things of like, that's why I'm saying like, you don't need more than 1,000,000 a year. Because if you're making more than 1,000,000 a year and you're somehow going bankrupt, like, bro, chillax, my guy. You don't need that kind of money. Like genuinely speaking. Like at that point, you're just like, I don't know, man. Like, what are you? The definition of greed? You'd be the first Gen Z to become a homeowner. Sorry, unfortunately, that's not true. This is false. This is false. Unfortunately, which sucks, but yes, it'd be false. The creed they talk about the Bible? Nah. This isn't even biblical. This is like a level above biblical amounts of greed. If you're going through and wanting that, it's above biblical at that point. I'm sorry to say. Like there's a level above it, and I do not know what that classifies as. I just know that it's something above it. 7,000. Am I already at a point where I can continue this? Oh my god, I can continue doing stupid shit. Alright, cool. We're gonna continue this. Wish I could press space for that. That'd be great. That'd be nice. But it's not gonna let me because it doesn't want to let me. That's bullshit. It's tax free when you, what? No. That's not how lotteries work, unless that's how lotteries work where you are. In which case, fair enough, I guess. Because here in North America, lotteries are not tax free. They cost a lot of money, and I mean a lot of money, especially in taxes. Also, winning the lottery is actually really bad luck, genuinely speaking. But if I earn about 3 times as much as I still have. Oh yeah, believe it or not, owning 3 times the amount. Like, by the way, for those who don't know, my dad, who's a millennial, makes about 100,000 a year, maybe just a little bit above that. I found that out the hard way, or accidentally when we were going through and doing some financial stuff. He didn't mean to tell me that, but I found out accidentally. And he bought a house. Now he's making 100,000 a year, and you want to know how he was able to buy a house, even while making 100,000 a year? He still had to ask my grandparents, who I'm pretty sure are millionaires, to help him buy the house. Because of the financial situation that Canada's in, even if you're making 100,000 a year, you still have a potential to be denied denied being able to actually buy a house. It's nuts, like actually crazy. And the reason I know this is because even my aunt, who was making I think it was like 80 or 90,000 a year, had to do the same for a apartment, not a house, an apartment. Which is like, how is the financial situation so bad that you can make $100,000 a year and still not be making enough money to where banks are like, you know what? Yes, we'll let you buy this house. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, how? It's crazy, man. Like, actually crazy. Like, how do you pull that off? Mind you, for those who may not know, that kind of money is like surprisingly not too uncommon with people who are like over a certain age. My grandparents, one of them was an accountant, so you can probably see where all that money came from. That rent costs more than a mortgage. Yeah, I know. You think I'm happy about the fact that my rent costs more than a fucking mortgage right now? If I were to go buy this apartment, by the way, guys, I'd be paying about $900 in mortgage. I'm currently paying $1,400 in rent. I'm paying $500 more than I would be paying for mortgage. Unfortunately, due to quote-unquote my financial situation, I apparently can't afford the mortgage. I'm not going to get into that right now. But with my pay, but still a 30-year long mortgage is nightmare fuel. Yeah, mortgages are one of those things where like, if you can afford to pay off your mortgage like chunks at a time, do it. If you can't, then don't. Oftentimes, a lot of the times that turns into like a trap where you just get trapped into the mortgages and stuff, and it's not good. It's not good, man. It's normal for us because Kelsey, for us in North America, it's a very shit situation. Code lives in Europe. They're European. They're European, so they live all the way over there. But like they have a much better situation in terms of mortgages and like contracts and stuff, as well as like loans. But here in North America, about 30-ish years is about the normal. I think my dad's mortgage is about 40 years, I think. I think it's 40. Yeah, I think it's about 40. Welcome to bullshit, guys. It's almost done. Yeah, 15-year mortgage is like something that you can only do if you're making like 250 plus a year. Like bands a year kind of thing. Like you need to be making 250 bands a year kind of thing if you want to be doing it that way. Otherwise, it's just not something that you can do feasibly while also continuing everything else. Which is beyond unfortunate, but welcome to bullshit, guys. It's also why I haven't really been like thinking about even buying a house in the first place, because it's not even possible. Not for me specifically. Not to mention, I'm a part of a minority, which immediately writes me off of like most banks. Because if you guys don't know this, if you're part of a minority, banks will also deny you based on being a part of a minority and being a part of being a part of a group of people that will be more likely to be fired or have job issues or financial issues due to, well, being a part of a minority and marginalized within the communities and stuff. So unfortunately, even if I wanted to go through and be like, all right, cool, I want to go through and like say, hey, I want to get a mortgage for an apartment that's going to cost me like what, 200,000, so I should have an apartment that I can own. Yeah, that's not going to work. Not to mention, due to my family history, I can't even do it anyways. Because they also look into your family history and look at the most likely output for that. And if your family history is bad enough in terms of like mortgage payments and like, or paying back loans and stuff, you're screwed. There's nothing you can really do, unfortunately. Which kind of sucks, but welcome to mortgages and all that kind of stuff, or loans and things. Yeah, if they closed it at 19, yeah, that's not bad. Not bad at all. But you're also living in Russia, Cry, so I don't actually know what the financial situation in Russia is like. What, the red line for that over there too? Homie, I live in North America. What do you mean? I live in North America, where everything in North America is dictated by what happens in the US, and everything is basically copy-pasted from the US effectively. So if you live in like Mexico, Canada, or the US, you're probably gonna have to deal with it the same way. But yeah, it's like, we can have that my pay translates to about 41.5k. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's actually decently good, actually, KO'd. That's actually not bad at all. That's actually pretty good. But yeah, redlining is what I was talking about. If you guys want to know just how bad redlining is, look into it. You'll get real pissed very quickly. But redlining is, for those who aren't aware, it's, as a TLDR, it was a thing that was primarily designed for making sure that those who are of color or African American descent were unable to buy houses, buy businesses, or start businesses. It was a way for them to continue racism and other things, and marginalization of minorities, mostly those of color, much later on into the 50s, 60s, 70s, and that's part of the reason why the civil rights movement was such a big thing, is because even during that time, they were still fighting against all of that. And then later on, even to this day, it's still a thing. It's not as visible and it's not as well seen, but it still definitely is a thing that is done. And I can definitely tell you, as somebody who has to deal with it personally, I'm not of color, but I do deal with the effects of it, since I'm a part of a minority that happens to be very marginalized as well. Yeah, it's not a fun time. I really wish it wasn't the case. But just because you're different, they will say no. Welcome to bullshit. But yeah, so if you're a part of minority and other stuff, like, the only way for me to go through and buy a house right now is if I go through and rely entirely on my dad to do it. And so basically what would end up happening is that if my dad and I, so if I go through and buy if I want to go buy like an apartment or a house, what I would have to do is I would have to go take my dad and have him also sign the papers as a guarantor and make sure that he, as a white man, is going to be able to go through and pay for whatever happens with that contract if I fail it. Because that is the easiest and most effective way to do so, which is unfortunate because welcome to bullshit. But that's one of the only real ways for those who are part of the LGBTQ, of those who are of African American descent and other things like that to go through and take care of that. And make sure that they can get around redlining as if they can go through and get a white man to help them with it. I say this as I'm white, also white as well, but I'm making this as a very distinct, clear message on that, which is unfortunate, but welcome to that, I guess. But yes. In Poland, mortgages, etc. Also have guarantors, but the race does not matter, but the financial status does. Yes, but that's because that's why I'm specifically focusing specifically on redlining here. Because it is not necessarily specifically only in North America, but it is something that is very prominent in North America. And you will run into that a lot. Where they do actually take your economic and financial status as well as your family status. Yes, your family status does matter here. So if you're upper middle class or if you're lower middle or upper class, will determine whether or not you'll actually be considered and accepted more likely to be accepted within loans and mortgages and stuff. Which is also a thing. It also determines how likely you are to be hired as well, which is why oftentimes when you go through and talk to somebody who's like a boomer or somebody who's super rich and they're like, oh yeah, but I can get a job super quick because yada yada reasons, and it's like, because my CV is really good or because I have a good work history. It's like, no, it's because you're already rich. You're a part of the upper class. That's one of the major reasons why you get hired in a lot of places, is because you're already a part of a certain class and they want to hire you for that reason. At least that's how it works in the US and Canada, which kind of sucks. Soul Spencer already divide the lines. Yeah, it does, very much so. And then depending on how your family history is, and yes, your family criminal history also does matter in this as well. So they go through and will go through and look through your family's criminal history as well for that kind of stuff. And it starts looking into a thing where if you go through and actually have any kind of like family who have been criminals or otherwise, that can also result in you being denied access to a loan and or mortgage and other things like that too. It's interesting. Background checks are very interesting when it comes to like housing stuff and like other things like that. They do that for good reason, because like if say you are also involved in those in that criminal stuff, then yes, I can understand why they would want to deny you the stuff. But that also means that those of us like me, for example, who have never actually committed a crime, who happen to also have family members who have committed crimes who are directly blood related to me, end up fucking me over because I can't deal with that shit. It's like, fuck me, man. It's like, what do you mean? Shit, man, that's bullshit. But yeah, welcome to oh, you're finally free. Hey, it's good to see. But yeah, welcome to redlining and the effects of what it does, as well as the extents of which people will go to avoid having to deal with certain groups of peoples. And yes, there are protections here in Canada to say like, oh, you can't deny people because they're part of minorities, or you can't deny them because they're sex, gender, or whatever. You can't do that here in Canada. Legally speaking, you can sue if that's a thing that somebody actually does to you. Now, here's the problem. They can not hire you for literally any other reason. Unironically, redlining. Oh, I see. They can deny you for reasons of, oh, sorry, you just don't fit in here, or I'm sorry, but my dog doesn't like you, so we're gonna have to fire you for that reason. Which actually did happen to me once, by the way. I was fired because their dog didn't like me. That was it. Because the owner's dog didn't like me, so I was fired for it. Merp. Welcome to bullshit, guys. So there's a reason why, like, when people are like, oh yeah, how's your work been, or how's like your experiences in these kind of industries, and I just shut my mouth because I literally have no good experiences to talk about. Plus, you'd have to be able to sue in the first place. That's the other part about it too. You can't just go through and sue. You're right. Yeah, no, Brew, you're 100% right. If you're not in a financial status, and they know that you're not in a financial status to be able to fight them on it, and they know that you'll know that they're firing you because you're part of a part of minority, but you don't have the money to fight them on it, yeah, they'll just do it anyways. Because they know they can get away with it. Because unfortunately, as much as the law in itself does work, and like the law is there to protect you, if you don't have the financial status or the financial means to be able to protect yourself against what's already there and what's happening to you, the law won't do anything to help you. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, welcome to shenanigans. Also, I'm speaking entirely on my own experience here. I don't know about other people's experiences, but I am speaking about my own experience here. About how this stuff goes usually. Also, having worked in places where I had a boss that was nicknamed the Grand Wizard. I have a feeling it wasn't actually a nickname. Yeah, there's a lot of very different places that you can work in. Very, very, very different places you can work in. By the way, the guy was an absolute fucking jackass. Yeah, no. That's why like I'm going through and saying that's my own personal experience, because I don't want you guys to like say like, oh, I'm invalidating other people's experiences by saying otherwise. But no, this is my own personal experience. By the way, saying this, for the record, guys, this is part of the reason why I don't get along with my family or my extended family at all. Is because if I mention any of what I just said to you guys at all, they will shut the conversation down and or try to give me a lecture of, no, not all bosses are like that. No, you must have been mistaken, or nah, I'm sorry to say this, but your work, you just need to find a better job. That's what happens when people are too rich for their own good, by the way. Like, they're not even considered, like, they can afford to buy a home and they can afford to live comfortably, but they're not like rich, but like, it's one of those things where they're living around people who can afford like $3.6 million homes, and like they have like friends that are like uber rich, and it corrupts the way that you think, and I can see it happening to them. And it's like, please just have friends that aren't super rich, man. Like, not all your friends need to be business owners. Holy shit. No, see, jobs aren't scary. I fucking love working, by the way. Like, personally, I love to work. Like, if I didn't have things to work on, I'd be really like, if I was like really like bored, I would just really like, I just prefer working because it's something for me to do. I like working. The thing about it is that I hate working for people that are just terrible people, if that makes any sense. Like, most people are the same. Like, most people love working because it gives us something to do, a purpose, and then it gives us something that we can actually work towards, and that makes us feel nice as humans, because like we need that. But like at the same time, like, my guy. Yeah, it's Phage. That's why I'm self-employed and happiest I've ever been. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm working towards actually getting to a point where I can be fully self-employed too. Like doing commissions and otherwise. Because if I can be fully self-employed, which I'm almost there actually, it would be fantastic. Like, genuinely speaking, it would be amazing. But also, I know that it's not going to be a guarantee that I might not be able to guarantee that I could do it. But yeah, it'd be awesome to do. Because like, for one, eventually it might actually let me hire other people, which would let me be able to hire them and give them a better pay and position than what they normally would have been able to get. Rick, I'm staring at you, you ass. Rick, over here willing to do fucking internships for free. Fucking literally doing modern day slavery for... I don't even know what reason you do it now. Like, I'm genuinely not even sure why you do that. Because it's like, dude, you can find internships that you get paid for. Doing it for free does nothing. It just gives them free labor, and that's not something that you should be doing. But yes, besides the point, giving people like actually decent jobs and like actually a decent position to work in, it would be the dream, honestly. Give us something to do and we'll actually enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Like I fucking love customer service, by the way, guys. Like, when I was working as a barista, I fucking loved it. You want to know when I didn't like it? When our boss was around. That was it. The only time I didn't like fucking dealing with my work is whenever my boss is around or any of the management. Otherwise, it's a lot of fun to work. Like, I fucking love working as a barista. But like, at the same time, like, I can't work in modern barista positions because it's like, a lot of the time if you work as a barista, it's not the customers that are bad, it's your fucking bosses that are really bad. And I still don't understand why that's the case, why it's like always the bosses that are worse than the customers. No, see, here's the thing, I wouldn't make an amazing bartender. The major reason why is because I have a personal belief that alcohol is poison, which isn't exactly a belief, it's actually just straight up facts. And so I could never hand somebody a beer. Not consciously. Like, I'd rather die. I can't do that. Like, morally speaking, I cannot give somebody a beer by hand, or like alcohol or anything like that. I would not be willing to do so. So I'd be more than okay with being a barista, but I would not be okay with that. With being a bartender though. Go to study, become a history teacher, so I have to kneel. I have to kneel to get, have to kneel to not get it. What? The fuck are you talking about, Rick? Oh my god, I swear to god. Or you just do the bartender therapy? What are you talking about bartender therapy? Also, I am not someone who's feasible to, like, I cannot work as a therapist. That's why you make a robot? No, I wouldn't be. No, like I would not take on the moniker of a bartender. I couldn't do it. Like, morally speaking, I would not be able to do it because for me, specifically speaking, I'm not okay with alcohol and I don't like touching it. To me, it's like straight up just like I'd rather throw up than touch it. And honestly, it does kind of make me throw up whenever I have to touch it. So like, yeah, no, I can't do therapy either. I'm a little too broken to be a therapist, guys. Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as people like go through and be like, oh yeah, you should be a therapist because you talk a lot and you're like super nice to talk to and all this stuff. Guys, I don't think how do I explain this? As like an easy way to put this. I am what you would call a broken, like take a bunch of pane glasses, like stained pane glasses, shatter them. Now take away 99% of the glass and try and fit them back together. That's what I am. I am an amalgamation of pieces of who I used to be, just trying to survive day to day. As much as I like to say like, oh yeah, I'm happy, I'm doing good, I'm okay, my past very much dictates how I do act nowadays. And while I do act like most people would never be able to tell I've been like through the shit that I've been through, it's one of those things that I don't fit in the scene of being a therapist because for me, I will tell you what's wrong with you. Verbatim. I don't tiptoe around the issues. I don't I don't hide behind words. And the problem there is that in therapy you kind of have to, and you need to direct people towards the answer rather than giving them the answer, and I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to guide people towards the answer. For me, the discussion here seems actually to for you. Yeah, no, so for me specifically, that's because code, I've been through 20 years of therapy, 2 decades of it. I've also had to deal with being raised by literal psychopaths, like actually diagnosed psychopaths. So like, while I do understand that like a lot of people to go through and be like, oh yeah, you're so nice. Where do you think I learned it? Where do you think I picked up these character traits? Like, I myself am not a psychopath, but that's where I learned it, is because a lot of the times, like, my ex-mother, like my ex-biological mother was a diagnosed psychopath. My dad's wife is also a psychopath. So like, while I do understand the whole thing of like people being like, oh, you're so nice, it's like, where do you think I get these character traits, my guys? Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Though, then again, I don't act this way. This is just how I am. I don't change, nor do I act the way that I am. It's just that this is who I am now. But also, this also comes into the whole play of I can't do therapy either because, for me specifically, I don't know how to help in that way, if that makes any sense. Like, as much as I could go through and be like, oh yeah, I'd love to help you guys. I can give you advice based on my own experiences. Like, I can talk about my own personal experiences of what I've lived through and what I've actually experienced and stuff is what I do. Everything I talk about is based on my own personal experience and what I've actually seen, done, and or heard from others. And so, a lot of the times when I give advice and stuff, it's not stuff that I can go through and say like, oh yes, I can solve this issue before for you without having ever experienced it. That's not how I function, I'm sorry to say. But yeah, no. The closest thing to bartending that I'll ever do is being a barista. And that's it. Serving coffee. And that's just because I like the smell of coffee. And I love coffee. Specifically, espresso. The espresso with milk thingies. Like, you know the ones where you go through and like get like a espresso on the bottom and then you fill it with milk or like foamed milk and stuff? That shit is so good, man. I fucking love it. Like, just give me an espresso shot with some milk in it and it's like, I'm good. I'm happy. That's good. It's more than okay. But yes, so a lot of the times when people are like talk to me and stuff, this is also why I don't do like personal relationships and stuff, is because I'm more than well aware that I'm not in a position where I can help anyone, nor can I be able to, like, I can have people rely on me, because for one, I know for a fact I have a really bad habit of hurting those around me. That, or maybe it's just me perceiving things wrong, in a wrong way. And so for me to be able to avoid that happening, I just don't do personal relationships anymore. Like, I hang out with my dad and like I will like hang out with him and stuff, but like that's where I am. Like that's like the only real relationship I'm okay with is between me and my dad. Outside of that, no, I'm good, guys. I'm okay. I'd like to stay very much a single person. That would be fantastic. Thank you, because I know that I'm not mentally nor physically fit to be in a relationship nor to have friends. because I don't have, nor am I in the mental position to be able to help others in that manner, at least. So while I do end up helping people in terms of like tech or other stuff like that, I can't be emotionally reliant on, because that's just where I'm at. I'm too broken for that. Plus, there's a difference between a therapist and someone who converses with and manages an audience for a living. To be clear, I'm not saying converses to make light of the internet. Oh no, you're good. No. You're very much right there, bro. There's a very large and stark difference between being a therapist and doing what we do here as streamers. Like, I don't even do this as a living, by the way, guys. Like, the majority of my income is not from streaming. I do this for the bit. Unironically, I became a streamer for the bit. And I slowly but surely learned how to do streaming and like converse with people through streaming and like other things like this. This is actually where the majority of my ability to talk to people actually came from, is through streaming. Most of my confidence is also built through streaming as well. So like a lot of the times when people go through and like say like, oh yeah, you're great to converse with, it's because I literally do nothing but socially interact with people on stream. So like the way that I interact with you guys here is exactly how I interact with everybody. And the problem is that with that alone, it pisses a lot of people off, because if you interact with people through streaming and only through streaming, you tend to only learn and internalize the ways of how you would like communicate people through with people through streaming and stuff. And talking one-on-one with people, I don't know how to do that. Outside of streaming, I do nothing but work. And I mean nothing but work. That or read and take a nap, actually. Sorry. Those are three things. I take a nap, work, and read. Those are the only three things I do outside of streaming. And so while I do understand that people like to go through and like be like, oh yeah, you'd be fun to hang out with off of stream and stuff, I'm a really dull person off of stream, guys. It's also why I go through and say like, hey, a lot of people really like the idea of getting to know me, not actually getting to know me. Because I can tell you from personal experience and past experiences that pretty much every person that has gotten to know me, except for, mind you, 2 people, has actually like eventually just ended up hating me eventually. Whether that be an issue with on my end, which my therapist has mentioned that I'm actually doing everything correctly and I'm somehow not fucking up, or they just end up getting a little too infatuated with me and then end up getting very, and then I have to break them off, like I have to cut ties with them, like hard cut ties, and then they end up becoming a stalker for like years, which has happened on multiple occasions in the past. So there's only really 2 ways that that usually goes, and I'm okay with neither of those happening, please and thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And that happens with VTubers, creators, viewers, people that I meet like once or twice. It's not like one of those things where it's like an offhanded thing where like I mean that as like a thing of like, oh yeah, being self-absorbed. No, this is like an actual issue that I deal with when I try to go through and talk to people like personally. Like I'll try to go hang out with people in VCs and like be like, oh yeah, he's like super friendly and like talk to people and stuff. Like I don't mind hanging out with people. The problem is when it gets further than just hanging out, if that makes any sense, because people will try to be like, oh yeah, why can't I just DM you? And it's like, for that exact reason of I can't do DMs with you guys because it will become a problem. I also don't do I don't join public VCs or private VCs for that matter. Like the only time I touch Discord is for me to text in the Discord, like in this area here. Outside of that, nothing. I don't really touch it. This would be a world I really need a friend plus where social interaction. So, world is really in need of friend plus would make social interactions much easier. What do you mean by friend plus? What does that even mean? Like friends with benefits? I don't know, because that's not something I'm okay with either. Like what does that mean? Double affinity has been going for the last 9 hours, by the way, guys. Yeah, no, I have no idea. It's like a contest. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it checks out. Oh, C++ for social interactions? Oh, yeah, I can see that actually. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, no, that might be. I don't even know what Newspeak is. What is Newspeak? I also don't touch social media, guys. So like when people are like try to start a conversation with me where they go like through like, oh, have you watched this show? My answer is always no, because I haven't watched it. Probably, unless it's anime. So like that's what I mean by like a lot of people find out that I'm a pretty dull person because I don't touch social media, I don't watch shows, I don't watch movies, I read books on occasion. I kind of just stick to myself. I don't really have anything else I do other than work. So like a lot of the times people are like, oh yeah, it'd be awesome to hang out. It'd be awesome to like talk to you and stuff. And people are like always like going through and stuff. And it's like, guys, I don't think you understand just how dull my life is outside of streaming. It's literally just this. And the only people that I can talk to about streaming, relatively speaking, are the people that I talk to on stream, which is apparently you guys, and my dad. And even then, I don't even talk to my dad about streaming that much because my dad and I have a thing where like, well, he does understand and support what I do. He's just not really interested in anything past that. School and the prompt is literally nothing I've ever done. Exactly! That's the exact reason why I don't care about the English exams, because they're always like hitting you with the whole thing of like, oh yeah, you should go through and like, you should go talk about your hobbies. Hobbies? Those are a thing? Like, God, like, what do you mean talk about your hobbies? Talk about what you do in your day-to-day life. You mean take a nap? Sleep? Like, a lot of the times, like, the whole advice about, like, having friends and, like, making friends and stuff, and people are always like, oh, you should talk about what you enjoy to do. Well, first of all, that's under an NDA. Second of all, I like to read books, sometimes. Thank you, I guess. Yeah, that's why I'm, like, just over here, like, what the fuck, man? But that's also the reason why I've given up on the whole concept of like being like, okay, I don't need to have like a friend group or anything like that. Because I've been a part of all sorts of different kinds of friend groups. I've seen them fall apart because two people started dating and then one of them cheated on the other one or something happened between them and then the group gets split apart and then yada yada bullshit reasons and then things break apart, and that's happened more than a few times, by the way, in people, like groups that I've known online. Or people start pulling out the famous line of, oh, so-and-so is this everybody's favorite person. Do you know how many times I've heard Kanno is everybody's favorite person? Just unironically. Do you know how many times I've heard that from people? Who had never the best intentions? Like, genuinely speaking, if I have ever heard a single line that makes me the hair on the back of my neck stand out more is when somebody says my name and then is everybody's favorite person, because that is a code red defcon bajillion they're not your friends moment, because I can almost guarantee you that either they're not aware or they're very well aware that you're like, that's like social interaction 101 of like, if you hear somebody say that you're not friends, just move on. That's it. It's GG's. Just move on. Also, yeah, never date inside your friend group. That's another one. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, what you're doing in your daily life describes programming microelectronics. Nice. I have no idea what you're about. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the times, yeah, that's also another issue they run into with that kind of stuff. So, or the whole interview question of like, what do you enjoy doing outside of work? It's like, you're not gonna hire me if I tell you that, so I'm not gonna be able to do that. I can't answer that question. Usually my answer to those questions, by the way, is just the definition of read a book is how I answer those questions. It's just read a book. Because interview questions like that are absolute bullshit. Because then they'll hit you with the, sorry, you're not a fit for this company because you have another job outside this job. By the way, if you're trying to get hired and you have like a secondary income outside of the work that you already work, don't tell them that you have a secondary income, because they're likely going to not hire you. The main reason why is because a lot of companies, at least in North America specifically, will want you to only have them as your sole income. And if they aren't your sole income, they'll feel insecure about the fact that you aren't their sole income, or they aren't your sole income, and then they'll end up like they'll fire you or like whatever, and then it becomes a whole issue in its own right. Yeah, no, I say like when it comes down to like actually like, stuff like this, it's one of those things where it's like, I understand that like people are like want me to be around, but also you gotta understand that like I can't do that kind of stuff. I don't do social interactions. Oh wait, we can't hold you hostage? Not interested? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what it is. Also, if anybody says, oh, we're just like family here, punch them. Fucking suplex their ass. Like, I used to work for a company, by the way, that their slogan is, we're a family providing for other families or working for other families or whatever the fucking slogan was. I don't fully remember it. I'm just paraphrasing here. If you live in Canada, you probably know what company I'm talking about. But yes, I worked for that company for a while. Mind you, you want to know the most family thing I ever saw at that job? We all quit in the exact same week without even like thinking about it. We didn't communicate. We just all quit within the exact same week. That right there was the most family-like thing I ever saw at that job. That or other stuff, but we're not going to get into that. A moment a company tells you it's family, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Don't do that. It's it's emotional manipulation. Honestly, I've been waiting and wanting to do the thing where like to respond with, oh, you're gonna treat me like my family does? So you're going to abuse and use me and then throw me away when you don't need me anymore? Sorry, I'm gonna have to decline this offer. Ah, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, and give me lifelong lasting trauma too. Add that in there too. Which isn't necessarily off the mark either for a lot of jobs. Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, you could just respond with that one. Although that's a very Gen Z response, by the way. Just heads up on that one. So also be fair warned that if you do respond that way, you will probably be escorted out. Because they won't be happy with you giving them a straight answer. Because if you work in a job in a lot of jobs and stuff, they want you to beat around the bush and give them quote unquote corporate speak. And if you don't give them corporate speak, they're gonna be real mad about it. Which is like, dude, why the fuck, man? But yes, this is on my tangent of why I don't do social stuff. And why I don't do therapy. Also, guys, I'm here as a professional yapper. I can't be a therapist. I can go through and be like, oh yeah, I can give advice, but I can't give you like direct answers. And I will always encourage people to go talk to an actual therapist, because that is #1 going to be your best situation if you can. Because genuinely speaking, there will be nothing better than you actually going through and getting a proper therapist for your own mental health. As much as a lot of people tend to be like, or social media and other things tend to like, oh, therapist is terrible, like yada yada bullshit reasons for why it's bad. No, you need to go through and make sure that you actually talk to a therapist. That is something that will actually make your life considerably easier. And a lot nicer actually, for that matter. How does your AC decide to be a heater? How the fuck does that happen? Like, how do you have it reverse into being worse than it? Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about that. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Maybe I don't know block AC? I actually don't know. I meant to T+ is jumped to the control language of 1984 for some reason, or plus double plus objective book. Like, oh, you're talking about the thing that he was talking about before? Yeah. We call that regression. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist. No, we call that I call that corporate speak because I don't do that here. We don't do corporate speak here. I will tell you verbatim how I feel about something, and I don't give a fuck, regardless. Well, unless it's like legally apprehensible, in which case I might consider it. Might. It's just another day at the office. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Though, to be fair, the environment that you guys have in Europe, from what I understand, is a lot better than what we have here in North America. Because, like, North America in itself is, like, a place where, unironically, yeah, jobs are interesting, to say the least. I don't think I need to go further than that. I think you guys get the point. But yes, case in point, always go grab a therapist. Always. Corporations are actually the decent employers, which is the opposite of here, because here we actually have like fucking parades sometimes when a corporation goes down. People fucking have celebrations here when a corporation gets taken out. Like, that's how bad it is here for us. Like, we actually see it as like a positive thing. For us, we have a sadistic thing, or I guess we have like, we take pleasure in watching corporations fall apart and break down. That's like our favorite pastime. And I think that might be one of the things that should be a very indicative of stuff, I guess. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, welcome to North American culture, where we actually celebrate when a corporation dies. We can't get fired that easily when they have to pay us for a year. Oh yeah, no. Man, I wish that was the thing here. It's also why when Luigi supposedly killed that one CEO, everybody was celebrating, and like that's why that was a whole thing for a while. It's because like he basically became an icon of like almost a martyr for the people at that point. Almost, if the martyr is the right word. He didn't die per se, but he did go to jail for it. Which is just the funniest thing ever. Like if you're in a society where the upper class and stuff, yeah, that's why I said allegedly or supposedly. Like he never actually did it, but yeah, he allegedly did it. But yeah, when it comes down to that kind of stuff. That's fine, you're good. But yeah, when it comes down to that kind of stuff, it's like, yeah, that's why that kind of stuff is like very much something that like is huge. Also, I don't know if you guys saw it, but immediately after that happened, or as it was happening, fucking a ton of the news networks and stuff tried to like play it off and all this other stuff. It's like, no, you ain't playing that off, chief. That's not gonna happen. Sorry, bro. It's also I don't really pay attention to the news anymore, specifically like CBC or CNN and all that kind of stuff, or any of like the American news networks and stuff. It's because like it doesn't really like the news networks there, like the news networks here in North America and some in Europe actually aren't actually that reliable in terms of actual like information anymore. It's actually more reliable to actually get news from like random YouTubers that do news than it is to actually get information from news networks now. It's weird. Like YouTubers have become more reliable than that. Do you know how bad it has to get for YouTubers to be more reliable than anything else? Do you know how nuts that is? Like holy shit, man. You gotta like do some crazy shit for that to be the case. Wait, I'm not gonna be making news. Okay, my guy. We already deal with enough issues. I'm not gonna go through and actively put the community in danger even further than I already have, specifically for the fact of making news content. That's not gonna happen. Unless it was something else unrelated to that. But yeah, we're not gonna be making news content. We're not doing that. I have no interest. Yes. News about cats? There isn't really much news about cats. Also, if I was gonna make news about any cats, it'd be cats in the office. Because like, if I was gonna go do anything, it'd be cats in the office that I'd be making news about. I understand why you would want to have news about cats, but like the kittens, I'd be taking pictures of them, and bam, we have news about cats now. Perfect. Most important stuff ever. But I don't know, man. What? Hold on. Oh no. Okay, code. I think I might need to clarify something here. People are nice to each other as long as you're a part of their culture. I don't think many people have noticed this, but when it comes to the US and a lot of places in Canada specifically, if you're not a part of their culture, there's a very good chance that you might not have the best time with them. Yeah, it's very much one of those things where if you're not a part of my group, you're not in my group, so you're against me. And so a lot of that that kind of stuff is mostly just, yeah. And even within certain groups, there's actually quite a bit of infighting. Like, for example, in the LGBTQ community, at least, since I'm LGBTQ, I can actually talk about this a little bit. There's actually those who are gay who happen to believe that those who are trans are terrible people for just being trans. Do you know how insane of a mental leap you have to be both gay and also see other people a part of your culture as bad because they're just different? Like, that's no different than perpetuating how you're treated by other people, but it's also, I have a feeling it's partly due to like coping and whatnot. Yeah, pretty much sorority girls. Yeah, it pretty much works. But I don't care as long as I don't have to deal with you, kind of thing. Oh, Poland people are, well, yeah, that's usually what most people are like. Like a lot of people are like that, but there are groups that are, yeah. If you're in the US, just don't go to the South. Specifically speaking, don't go to Texas. Please, for the love of God, do not go to Texas or Florida. Just for the love of God, do not touch either. If you're part of a minority, just do not touch either. And I know that there's going to be some people from Texas that are going to say like, oh, but it's such a nice place. And like, it's so good. It's so nice. Yeah. You want to know the reason for it? I can hit you with it if you're really wanting the reason for it. One of them is, for one, you're able to afford a home, so you don't have to deal with the being shenanigans here. And then two, people see you as in a better light because you are able to afford a home. And well, bam! It's almost like that's the reason that they're nice to you. It's like, Jesus, man. What the fuck? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah. To be fair, Canada does have some places like that too. Like Alberta's pretty bad for that. It's actually part of the reason why I don't leave my apartment too often, is because like I do actually run into quite often where if I try to have a conversation with somebody just out in public, it doesn't go too well. Usually because like they'll give me the okay, for those who are part of minorities here, you'll probably understand what I mean. But if you're a part of minority and you go and talk to somebody who's not okay with other certain types of minorities, they'll give you the look. And I don't know how to describe it other than the look. And if you're a part of it and you've seen it, you probably know what I'm talking about. But yes, it is a very common thing to run into. Yeah, the look. It's like, fucker, what did I do? Why are you scared of me? Homie, I have a hard time picking up 30 pounds. What am I gonna do? Like, Jesus Christ, man. And it's also because in a lot of more conservative communities, by the way, for those who don't know, this is like a bit of an explanation from what the look comes from, not actually what the look looks like. Is that, you know how like a lot of times when you take a look at like social media platforms like Fox News or other like social media platforms that are similar to that, where they go through and say like rhetoric of like these certain people that are part of these minorities are terrible people and they're gonna kill you and like skin you alive because yada yada bullshit reasons. Yeah, it's because they listen to those kind of news networks and or are part of very conservative families or happen to be a part of the faux Christian crowd who think anybody who isn't white and Christian and also cis is a terrible person. Mind you, I know you probably know exactly who I'm talking about. I say faux because they're not actually Christian. I refuse to accept that they're Christian, but yes. It's a whole ordeal and stuff, and what they'll do is that they will actually fear people who are a part of minorities because they don't want to get skinned alive, or they don't want to fucking deal with the, oh no, I said something wrong, or I accidentally offended you, so you're gonna have to sue me now, and all this. It's like, what? No. I don't think you understand, but most of us are part of minorities just want to hang out and chill. Like, I actually got fired from a job because there was this group of people that was at the job that were actively making this whole thing where like I was just doing my job and then they like started like actively acting like I was trying to like attack them because they made a wrong assumption or they made like a wrong comment about me, and it's like, homie, I'm doing my job. I don't give a fuck. But then they made it such a big stink about it that I ended up getting fired for it. And it's like, okay, fine, I guess, whatever. Appreciate it. Mind you, I was working as a chef at the time, so if you guys have ever worked as a chef or know what those like areas are like in terms of like working environments, then you understand why it is, why that's the case, or why that happens. But yes, that is something that minorities deal with a lot, and it's why I don't deal with like being in public much, is because that's the exact reason. Only bad people from the minorities I've met are the ones who talk about being a minority. Yeah, well, so here's the thing about that, is that is also something that's kind of a bit of a survivorship bias on that one, or I guess bias, in the sense of like a lot of the times when you go through and have a situation, it's less of a matter of talking about being a part of a minority, and it's more of about being very, I guess, intense about it, I guess. So like for me, for this conversation specifically, I'm using it as an example of like what I've dealt with and what I'm explaining here. So I'm using it as like a teaching example, because this is the stuff that my dad does too. This is how he's taught me to talk about things, to be able to go through and actually explain things, so I can actually like have it be a bit easier to explain. Since if I talk about certain things without actually bringing up my own personal experiences on this, it might actually be like I'm talking about hot air, if that makes any sense, since the stuff does actually matter. But like when you come down into it, there's like a whole other thing of like, I can understand why the whole thing of like those who talk about being a part of a minority do cause trouble, but a lot of the times there are also those who end up getting pushed into those positions where they are forced to cause trouble, which is the side of things where you don't actually end up seeing that part of it. And those of you who have experienced that probably fully understand exactly what I mean by that, where the people around you end up forcing you to cause the problems to get them off your back. Ex-girlfriends, friends, with her, there's a couple of years. Even it was pretty easy. Okay, but like, girls were, hide. Well, yeah. Well, that's because in most cases, if you're not doing a teaching moment, most people won't even know that I'm a part of the LGBT. Like, if I don't actively talk about it online, people won't know. And that's why I talk about it, because a lot of people, like I've actually had people walk up to me, or not walk up to me, but like try to strike up conversations with me online about the whole like, yeah, Hitler was a great person, right? It's like, no, the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit. I've had people unironically assume that I'm like, I'm a Nazi because I unironically know how to pronounce certain German words. But I'm not a German. So like, they've actually unironically done that. That's why I mentioned that I'm like that's why like I mention like so often that I'm a part of the LGBTQ and like my beliefs, and that's why I go through and actively like make very clear statements about what I feel about things, because that is the actual experiences that I've had with people, like online, not in person though. Most people just think I'm weird and or give me the look of fear, which is hilarious, but yeah. Wouldn't people from the minority actually want other people to not really know? Not necessarily. So oftentimes, so you gotta remember that when it comes down to being a part of a minority, it's less, so it's one of these things where this is going to get really confusing very quickly, but it's going to come into a bit of a explanation here. So I'm going to get back into the civil rights movement here. So you know how like a lot of the times during the civil rights movement, they were very like clear about how they felt and they would make their presence known in like every place possible. They were making sure that everybody knew that they were there, knowing that like they were absolutely breaking the social norms and constantly pushing the fact that they needed to be respected the same way that other people, like everybody else is being respected the same way, and like they wanted to have the same rights, responsibilities, and other stuff as like those who were white, right? It's a similar thing as that, whereas, well, yes, you could go through and hide that you're a minority, yes, but that will only make the situation worse. Because if you go through and hide the fact that you're part of a minority or part of a marginalized group, and you go through and hide the fact that that's what you're a part of, people only think that they're winning. So, like, they'll only think that, oh, I'm actually in the right because these people feel ashamed for who they are. And that's where that thought process comes into. And so that's why like it's better for you to go out of your way to make sure oh no. No. So this actually gets into the point of this. The reason why I make it very clear of like what I am and like what communities I'm a part of and like who I am as a person is, one, so you guys know who I am, and so I don't have to hide who I am, because that shucks ass having to hide who you are. But also two, it shows people that it is okay to show who you are, because a lot of the times people who are a part of the LGBTQ grew up in households like mine, for example, or one of my households, where they grew up with Nazis for parents, or they grew up with hyper-Christian like nationalist people who like would beat their ass for just considering being different than them. Like it's one of those things where I grew up in a household when I was younger where I wasn't allowed to have any different opinions, because if I had a different opinion, it was bad, and I would oftentimes be yelled at or have like constant conversations about it, and I would be come into moral debate and all this other stuff. And that's why to this day I go through and actively state who I am, what my thoughts are, and I do not mince my words, because one of the major things is that a lot of people, especially in North America, have that kind of childhood where they weren't allowed to speak. They weren't allowed to be their own people. They weren't allowed to go out and have fun with their friends or anything else like that. Like, it's one of those things where if you just voice who you are and voice and show who you are, it actually does show and actually help others realize that they can do the same. And it's something that actually is something that I very much stand on and will die on that hill, that it's a very important thing to do. Much like how all the other civil rights movements have happened, where that is actually the case. Not harmful, not trying to harm people for who you are or trying to harm them or cause problems, just stating who you are, making sure that people know who you are as a person, and making sure that people, like, it's known who you are. Because that in itself is more than enough to do it. But the point is making the point that they don't. No, unfortunately they do code. They do. You are aware, okay, do you want me to get into the stuff of the reason why I'm a lot more, I'm very the way that I am code? Alright, so let's get into it. The US currently is going through a thing where their current government is currently stripping the rights away from anybody who's of black descent, anybody who's a part of the LGBTQ. If you're part of minorities, they're stripping away your rights, actively working towards making it so that you have no protections anymore. Those laws are actually seeping into other countries around the US, including Canada, which we've actually started seeing issues into that as well here in Canada. cough cough, Alberta, and they're removing the right to protest as teachers and shit. Look into it if you want to. I'm not going to go into the details of it because it's pretty clear cut and case on that one. The US also went through and passed a law to remove anyone who's who's trans from the US military for no other reason than they're trans. Sorry, but that's not a good enough reason to remove them from the military. They're serving and protecting your country. Like, what the fuck do you want? More than that. Like, they're actively willing to die for their own country. Like, that is like the ultimate sacrifice. Like, what do you mean? And this is also part of the reason why I'm so intense about it, is because, or not really intense, mind you, I talk about it a lot, is because for me specifically in North America, we actually have people actively fighting us on this, trying to strip our rights away, trying to make sure that we don't have the ability to speak out, trying to make sure that people don't know that we have activists in our communities. Like, the US government is going out of its way to remove people from history. Like, there's quite a few different LGBTQ voices and or activists that have been removed from history books, or the fact that they're trying to actively remove monuments and stuff that were like monumented there because of people who either died or were injured in the act of trying to fight for civil rights and stuff. It's like, it's one of those things where this is like probably one of the most like I will fight and die on this hill gladly, because of the fact that I've seen how people think and how people act. And I say this as somebody who has family who are Nazis, mega members, or members of the KKK. I know what they're like. I know how their rhetoric works. And the fact that the whole concept of people don't care it's less of a matter of people don't care and more of a matter of they do care, but only if it affects them. And usually, oftentimes, this gets into the whole issue of, on top of that, even better, let's bring into the point of abortion. Okay, let's take a look at how Texas went through and passed a bill recently, a couple months ago, that made it illegal to get an abortion in Texas without parental consent. If you're a minor, they go through and they make it so that you can't get an abortion if you're a minor without parental consent. Do you know what, I think it's like 86% of all rape cases happen for those who are minors? They're done by a family member. Do you know what that did? It made it so that those who are who are minors are unable to get an abortion, even if it's going to save their life, without the express permission of the person who raped them. Yeah. Do you know how nuts that is? Like, removing those kind of rights from people just in general is insane. But this is the kind of stuff that we're seeing here in North America, and why I actively go out of my way to make sure that people know, for one, it's okay to speak out. Two, it's okay to show people who you are. And three, crazy. Whatever counts. Tracking someone down who got an abortion in a different state using... Yeah, I know. I'm well aware, House. I'm well aware. But yeah, this is one of those things where, like, this is the kind of stuff, like, this is why I fight, like, this is why I make the comments that I do and why I talk the way that I do as well, is because I'm more than well aware of how this stuff spreads and how this stuff goes. And if nobody's willing to talk about it, then nobody will. And if I need to put myself in a position where I could be hunted down, wouldn't be the first time, or somebody tries to kill me, also wouldn't be the first time, like, I'm just gonna do it. I might as well go through and do it, you know? It's not like it's gonna put me in that much of risk anyways. Like, that's also part of the reason why I'm a VTuber, so I can talk about this stuff without having to worry about my own health and safety, for the most part. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, while I do understand that the whole idea of, like, people saying, like, oh yeah, it doesn't, like saying, like, people just don't care where you are, you're just not seeing it. I'm sorry to say. This is genuinely, a discussion here is kind of talking ahead of mind, but you just said consider debate, voicing an issue. Just said, oh yeah, no, I do, like, yeah, but, like, this is how I talk about things. I do debates. I do structured debates, and I will actively listen to what people say, but I will also counter them if I don't agree with something somebody says. I will counter. I chose the people do e.g. Twitter. Yeah, but that's Twitter. Okay, Code, first of all, number one lesson of fighting for civil rights is write off anything involving Twitter. Like, straight up, Twitter does not exist in this discussion. Like, we're gonna write off Twitter. Blue Sky can be written off because it's almost like Twitter, and we're gonna be honest here. Twitter's pretty, like, Blue Sky's cool and all, but it's almost like Twitter. But we're just gonna ignore Twitter. Twitter's not like this. If you're talking about that, that's a different entire thing. And I can actually give you an exact reason for the why they act like that. And you want to know the simplest reason? It's because they're used to being attacked. A lot of the times when you see people who are part of the LGBTQ communities or those who are part of minorities and stuff, a lot of times they will preemptively attack those around them, or those who try to, like, they perceive as going to attack them, specifically because they think that they're going to be attacked by that person. And it's a preemptive defense to stop that from happening. Because it just happens so much to them. That doesn't just extend to the LGBTQ. That also extends to those who are Black, those who are Mexican, those who are like any minority for that matter. Actually, minority here in North America, not, you know what I mean. Either way, it comes down to being one of those things. Effectively, yes, because a lot of people oftentimes see that seizing the initiative in conflict is a better resolution than actually talking things out, and that's not the best solution in any capacity. That's also why I have the conversations and debates that I do, or I guess, quote unquote, what you guys would call a debate. This is just for me a conversation. I don't consider this a debate. This is just a conversation. But this is why I talk the way that I do, and why I've purposely gone through and trained myself to speak the way that I do, specifically to be able to go through and make sure that if I do have a conversation with somebody, I can actually talk to them in a way that would lessen the ability for it to, like, lessen the possibility of it to turn into a conflict. Though, while that still does happen all the time, actually, because for some fucking reason I still can't get it right, because I still end up in I still end up in conflicts with a lot of people, and I still don't understand it to this day. It's one of those things where I don't quite understand, but it is one of those things where trying to avoid conflict by any means is definitely something that is good, but there are times when it's just not worth it. Genuinely speaking, like, for example, personally, I've drawn the line. I have a very strict line that those in staff know. Like, if somebody walks in and starts like spewing Nazi shit or saying that they're a part of MAGA or support Trump, they're out of here. I don't give a fuck. I have no tolerance for that shit. While I do understand that that's not the best way to handle it, and like you could also have a proper conversation with them, unfortunately, being in the position that I am in, I've never once been able to actually have a proper conversation with somebody online who is a MAGA member, or those who have been like a Nazi or a member of the KKK or anything else like that. I've never once been able to have a proper conversation with them because of the fact that they will just wait for you to finish talking and then they'll just spew whatever they're saying after or before what you're saying. And there are people who actively seek conflict. That is actually what it is. But you guys are aware that those who seek conflict oftentimes do so out of trauma, right? Like, it's one of those things. I actually know this because I was actually somebody who used to do that myself. There's a reason I used to be a martial artist. Like, it comes down to being one of those things where, like, when you have enough trauma related to conflict, your mind wires itself to be comfortable with that conflict. And that's why a lot of times you'll see that in like those who are part of minorities and stuff, is because you'll go see those fighting back, and will oftentimes see that as a thing, as it's okay to do, because for them, they're comfortable with it. It's not a good thing to do, and it's not okay to do. Neither side is okay to fight, by the way. Like, I'm not saying this is like one side or the other here. I'm just saying it's like conflict is not an okay thing to do, regardless of what position you hold or what beliefs you have. I'd rather you guys, like, it's better if you just sit down and have a conversation about it. But there are, like, it's one of those things where if you see people who are actively seeking out a conflict or drama or anything else like that, it's because they've been through quite a bit of trauma, most likely, and they're so comfortable with it at this point that they actually seek it out because it's the only way they can feel comfortable, is if there is drama or conflict. And that is a huge reason why you see so much of it happening in the VTuber community, is because, if you guys aren't aware of this, a lot of people who are streamers and or like VTubers or streamers or YouTubers or anything else like that, or entertainers for that matter, oftentimes have very traumatic pasts. And a lot of us happen to just prefer to go and make people laugh or enjoy our time with others while we're doing stuff. Like, is it like, that's what we do, but it's also a way to go through and try and help others not have to deal with the same pain that we did, if that makes any sense. I don't know how to explain that past that, basically. One thing is, like, baffled to me was discussing with someone here, coincidentally, like, where they could not fathom that you could agree with one or two things without agreeing with years. What? Everything and taking part for your side. I agree, disagree with ideas. What? Yeah. No, as okay, hold on, Code. Were they American? More specifically, were they you can try to okay, hold on. Were they more specifically North American? Did they ever say anything about being North American? I know they were Polish. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. Hold on, I'll get back to that in a second because Smell said something else here. And I want to actually go through and read what Smell said. Hold on. They won't listen to any reason no matter. Oh yeah, no. I say this as somebody who, my ex-mother, by the way, was like an avid mega fan. Like she was like glazing Trump constantly. That was her thing. Like her favorite thing was to talk about how much she loved Trump and how much of a businessman he was and like all this other stuff. And it's like, this is like my biological mother. You see the stark difference between us though, right? Like my ex-mother and I are nowhere near the same, like in any capacity. Like she taught me how to do the business side of things that I know, which I do appreciate that she did, because that's honestly a really useful skill to know how to do. She also taught me how to converse with those who are a bit richer and a lot more upper class than we were. Because, well, you know, that's a skill in its own right. But like there are certain things, like her beliefs and political beliefs, I have no fucking idea how she got those. Well, actually I have a theory, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. But also Code, that comes into the whole thing where online specifically, like personally speaking, that's why I make the distinction of if somebody says that they're someone who's a part of MAGA, supports Trump, or is a Nazi or KKK member, if they say any of those four things, they're just instantly banned, because those are usually the four things that are indicator of they're not worth my time. That's it. That's an indicator of that. But at the other end of it, I also have a policy where I don't care if you're a conservative, or I don't care if you're a fucking liberal, or I don't care where you land on the, like, if you're a libertarian or like whatever the fuck you are. What I care about are three things, and only three things. Are you hurting yourself? Are you hurting somebody else? Or are you supporting somebody who is currently hurting somebody else? And those are the only three things I look at when talking to somebody. Outside of that, I can have a conversation about literally anything. I couldn't give a fuck. But when it comes down to like online situations and relationships and stuff, especially when you're talking about Twitter or social media, if you go through and say like, oh, this policy by this one person's okay, and I'm okay with this policy, but I'm not okay with the rest of this, it doesn't compute, because a lot of people see that as being like, oh, you're supporting this person, so then in this case you must be a terrible person, right? No, that's not how that works. But unfortunately, a lot of people lack the education or the or this is more of a failure on their parents' part, to be able to go through and teach them to distinguish between fully supporting someone and supporting the ideas that that person has, because there's a difference there. Now, personally, I don't actually know the names of any like people that. No, I do. Mamdani. You know the guy in hold on, Mamdani. You know the guy in you know the New York mayor? Yeah, Mamdani. That guy. Fucking based, by the way. Based. But he's a guy that a lot of people can agree with. And oftentimes, if I do run into somebody who's like saying like, he's somebody who does have, like, from what I understand, policies that may not agree with everybody, but also at the same time, he also has policies that are, generally speaking, really good. But he's usually a mix between everything. And that's awesome, because you can actually have a proper debate and like a conversation with him. Like, or not him specifically, but the people that actually support him. By the way, I do support Mandani because he is a based fucking person, and I swear to God, he's going through and showing exactly what the politicians could be doing. And like rubbing in their face, it's great. Either way, unrelated. I guess it is kind of related. But yeah, particular detail association mentioned, I could say that boiled down to funny enough, it was said permission, so I need permission, I don't want it actually. Oh, no, you're good, Code. Though it's better if we don't talk about Trump, because honestly, everything boils down to the same thing, and honestly, unfortunately with Trump and the people who support him, it's just not worth talking about them or giving them more time, because it's just like, it's really not worth the time to go through and debate somebody who's already made up their minds, especially considering the fact that a lot of the times, guys, you gotta remember that politics in the US is run like a cult. And I mean that literally. Because a lot of families, especially those who are married, like for example, the wives of a lot of men, oftentimes in a situation actually can't vote for anybody else because of the fact that if their husband finds out that they're voting for blue and not red, I know this is a stupid thing for anybody who doesn't live in the US, things could go south for them. So they have to, for their own protection, vote red instead of blue, even though they might follow the policies of blue. And then that goes through with, same thing with kids and or other people that live in those situations as well. Because you'll see that a lot with a lot of parents and or families in the US, especially like you'll see that in the US mostly, just because that's the thing. Or something then to accidentally cause well, no, you're fine, you're coded. Don't worry about it. I honestly, this conversation is good to have, but I'd rather not talk any more than Trump because I have a very personal hatred for the guy. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but my tone of voice has completely changed. I can hear it myself, and if I can hear it, then you guys can hear it. But my tone of voice has changed because if I hear the name Trump, I tend to I get very angry. But as a really good example of this in my own personal life, by the way, guys, is I have a cousin, I have a cousin who's like 8. He's a really nice dude, like super, super nice kid. But he's also living in a family of mostly mega. He lives in a family where his parents and his brother are like heavy supporters of Trump. And like they want, like one of my other cousins who's his brother is actively working towards moving to Texas and Florida because those are his main states. And like, when he goes through and like only thing about Trump that needs to be said is fuck Trump. Yeah, honestly, based bunny, based. But like he's growing up in a family where he doesn't end up like hearing any other values or views or anything else, and that's why like when you go through and like see that people can be very nice people but also just live in a terrible environment where they're just being indoctrinated into certain viewpoints. I got lucky where my dad was actually able to introduce me to other views other than those of my ex-mother and her family, but I also grew up in a area where it was very diverse, like very diverse. Like I'm talking, there was less white people there. Like the white people in that area were actually a minority. Do you know how rare that is in North America to be living in a town or a part of a town where the minority is actually those of white lineage? Do you know how crazy that is? Oh, but yeah, that's what the environment that I grew up in is, where I grew up around a lot of like Asians or like Mexicans, and like I had a lot of people who were Sikh or Punjabi that I was growing up around, and that was awesome. I got to try like a ton of different food, like other stuff like that. It's fantastic. But like not many people get that kind of upbringing, and I would highly recommend it if you guys like never had that kind of experience to go like hang out with other cultures. Do it. Just go hang out with other people from different cultures. It's honestly a blast. Also, you don't get the usual white treatment where if you're different, they treat you like shit. They'll actually treat like you're human. It's actually kind of nice. Get to the people cutting down their toxic and expose their opinions, which is also creating dangerous for them if they want. Well, yeah, no, that's like the only reason I was able to cut off my ex-mother, by the way, Small, without causing things to get out of hand. I won't explain it further. Those who know, you know what I mean. Was because I was living across the country at the time with my dad. The only way for me to cut that off and cut that entire side of my family off personally was what I had to do was I had to go out of my way to go through and change my phone number, get a new phone, and then actively make sure that if anybody ever tried to mention me talking to my ex-mother or anybody else before her death, in that family, again, I would have to shut them down immediately. It was a actual effort that I had to take, even while being on the other side of the country. I can't even imagine having to make that kind of effort while being in the same household as them. Because like that's one of those things where like I never had to do, and I'm very lucky that I never had to actually deal with it being in the same household as them. But yes, it was one of those things where I had a bit of a lucky break there, which I know is kind of rare, but yes. Welcome to Shenanigans. But yeah, don't like, if they're in a situation where they can't get out of it freely or safely, don't mess with that, man. Because like don't do that. Because like that is one of those things where like, honestly, yeah, that's a lot more dangerous than anything else. Especially if we're talking about the more conservative side of things. Also, I'm gonna go and set you to friends only, and then we're gonna set you back to here. But yeah, that's one of those ones where, yeah. Who are megas? Oh, Cry. You know the followers of Trump? This is one of those ones where if somebody does ask who mega is, I'll have to explain it. Mega are it's an acronym for Make America Great Again. They're the people who oftentimes you see like in rallies for Trump where they've got like Nazi flags or members of the KKK and they've got like different things going on there, or it's a cult. Yes, it very much is a cult. Or you see like but you named them different last. No, they're megas. So well, I probably would be calling them Republicans as well, which is the other one too. Maggots. Oh yes, because they're literally maggots. The joke there is that they're maggots in society. That's what that joke is. The reason why a lot of people call them maggots is because they're literally maggots. Like you could see them as nothing more than that. I see them as that because like I'm a part of the minority, like one of the minorities that they gladly like commit genocide against, but also that doesn't narrow that down, so you know, that narrows it down by I'd say about 700 groups of people. So I could be one of 700 different groups of people, maybe more actually. Oh, new name for them. No, Mega is not a new name. That's been a thing since 2016. Mega, or I guess 2014. Mega is a thing where he goes through and says, we're gonna make America great again. We're gonna keep winning. We're gonna make our military great again. We're gonna make our economy better than it's ever been again. Notice something? You notice an issue there? That's his rhetoric, by the way. Is that he goes out of his actual shenanigans, and that's his rhetoric, is he goes out of his way to say like, oh, we're gonna be making America great again, and like all this other stuff. And the way that you translate, the way that you gotta translate that is not make America great again, it's make America feared again. That's what he's going for. Is that he wants to make America feared again, which America's already feared. I don't know why he's trying to make it any more feared than it already is, but we're not gonna get into that right now. But yeah. So when you're going through and taking a look at that, fucking luck with that. Yeah. No joke, the US is unironically the laughingstock of the entire planet right now. Like, it's pretty bad. But we're not gonna get into that. Like, we're not gonna get into the reasons behind it. Also, for those who aren't aware, Trump and his cronies went out of their way to actually piss off the entire US military at once. And I mean 100% of the US military. Again. And so it's one of those things where like, while I do understand that like he's got his rhetoric and stuff and it's just like it's pain. Oh no, it could get by the way, Rick, Kelsey's a Texan. He's the only sane Texan I've ever met, unironically. To this day I have yet to meet a single Texan that isn't like insane. He's the only sane Texan I've ever met. And I know that's a weird statement to hear from me, specifically since I don't tend to make generalized statements like that. But it's never gone well if I've ever spoken to a Texan. Not once. Or at least somebody who's made it known that they're a Texan, at least. Which is probably getting back into their conversation that we're doing here. But yeah. That's one of those things where, like, if you can, yeah, just be careful. But yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, Skelshy's one of the good ones, basically, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, no, he decided to go through and hold a conference between everyone that was in his military. Mind you, this was the most dumb decision I think I've ever seen. Well, actually, one of his dumbest decisions I've seen him make. What happened is that he decided to go through and hold a conference between all of his military leaders and all of the fucking people that are like in charge of how the military functions, and then proceed to berate and insult every one of the soldiers in their employee. He decided to go through and spend an hour or two going out of his way to absolutely insult the shit out of every soldier that that they currently command or that underneath them. And do you know any idea how insanely stupid you have to be to go out of your way to piss off literally every person in your military to that degree? Like, that is one of those things where like it's still to this day is like nuts, because it's like, what in the actual fuck are you doing? Like, I get that you want to be a dictator, but like, fuck me, man. Even dictators know not to do that. Like, holy fuck. Ah, Jesus Christ. Guy's like the reincarnation of Stalin, but if Stalin was worse, somehow. Jesus Christ. Is it? Yeah. But yeah, welcome to some of the shit that he's been up to. But yes, if you're gonna be going through and taking a look at that stuff, just be careful. Also, be very fair warned that the main reason why I don't touch social media is for that exact reason, is that it's very polarized. There's no room for having mistakes or making a mistake or really having conversations with people over like different like things, I guess. But like when it comes down to all this kind of stuff, it's one of those things where like it's just that's why I don't touch social media. It's just not worth it for me, like at all. And then if somebody ever approaches you guys, by the way, and says, "Oh, I don't do politics," run. Straight up. If somebody ever approaches you and says, "Oh, I don't do politics," I don't care enough to actually pay attention to them, or I don't actually talk about politics, run. Just straight up. Just don't deal with them. They're gonna be trouble. It's never gone well. That is like the statement online that if you ever hear anybody say that, either online or in person, it's like, okay, I get it, man. I get it. Okay, thank you for letting me know who you are. I'm gonna, yeah, from Texas who seemed okay while scrolling. Streams, although admittedly I didn't really interrogate them on their political views. Okay, so here's the thing, bro. Be very careful with streamers, especially like streamers in general. I will say this as somebody who is also a streamer, but a lot of streamers put up a front. Like I'm talking like the majority of streamers will put up a front and hide their own political views, especially if they're like Trump supporters or MAGA or like anything else like that. They will hide it to the best of their ability. They don't talk about it. Nor do they make it publicly known because they know that they should be ashamed of it, but no, they still do it. Yeah, honestly, do it. I don't care. Keep your fucking vigilance around me. Do it. That's actually better. Like, do it. Texas is a fairly popular place to move to. Yeah. But there's also the whole thing where just be very careful with that because, like, for example, I've run into quite a few streamers that were also from Texas or that are in Texas and happen to also be mega supporters. So just be very fair warned that like, if somebody mentions that they're from Texas and unprompted, like saying that you're American isn't bad. Like that's fine. In itself, being American is not bad. But if somebody makes being Texan like a huge part of their personality and stuff, just be fair warned that, yikes. Be careful, or just Floridian or anything else like that. Though then again, there are some people like Grace Still Plays, which actually made it a part of their brand. If you know who he is, he's a Floridian, but does it in a funny way. But like, yeah, it's one of those things where just be careful with streamers because a lot of people will wear a mask, and that's also another reason why I don't go through and join VCs anymore. Is because while I do understand that like it'd be fun to hang out in VCs and stuff, it's also one of those things where it like. As much as like I would want to go through and actively state like, okay, cool, I want to hang out in VCs and hang out with you guys and talk to you guys outside of stream and stuff. If I were to go through and hang out in VCs and then you guys also think it's okay to do that with another streamer who is more than willing to go out of the way to harm you or berate you or otherwise, then that kind of falls on me for showing you that it's okay to do that. And I don't want that to be the case, if that makes any sense. Pretty strong internet infrastructure, so it's mixed bag in that front. Well, that's why I'm also saying is just be careful with streamers in general, because like streamers in general, it's very much one of those things that you have to be careful with. But mostly because I have unfortunate ties way too easy. Measurements, I keep my distance. Mostly. Well, no, that's fair. That makes sense, Code. That makes a load of sense. I mean, to be fair, as long as you know that about yourself and you take steps to make sure that that doesn't happen, then you're good. No. Cry, you might cry. I'm sorry to say this, Cry, but no, it was not. It was for a little bit, but not fully. But yes, counterpoint to the other streamer thing. You're not responsible for other people, but I am responsible for my community. I am okay. Counterpoint to that. Counterpoint, I am also, as somebody who also manages a community of over 10,000 people, I am also somebody who is responsible and has the responsibility to make sure that I also take care of and manage how my community interacts with other people and make sure that those who are a part of my community don't actively go out of their way to try and harm others. And that is something that a lot of streamers don't do, and I really wish they would. Because holy crap, man. Holy shit. The amount of times that I've seen like creators say like, oh, but I don't need to manage my community, why would I do that? And then have their community be some of the most toxic people on the planet. Like, holy shit, man, that's like, oh. So yes, well, I do understand that it's not my like it's not my responsibility to make sure like how other streamers interact and other stuff like that. It is my interaction, or it is my responsibility to go through and out of my way to make sure that this community is also the best they can be, or that we can be for that matter. And while I do understand that might seem ridiculous, I do take steps for that, by the way. That's also why I ban those who are not so great. That, or if I see somebody is just doing it for bullshit reasons, I will call them out on it. It's like, you know, what? It's not. What do you mean? Me holding people accountable? Nah, sorry guys. I'm a fake. I can't. Sorry guys, I can't actually can't call myself a streamer anymore. Sorry guys, it's over. But yeah, that's why I hold people accountable to how they act, and I will call people out on shit. I don't hide that, and I don't care if I act mean while doing it, because it's like, my guy, if I have to call you out, there's some shit going on there that's a lot worse than what most people are seeing. And usually it takes a lot for me to have to call somebody out on something. Dumbasses, other streamers do see. Being processed for something that's not your responsibility. Oh, no, that's not. Yeah, that's not my responsibility. But if you guys go out of your way to harm somebody else, that is my responsibility. Because, well, more accurately, if you guys go out of your way to harm somebody else as a community, that is my responsibility. Because I'm the one that likely was the one to start that. And so if that ever does happen, I have to be the one to also step up and stop it. Because, well, I do understand that there is going to be a certain thing where I can't control everyone in the community. Because, you know, that's not my purpose. That's not my thing. I'm not going to control your lives. But it is my responsibility to make sure that those a part of the community don't actively band together to go and hurt others. Do completely on their own. No. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing. I mean, like, a lot of people. Alright. What? I don't understand the whole concept of being taken away from responsibility. Like, what? How do you take yourself away from responsibility? How does that work? Like I genuinely don't understand the concept of being able to just not have to go through and take care of, I guess, yeah, delusion, but like at the same time, like, how do you even like come to that degree? Getting the milk. You know, honestly, Jesus Christ. Be a politician. Okay. We're going to ignore politicians in this statement. Okay. As much as I understand that politicians do that, we're going to ignore politicians for now. What I mean, so more so in the sense of like those who are streamers and those who actively go out of the way to like make sure that they can like. Yeah, but why would you blame it on somebody else? What? Like when I say, like whenever I say like my interactions with others that usually are in private happen to go south, I don't mean that as blaming it on them. I'm usually blaming myself for that shit because I'm well aware that there's a pattern there, and if it happens more than once or more than a few times, it's likely that I'm the issue. So like I'm well aware that I'm the issue there. I just don't know how. But also, huh? Why would you blame it on somebody else? The fuck? Just own up, man. Jesus Christ, man. Maybe it's because people just never actually had like anybody actually like go sit down and give them a proper conversation. That, or maybe I've been through much. Maybe I've been through too much therapy to be able to have this compute. Honestly, you know what? We're gonna say that. We're just gonna go with I've been through too much therapy. Probably, or not too much therapy, but enough therapy to where that doesn't compute with me. And we're just gonna go with that. How about that? I think that works. Maybe, potentially. You know, yeah. Let's go with that. I don't know. Easiest way for me to understand that. Oh my Jesus Christ. Oh Jesus Christ. Like, do people not just come with receipts? If they're gonna blame something on somebody, do they not come with receipts or something? Like, do they not like sit down and actually have like proper receipts for that shit? Okay. Fine, whatever. If you're gonna go through and blame something on somebody, you better fucking have receipts for it. Because I'm gonna want to see them. Jesus Christ. Huh? I mean, to be fair, that's also a manager though, and let's be honest here, managers don't exist. They're just a false ploy for those who want to go and like have power trips. Take. So no, managers don't exist. We don't do that. When you hit the 4-hour mark. Oh, did I fucking hit the? Oh fuck. Okay, so we're almost at the 5-hour mark. What the fuck, bro? When did we hit? Hold on. When did we hit the 5-hour mark? When did that happen? Shit. What? All right, cool. That's a perfect example of what I mean by removing. Oh yeah. But if we're talking about managers specifically, I mean the general like the general people. Like I mean like people just in generally. Like how do you actively go out of your way to remove yourself from responsibility? Like what? What are you talking about? Negative? No, actually, homie, we're gonna hit the 5-hour mark in 17. Oh, I see. No, I see why you put a negative there. I see what you. My dyslexic ass thought you were doing this, Kelsey. Hold on. I thought you were doing this. I thought you were adding one of the squigglies to it. Like marking a new part of the sentence. My bad. No, I should have just reread that. Sorry, bro. Ah, shit. Also had another example, but way less malicious, just dumb. No, it's like in the workplace I can see how that happens, but like outside of the workplace I don't see how people could go through and remove themselves from responsibility. Like, how do you even... Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna try and figure this one out because it's gonna be one of those ones where it's gonna make my brain fry probably, so we're just gonna stick with that and just hang out for a bit. Like even like the most heinous... No, actually, no. I have the perfect example for that. My dad's wife. That is exactly how she functions, by the way. She removes herself from any and all responsibilities in life, completely. She only recently got a job like a year ago. And she has not held a job for the first 23 years of my life. What? I'm so tempted. The perfect example to learn that is to get a partner. What? Wait, hold on. Do people in relationships not hold each other accountable though? Like, do people not hold each other accountable in relationships? Like actively go out of their way to make sure that you're both being the best people that you can be? Like what? Is that not... Or am I just not understanding this? What? The fuck? Like if I'm in a relationship and I'm dating somebody, I'm fully expecting them to hold me accountable the same way that I hold them accountable. Like if I'm gonna be in a relationship and I want to be in a relationship, I'm gonna find somebody who's gonna both hold myself accountable and hold themselves accountable the same way that I hold myself accountable and hold them accountable. But the wife is always right. Wait, that's just boomer humor. And I don't equate boomer humor as being actual humor because boomer humor usually revolves around the "I hate my wife" comments and shit, and that's not ideal. Because if you're not happy in a relationship, just fucking divorce, man. Just leave. You can just do that now. That's legally allowed now and socially acceptable too. Like you can just get a divorce if you're not happy with it. Like, but okay. Well, no, it's because it comes from the boomer humor. Also, I hope you know this, but Code, the boomer humor here in North America, at least, and the shit that I've heard, is so bad. Like, we're talking real bad. No, it's not boomer humor. It's really, for a lot of relationships. I've been through, like, 5 thus far, and 6... Not tracking, it's not just boomer humor. What? Huh? Then why not just... If somebody is acting like that, don't date them. Or don't even be friends with them. If some... Like, do I just have too high standards? Do I just have too high standards? I might just have high standards, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Because, like, I will 100%... Like, if somebody doesn't hold me accountable for the shit that I do and how I act, I will leave them. Like, I will actively not talk to them. That's how I am. Like, if you don't actively make sure that you hold me accountable, and if I'm holding you accountable for your shit, I will actively stop talking to that person and just cut them off because I don't see the point. It's not worth my time. Because like that's one of those ones where like I don't see the point in being friends with somebody who won't actually hold me accountable. Because while I do understand that like being controlling is bad, but holding people accountable is good. Like there's a difference there. Or do just people not see a difference there? And that's why they don't oftentimes do that, because to them there's being held accountable is controlling their life, and that's what that is, maybe? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't understand this shit, man. I don't. The only shit that I don't hold myself accountable for is answering fucking texts. That's it. Because like I don't answer texts, by the way. For those who don't know, if I get a text from somebody, especially if it's about something that I've set a boundary prior to, I will just ignore it. I will not respond to that. And like a lot of people tend to get upset with that, and it's like, guys, if I set a boundary and you break that boundary, I'm going to ignore it. Like I'm going to ignore what you sent me 100% of the way. But you've seen it in real life between classmates? What the fuck, man? Bro, I swear to God. Look at that. Balls. But what? Even worse. Ah, I see. So it sounds like y'all need to find the bros and just hang out with the bros then. At that point. Like, if I'm gonna be real with you, Chief, like, that sounds like one of those situations where honestly just marrying one of your homies would be a better bet. It's not like it's illegal. Just find somebody that you're okay with marrying just to get the benefits of them being married, and well, bam! And if you both hold yourselves accountable, I don't see the issue. Third wheel in a Discord call, what happened? What? Okay, by the way, being a third wheel implies that you're in love with a girl that the guy's dating, and or might be in a poly relationship, if I'm not mistaken. So it's... maybe? Are you poly? Because if you're poly, that's kind of cool, but also... no? Okay. Data says the most happy couples are... yeah. Well, yeah, it's almost like those in the community or LGBTQ community, even with all the drama and stuff going on, fully will hold each other accountable. Like I don't, like we do hold each other accountable. It's just that oftentimes there's a lot of drama that goes on between different groups of people because, well, you know, that just kind of happens with any groups of people. It's just that, you know, drama, but we do hold each other accountable. Says that most unhappy couples are... well, yeah. No, the reason why lesbians are the most unhappy couples is because we're all fucking insane. Every one of us. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, being a lesbian and stuff is awesome, but like, all of us are fucking insane, so trying to find somebody to actually date as a lesbian is impossible. Like, just straight up. I say this as a lesbian myself, by the way. And also, I'm not gonna lie. I have a thing where oh god, don't get me started on that. Rick, don't get me started on that. Do not get me started on that. My guy, if you want the definition of I can fix her, there you go. Not all goth, but a lot of goth are like that. I don't think third wheeling implies that you like the other person. Does it not? I thought it did. Quotes like that have something very interesting to this. That's their wife in relationship, but it's wrong. Also, I don't think you guys have noticed, or I hope you guys have noticed this, but I have said partner this entire time, because I see it as a partnership, not as an ownership. Like, I think that might be something that is weird to a lot of peeps as well, because I see it as a partnership, not as a thingy. Not passive aggressive here generally, but okay, counterpoint. What's feeling? I have no idea how that's worded, Code. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know how to answer that question. So like I'm gonna be both the chief. You might have to reword that one. Counterpoint about the things for... oh no, I see. No, the whole rhetoric around like that kind of stuff is because a lot of the time, especially with older generations, that's where it comes from, at least in terms of North America, is where a lot of the times being married and stuff is oftentimes an ownership thing. So it would be less of like a matter of they would have the right to do whatever they want. And also, by the way, my grandparents were a part of the generation, or a part of the last generation where you had to be married to get a bank account as a wife or as a woman. You weren't allowed to, before then, you weren't allowed to go through and own a bank account if you're a woman. Do you know how nuts that is? And that's where the whole ownership comes into play, is that like a lot of the times if you go through and actually take a look at like the actual like rhetoric and like the things that people talk about, that kind of stuff, it oftentimes is the case that those kind of like jokes and stuff, like the I hate my life, I hate my wife and all that kind of stuff, is that where that comes from? Is that usually it's like a matter of we're stuck together because I own you. It's less of a thing over there. We ask no date. Wiki how it knows their shit. I got wiki. You wanna know the way that you ask a goth girl or any girl out for a date? Trick is you don't. You wanna know why? One of the best ways to go through, and actually like, one of the best ways to actually like date someone is not to actively try to pursue them. And what I mean by that is that if something actually happens, it'll happen. If it doesn't, then it's okay. But if it naturally happens and you do end up dating that person naturally and not actually pursuing them, then it'll end up being a lot more of a... It'll be a lot better for the relationship than it is for if you were to go through and actually pursue a relationship. That's why the whole like, that's why a lot of times when you see like dating sites and like all those like dating apps and stuff, and you see oftentimes like, for example, Tinder isn't a dating app anymore. That's not what that is. I don't think I need to explain what Tinder is. But like, yeah, no, that's where that comes from, is like, it's because a lot of the times when you go through and take a look at that stuff, it's what that is. Well, no, I'm talking about stuff from here in North America specifically. I'm like 90% sure it wasn't even seriously a dating app. They just ended up going through and doing it that way as well. But yeah, just if you end up going through and having friends and like being social and stuff, that's how you find a partner. Going out of your way to try and find a partner is not going to help. Because that way you can have a natural progression from being friends or strangers, then friends, and then you can eventually probably become like a partner and whatnot, but like, or partners. But it's one of those things where like, oftentimes it's not something to push, nor to try and rush, because it does just make it worse. Vastly different, but somehow the same stereotypes as here. Well, it's because a lot of North American media, cough cough, Hollywood is a thing. And so a lot of the media that you'll end up seeing and like a lot of things in rhetoric that you'll see in like other countries, especially more like European countries, you'll see a lot of stuff from Hollywood in Europe. And that's where those kind of things come from, is because those kind of jokes and stuff were actually brought into the movies and stuff in Europe as well. Through Hollywood or other media platforms and other things like that. And as the internet became a lot more commonplace and a lot more consistent among different generations and stuff, it became a lot more common for people to share stuff, and that's where that comes from. 10 centuries of history and human psychology thing. It's not toxic. Well, yeah. To be fair, at this point, it does actually come into being in the play of, at this point, it is toxic masculinity that's keeping it going, by the way. Just as a heads up. If you want to know the most, like, non-toxic man I've ever seen, fucking Blumenack. If you know who Blumenack is, then you know exactly, or TLD, or the elf archer. I don't think I need to explain past that, but Blumenack, he's a very good example of somebody who doesn't have toxic masculinity. But yes, that guy. Yeah. Like, you guys will know him as the elf archer, not by his name. Yeah, it's awesome. It's great. But yes, that's one of those like things where like I'd highly recommend looking into like the actual shenanigans there, because it's pretty interesting. Also, toxic masculinity is usually something that's perpetuated by parents. The other way, the effect. It is the effect, not the cause. But it is, so it's an effect that happens to cause a lot of other stuff, if that makes any sense. That question is a very tricky question to answer, because it's an effect, or it was something that came about that also happens to be the cause of a lot of other things. So it's less of like a matter of one or the other, and more of a, we should get rid of it. I think of it more as like the archer who sometimes does trick shots while pole dancing. Oh, no, the reason why I call him the elf archer, by the way, Brew, is because he actually does dress up as an elf, like all the time. Like his whole thing is that like his whole thing is like he's like genuinely cosplays as an elf constantly. That's why I call him as an elf archer. It's because most people know him as that. Mostly just from his cosplays. But yes, I go to mean though. Yeah, I know him for his pole dancing stuff too. You know he does shows too, right? Like he does actually do like full-on shows and stuff. It's actually really cool. Basically the entire history of Europe shaped. What is this history talking? Unfortunately, the history of Europe doesn't come into that, or it does, but it's not like Spain started to change here in like what, 5 years ago? Wait, actually? Oh, I guess it kind of same thing actually where I grew up as well. Quebec actually only really changed those societal changes and stuff after about 2012. Before that, it's been the same. I've seen or missed something about what's going on. Krennic, we're currently talking about a bunch of different things. We're having like 3 or 4 different conversations here at the same time. Didn't name, but I knew him. Watch Love is yeah, exactly. Well, it's guaranteed that you guys have probably seen him somewhere. I guarantee you that much, that you guys have probably seen him at least somewhere. But yes. Seen that, I just appreciate Hema. Oh yeah, Hema. I want to go learn Hema so bad at some point. Like I wanna go actually learn proper Hema at some point because it'd be so fun. But the problem is that that costs money and I don't got that right now, so we just keep that to myself. I'll do it one day, but not today. But it'd be so cool to go through and learn Hema at some point. It'd be awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. It's great. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Cody, you gotta remember that there are very, very different, like, well, Poland is one place on the planet. There is, like, the reason why I say North America as a whole is because there's a shit ton of countries in North America. It's not just, like, one country or the other, it's every country. That's why I'm mentioning that, in North America at least. Actually, it follows for South America as well. Why do you want to show up at Hema? No, Hema is a, it's how you, it's like a way of learning how to use the sword. It's actually really cool. Wait, there's actually a Dutch chain called Hema? Actually? Holy shit. Oh, damn. Alright, I've never actually heard of that before. Nice. Historical European martial arts. Not necessarily, yeah. Regardless of culture has been being so different in something. Well, yeah, but like, you can just say, at least in this case, boomers. It is very, very easy to just go through and like you can basically stereotype boomers down to just saying like that's where it came from, specifically baby boomers, and then you've got the me generation, which is after that, which honestly the me generation probably was one of the largest proprietors of that. If you know which generation of that, you know which one what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's one of those ones where, yeah, you can divide things down to generations regardless of where you are. Now, say if you're going to go talk about like China or Japan, that starts to get a little bit more murky because they have completely different cultures to like but the Western side of things. But Europe and North America are close enough to each other that you can actually say that it's close enough to each other that we did influence each other quite a bit. And that's why I'm saying that you can very easily go through out of your way to say that like the older generations is where it came from, and not necessarily where it came from, but that's where it perpetuated it. Isn't primarily speaking, if we go through and take a look at like boomers and other stuff like that. But yeah, European history in itself is a different conversation in its own right, unrelated to what we're currently talking about right now. It did influence it partially, but it's not the main reason for why that came about. And the reason I know this is because we can actually directly pinpoint where those kind of comments and stuff come from, directly to those who come from the First and Second World Wars. Oh, that's so cool! Wait, what is that exactly? Is that a clothing shop? Yeah, it's a clothing shop. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't realize that there would actually be like a proper clothing shop there. That's so nice. That's awesome. I'm just saying oh no, code. In this case, the reason why they're mentioning it's a bit of a shallow one is because Europe in itself doesn't go through and actually actually go through and dictate everything. And the problem is that a lot of the cultures outside of Europe actually did influence Europe. Now, while I do understand that you could probably date it back to that, yes, that is a thing, 100% of the way. But the rhetoric itself of where I hate my wife, I hate my life, that kind of stuff is primarily from those who, like, media-wise and stuff, came directly from the First and Second World Wars. Actually, probably the Second World War, actually, because during the baby boom, that's probably where it happens. So like while I do understand that Europe has its own country, like it has its own history and stuff, I'm actually trying to say that like you could probably narrow it down to just media-wise, it's likely just from this just after the Second World War, as that's where it likely started, or at least where it got perpetuated the most. Like you could definitely go out of your way and say like, okay, 300,000 years ago we were going out of our way to like beat our wives because you know we were cavemen and we didn't understand that. I can fully understand that that's a thing. But right now, that's where we're talking about specifically, is where it comes from that. Yeah, no worries, Connect. We'll talk to you later. Make sure you get some meeps, okay? We'll talk to you later. That's actually kind of a bit of a sad saying, though. That is actually genuinely a bit of a sad saying. Like, that is actually kind of depressing, slightly. And when differences, let's say that there was no. Okay, because this works out, I guess. I guess holy crap. Also, I should probably end here soon because otherwise I'm not gonna actually get anything else done. Shit. I do actually need to go through and do some plat grinding as well. More accurately, just going through and I know I'm at 5 hours, Rick. That's why I'm saying I should end soon. You fucker. I'm well aware. Just saying that there was a time this took root and it's evolved ever since. Oh yeah, then if you're saying it's took root, then it would be from the it would have been from specifically from like the just after the Second World War then, because that's when it would have taken root the most. What? I'm not gonna go through and trade you less than market price because I don't have enough plat. So let me do my thingy. It's like 15 wise, at the very least. No, in this case you could actually probably say it was mostly just after the Second World War. While I do understand that the printing press would have been before that, a lot of just after the Second World War is when a lot of it ended up calming down and a lot of people were coming back from the Second World War. And most people that had actually survived both wars were coming back as well. And that's where we come with the baby boom. And then you could also probably equate them being a lot more cynical about things and a lot more, not great, I guess. To that, basically, is where you can actually go through and do that specifically. Niche, nobody want mod. What do you cry? That doesn't help the situation, my guy. I do not give a shit. That is where this comes from. But yes, that is probably where it started and perpetuated from it. Where is our stuffs here? Excuse me. Yes, we'll just grab this and go forward. I do wonder if there's going to be one of these things where I could actually start. Man, I really wish you could level up multiple mods at once. That would be so unbelievably nice if we could go through and do that. It would be amazing, like genuinely amazing. But also nowadays, the toxic masculinity is usually just perpetuated by those who are like Andrew Tate, if you know who that is. Not sure if he's been arrested yet. I know he was arrested once a while back, but I don't know if he has actually been arrested yet. But yes, people like that are the ones that are usually perpetuating it. And I actually have family members who fucking love Tate. Like, genuinely. It's almost like it's in his name. He's a literal living taint. Like, what the fuck, man? I think he got arrested again recently. Oh, did he? Oh, cool. He's gonna get freed again, by the way. It's not too surprising if he does get freed. Again. So the suburbs are to blame? What? What do you mean by the suburbs? What are you talking about? Suburbs, like, as in the more center of cities, I guess? Is that what you mean? I think he, oh, did he? Okay, cool. I don't really pay attention to much of what's going on there. Oh, yeah, no, the problem here, Code, is that I know enough about a lot of subjects that I can actually pinpoint most things down to being, most things, and then I do the statistics thing of I usually just remove anything out of the conversation that is considered a rounding error. And especially if I'm trying to talk about a very specific time period or a very specific thing, like what we were talking about before, being like today's thing when it comes to like today's like media and like the whole I hate my wife, I hate my life kind of stuff. That's why I was saying the more modern, or I was talking about the after the Second World War, is because anything before that would be considering a rounding error. Because there's so many different variables that would have gone into it, and so many different like things that would have gone into it, it's not worth mentioning. And you can also pinpoint the major time of where it came about is likely after the Second World War, as being like the major event, like the cataclysmic event that had it all be there. And that's how I think about things, is because I grew up in a household where statistics and stuff were a huge part of how we would do things. So if anything is considered a rounding error, to me, I just write it off, because that's not worth it. Because I'm the kind of person that would go, oh yeah, no, I just don't do that, because it's like, it's just not worth doing. In most cases, it's genuinely not worth it. If you played Star Civic, what? Do you ever use jump drive? What's a jump drive? Scar, out of nowhere over here coming with a Solaris fucking question. What? I don't know what a jump drive is. So I'm assuming yes, but also no, because I oftentimes use mechanic in games without ever caring about the actual names of them. So just assume that yes. Probably. Just assume it that way. Also, the main reason why I think this way, Code, is because it's the easiest way to go through and shut down anybody who's a part of the mega crowd, or like a Nazi or anything like that. Because a lot of the times what they'll try to do is they'll try to move the goalpost to things that are unrelated, or sometimes like go through and try to move the goalpost further and further back. And that's where I get this habit from. Also, is because I've had to go through and fight them on so many occasions that I've gotten into the habit of just like writing out anything that could be considered a rounding error, just to make sure that they cannot move the goalpost. Genuinely speaking, it's to basically make sure that no matter what I'm talking about, I can force it down their throat. Because otherwise they will move that goalpost. And if they just keep doing it even so, I just don't give a fuck anymore. I end the conversation there. And likely I also just ban them usually before that gets to that point. But yeah, that's one of the major things here, is that like that's the best way to go about, especially when doing any kind of entertainment, is that you have to think that way. And mainly because of the fact that like, if you try to go through and take in every possible variable into a thing, outside of an academic setting, or like outside of like a professional like thesis setting, it wouldn't work as like an actual conversation, because it makes it too difficult for everybody to follow what's going on. Used to play soccer, enjoy my goals. What? Goalpost to be sanitary. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Partially, try that. I was trying to be efficient. I don't want to drag stream. Show the fast forward period. The suburbs really exploded in the US. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean by that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I got you. No, that makes a lot more sense, actually. That does make more sense. No. Oh, yeah, no, Code. Yeah, no, that's not something I do. The main reason why is because it's not worth it for me to sit down and actually have debates like that. Because if I am going to have to go through and have a debate like that, I actually set aside time like that, or for it specifically, and so that I can actually talk to the person, and then I go mentally prepare for it. Because 99% of the time, if I have to have a debate and it drags out that long, I'm like at the point where I'm about to snap their neck. I don't have the patience to handle having debates for that long. If I'm doing, no, you're fine. No, Brew, do you have any idea how often I get mansplained? Like how often people mansplain stuff to me? Like, you're fine. That stuff I already know about, but you're more than okay for talking about that because you're clarifying what you meant, which is good. Going through and actively clarifying what you meant is a very good thing, especially when you're trying to actually have a conversation or trying to say certain things. That's a good thing to go about, which I do appreciate you doing. So yes, you're fine. But no, the amount of times I've had people try to mansplain things to me, and it's like, oh god, man, please, just spare me from this. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck. It's such a common thing to run into like that online too, and it's like, no, don't do this, man. Yeah, no, I don't do meetups, Code, so you're good. You're a-okay. I do not do any meetups with people. Oh, yeah, no, keep in mind that, like, while that is nice to do, 99% of the time, unless you're in an academic setting, it's not worth it. Not worth the time. Genuinely not worth the time to go through and do that. Because, for one, most people won't know enough information about the topic that you're talking about, and 2, most people don't have the time for that. Ah, crap, didn't want to do that. Crap. I just realized I've been grinding dog days for the last— What the fuck do you mean fail to join session? You fucker. Stop with the failing to join sessions, my guy. I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. Yeah, I was on stupid, but it's surprisingly hard to learn not. No, I'm well aware. No, Code, I'm well aware. I had to actively condition myself not to do that, by the way. Because it pisses people off, by the way. As a huge thing in normal like conversations and stuff, speaking like that, specifically speaking, that's why I'm specifically speaking in an academic setting, is because it will piss people off. I had to go out of my way not to talk like that in most cases, because like, yeah, a lot of people would just be very, 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 very pissed off about it. Mostly just because they see it as somebody being a know-it-all, and that's where that comes from, is like, if you know it all, why the fuck are you debating me on this? It's like, oh, but you're just trying to prove your point right, and you're trying to make yourself look right, and that's how people see that. It's less of a matter of whether or not you're actually having a conversation about it, and a lot of people see debates and conversation like that about being the person who needs to be right. And once that conversation turns into that, it's just GG's on that conversation. It's also why I don't do it anymore, because it's online specifically, that's something that you run into a lot. So I actively trained myself not to, because it's not worth the time. So personally, just flat out which continues to focus. Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, bro. You're good. Yeah. It's just the beginning of redlining. I got you. Don't worry. Yeah, that's one of those ones that you oftentimes need to go talk to a therapist about, because those are something that, like, if you have a habit of going through and needing to be right about something, I'd highly recommend talking to a therapist about it, because I had a similar thing happen, or a similar habit of mine ages ago. And that's also where, like, after I stopped needing to be right, I stopped needing to go through and talk for like, or like do that, where I need to go through like on an academic speech about things and stuff like that. And that's where it comes down to being like one of those things where it's one of those things, just therapy, man. Therapy. It helps, man. A lot of people tend to fight it, but it's therapy. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's like, it's great. Talk to a therapist about it. It's so useful, man. I fucking love therapy. Granted, I don't have a therapist right now since I'm not on insurance anymore and I'm no longer at the college, but I do plan on getting a therapist eventually again, whenever I can afford it. Because I know that my dad offered to pay for therapy for me, but we're not going to get into that right now. I've already mentioned that I'm not comfortable with my dad spending that much money on me. Especially considering that he's pretty much the only person currently trying to pay for everything for his family. Which I say his family because, yes, I'm not going to explain that further. I don't think I need to explain that further, actually, for that matter. Where's our chefs? There we go. Yes. Yes. Okay. Because yes. Yeah. Well, that's why I said is like I'm pretty sure all of you understand that shit. So we're gonna be grinding each other in a different game like Odyssey. I actually don't know. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I actually forgot that I was playing Warframe. So like I don't know, Chief. Whatever happens, I guess, is whatever happens. I've been trying to figure out exactly what I'm gonna do for content, by the way. I just don't know what to do. Because like I honestly, like, unironically will just forget that I'm playing Warframe. Because it's one of those things where like it just kind of comes through. Borderlands 4 base. What? Yeah, go do your thing, man. Go do your thing. Kills 23. Okay, there you go. We're fine. I've been trying to like slowly but surely work on getting more and more of the balls or whatever they're called. The fucking thingies. Yeah, exactly. It's great. I fucking love Warframe. It's like, you know that thing where like whenever you're talking to somebody and you're playing Minecraft and you just start walking around in Minecraft instead of actually like talking to them, or instead of like actually like doing anything in the game. That happens to me a lot on stream because of just like, well, it's a habit of mine. But also there's actually a psychological reason for it. It's actually pretty cool. Really flow state the game sometimes. Yeah. Oh god, not Steel Path Survival. Why would you do Steel Path Survival, Scar? That's like the literal slowest fucking mission in Steel Path that you could possibly do. Like, why would you do this, man? No, Scar, why would you put yourself through that hell? No. Oh god, that's atrocious. Yeah, I'll stop at the 5.5 hour mark. Because honestly, it's better that way. Go there and vibe for like 4 hours. Okay. I mean, to be fair, if that's the case, then that's actually kind of impressive because I could not do that. Like genuinely speaking, I could not actually pull that off. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. Where gonna we? Oh, we're done. Oh, look at that, we're done. See, I did so much survival ages ago. Like, I've done something like 300 hours of survival already. So, like, I'm over here just like, I don't want to touch survival ever again, man. I want freedom. Like, actual freedom for it. I'm good without ever touching survival. Like survival until alchemy, disruption, and void cascade came out. Exactly! Bruce got me. Bruce over here being a homie. He's got me. Yes. Bruce got me. See, there's so many other things that you could do that are so much more entertaining. It's great. It's awesome. Oh, would you look at that? I have a crap ton of thingies here. What? Oh, that's right, because it moved over there because this is the most amount of... Oh, I see why they did that. Okay, that makes sense. Nakak! Come here. Browse toys. Where's my thingy? Also, Vader, I did see that. Sorry, that took me a second to get back to you on that. I did see that. I've just been focused entirely on grabbing these floofs. Entirely. And only these floofs. Because I've been wanting to only grab these here. Because it is... Yes. The ball pit has been slowly but surely building. Yeah, it's where you trade in all your pearls that you get from the event. Yeah, go sleep, Rick. I'll send you like a small dossier about what I was doing, or a small update, if I've ever got it like working and stuff. That way we can at least have like a small update on it. If you're chill with that. Yeah, I think you'd be fine. I'll just ag with it. Later. Nah, Nakak. I do not care. It is Nakak. It is La Nakak. This is like the whole Hemlith incident all over again, Nomad. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Once I've been saying something for long enough, if I say it a different way, it feels wrong. And in this case, Nakak is the one... Like, if I say Nakak wrong, it feels wrong. So I just say Nakak now. Instead of Hemlith. What I know is called the Helminth, I think? Yeah, the Helminth? Yeah. Instead of the Hemlith. But I'm gonna be Royalty Chief. Real name? Little Bear. I've been done with the OBS plugin. I'll probably, no, I'll do the test stream tomorrow, not today. I'll do it tomorrow. We're gonna work on this ballroom now. We've got enough balls up there. We're gonna go grab all the rest here and just start like growing this one here as well. The more balls we can get, the better. But yes, before I forget and get sidetracked again, I gotta end stream here, guys, just for today. So I can go, for one, go eat breakfast. Two, I guess lunch at this point. Yeah, lunch. And I'm gonna go and get that plugin installed. I'll talk to you guys later, okay? And ta-da! Make sure you guys get some sleeps too, okay? Because hopefully you guys y'all can get some sleeps too. But yeah, good night, guys. And ta-da!